Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I am an airline pilot and a member of PMDG's tech team. Today we are going to participate in the Cargo Human Care Charity Flight 2022, leading us from Cologne all the way to Boston. And our flight today is going to be in the A310. I know a couple of you have hoped for the 737 BBJs, but I opted for the A310 instead, since it's still somewhat new, and most importantly, because I wanted to fly an Airbus, since we will have a real-life Airbus long-haul pilot later on, who is going to join us in explaining the North Atlantic operations. So stay tuned for that. And for those of you who are wondering, the schedule is posted in the schedule is posted in the video remarks below, so if you want to see what we're going to do today, then be my guest. And join me later on, especially when we have our first couple of voice chats over Discord. So, thank you everyone for being here. And let's get this thing going. We'll start with the flight planning today, since this is a little bit of a special flight. So, let's go ahead and bring SimBrief up, and then we'll start getting this one sorted. I did insert the basic data already, so that you guys know what we're up to, but let's go over exactly what we have. There has been a little bit of a hassle regarding our routes today, because the North Atlantic tracks are using 30 minutes waypoints today, which are unfortunately not supported in the A310 as far as I'm aware. So we had to do a couple of last-minute changes to our planned route, which hopefully are not gonna cause any problems when we get to the North Atlantic. But that is what we had to do. So let's quickly go over what we have planned. We are going to be the German Air Force 526 from Cologne to Boston, and our alternate is going to be New York JFK. Now, do we like that? No, we don't. So let's actually take Providence. That should be a little bit more suitable. I mean, JFK is probably not the best alternate airport that you can possibly think of. Departure time 9 Zulu as set, and we are flying the 10+24 registration. Cell call today, Papa Sierra Alpha Hotel, and I seriously hope that not everyone is going to take this cell call, otherwise this is gonna get quite interesting, if I may put it that way. Now, for the actual flight, we've scheduled 8 hours flight time, departure runway 14 left. Let's have a look at the weather then. So that's it, Cologne, 0807, so runway 06 might be an option as well. Broken 1902 degrees, 1010 nosig. Okay, so that weather is quite good, the departure runway is accurate. Having a look at Boston, wind is forecast to come 240 at 10, gust 17, and that is roughly at our arrival time. So we do expect some quite good weather, but might be a little bit gusty on our way in. Quick look at our alternate, Providence. The forecast as well from 1700, they're getting the gusts as well. A few clouds prior to that, good weather. So all airports are suitable today. Also, extra fuel, half an hour, and we are going to take that as a recommendation from the IVAA, who have organized this flight. And they said we should take at least 30 minutes extra fuel on top of our flight plan. So that's what we are about to do. Passengers 214, which is full load for the German Air Force A310, 5 tons of freight. And this is the route we are going to take. Now, for those of you who are going to participate in this event, the departures are running from 9 to 1100 Zulu. And for those of you who are going to participate in the event, just be aware there that the North Atlantic tracks are lying a little bit unfortunate today. So if we have a look into the tracks over here, we've planned via track Echo, even though originally we've been planned via track Delta. But here's the problem on the Delta tracks. They're using 30-minute waypoints today. We'll see that a little bit better once we actually get into the track message. So let's just about go ahead and compile one of the first versions of our flight plan here, and then I can explain you what the routing problem today actually is. So that's our flight plan. Let's go down a little bit. So here's the track message for the day. And it is very, very rare, but it did happen today, that they're using 30-minute waypoints today on some of the North Atlantic tracks, namely track Bravo and track Delta. And here's the problem. The InniBuild's A310 FMC, to my knowledge, at the moment is not able to accept custom waypoint entries, so I cannot just enter the waypoints with their coordinates. And that means that we have to have a pre-saved waypoint available in our database for literally any of the waypoints that we are about to use. So normally, let's take an example from track Charlie up here. We have 60 north, 20 west. Normally that one would become 6020N, and you could enter that as a waypoint in the flight plan page, because that would be a waypoint that is stored in the Navigraph database. However, if you have 5930 north, 20 west, then you cannot just enter 593020N. That one is not in the Navigraph database, and therefore we are unable to load that into the FMC. Therefore, normally we had been planned for track Delta, but we have rerouted onto track Echo, and it's going to get interesting when Oceanic Delivery is actually going to issue our Atlantic clearance, in case they try to re-plan us into the Delta track, because then we'll have to tell them that we'll be unable to do that. We can do track Echo and we can do track Charlie, but we will not be able to do track Delta. On top of that, another thing that we have to consider here is our planned flight level. So if we go all the way up in the flight plan, then have a look over here. We started a low-level routing on the way out of Germany, and then due to our weight today, we'll have flight level 320 initially, and then at the net entry we'll climb up to flight level 340, and eventually we can probably do 350. But I wouldn't be 100% sure if we can actually do flight level 350 by GOMOP. So if we have a look at the map over here, then we are going to see that they plan flight level 340 with a step climb at NATEP. And that is an hour and 2 minutes into the flight. But let's go on a little bit. Our oceanic entry is going to be an hour and 45 minutes into the flight. And I would not rely on the conditions to actually make it possible to climb all the way up to flight level 350 within that time. So we also have to take into account the actual flight levels available for our route. And if we go down back to the track message, then we will see that track Echo is available from flight level 340 onwards. So westbound levels on track Echo are going to be 340, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. However, for track Delta, the lowest possible level is flight level 350. And since we just determined that we'll probably be unable to meet flight level 350 by the oceanic entry, that means that we cannot fly track Delta anyway. Otherwise, if we really couldn't take track Echo, we would have to take a random routing that would lead us somewhere below track Delta, or probably south of track Echo, since Echo is the most southbound track today. Then looking up, of course, just to have our options in mind, we have track Charlie that's available on flight level 340, and our FMC is going to accept all the waypoints as well. Bravo is not available once again due to the flight level restriction, and then track Alpha would also be available. However, just to be aware of that, track Alpha is quite a bit north here, so if you take the route between GOMOP and Tango India Romeo over here, that one is, I would guess, maybe 100 miles or so. Let's quickly have a look into the flight plan. So Tango India Romeo towards GOMOP, yeah, that one is roughly 90 nautical miles. Actually 100 nautical miles. So if we took a rerouting via track Alpha in case Charlie is not available, that would mean we would fly at least an additional 200 nautical miles, for which we would have to carry additional fuel. So in other words, the obvious options for us is going to be, in case we cannot get Echo, we will go a random route down to the south, or we go a random route below track Delta in level 340. So that's the two options that we have available. Alright, with that problem discussed, let's go back into the flight planning, because we still have to do our ETOPS planning. The A310, as a two-engine aircraft, is allowed to fly a maximum of 60 minutes diversion distance from the nearest airport, unless we are applying ETOPS regulations. Now, I'm saying ETOPS here, but In reality, it would be EDTO. So all those terms have been updated by EASA. So according to the correct EDTO planning rules, the A310 is permitted up to a maximum of 180 nautical miles distance from the nearest airport. And that will be sufficient to get us across the Atlantic. So if we have a look into our ETOPS scenario up here, we can start with an automatic calculation just to see what SimBrief suggests. And we can see the inner circle up here is our distance from, is our 60-minute distance from the nearest suitable airport. So we can already imagine that if we have Keflavik up here, and then we have Glasgow, we have Dublin, we have Shannon, then all the way until here, we are going to be covered within a 60 nautical mile range from the next suitable airport. The only distance that we actually have to cover, flying under ETOPS regulations, is going to be this part over here. And let's have a look first of all, before we plan anything, into the significant weather chart. So this is what we got. We can see, out of Cologne, the tropopause is down at flight level 300. If we are flying above the tropopause, that means usually there is no weather expected up there, unless we have thunderstorms. But then, shortly before landfall in the UK, we have this marked area of clear air turbulence next to this jet stream with a core and flight level 330 up here. And this is a little bit hard to see, but those weather charts are not always very easy to read. But we can see over here that there is moderate turbulence forecast from the lower limit of the chart all the way to flight level 440. In other words, we can expect turbulence in between this part of the route. So let's say from roundabout Roxac until roundabout Tyree, VOR, we can expect some turbulence to happen over here. So that is something to take into account for our altitude planning as well, because if we climbed all the way up to level 340 as suggested by the plan at NATEP, that would mean that we would fly very close to the aircraft's edge of the possible flight envelope, and therefore, with the expected turbulence, I wouldn't do that. So I would plan my aircraft to stay at a lower altitude all the way until we are out of this clear air turbulence area. Then we have another weather area drawn in like this. So see this marking up here, this covers us pretty much all the way until 30 west. And if we have a look up here, that's this one, and that is moderate icing below flight level 170. In other words, we have to take into account that if we do have a decompression and we do our descent, then we would probably have increased fuel consumption due to the anti-ice in use. Now that's not going to be too much of an issue on this particular route because we have fuel for all the way over here to Boston, so we will have plenty of fuel on board. But this is something to take into account in case that we do have to do a diversion, and that would mean that we would use quite an additional amount of fuel for our planning. Now SimBrief normally takes that into account automatically, however we want to be very sure about our flight planning when we're going North Atlantic. This, by the way, is all stuff that normally pilots don't have to think about too much because this is primarily for the dispatchers. However, I do like to have a look there, just because, you know, we don't have a dispatcher here. I don't like to rely on SimBrief. They're good, but they are far from perfect. So let's go ahead and check the actual weather along our ETOPS alternates. So we have Keflavik planned up here, and that does seem to be quite a good alternate. However, looking at the weather, currently they have 21 knots of wind at 110 degrees with few clouds at the sky. That's all good. But throughout the day, becoming from 06 to 0800, so that is pretty much in process right now. They get a wind of 120-25 gusting 40 knots. So it might be a very good idea to check out the runway that they have in Keflavik. Now I do happen to know they have a runway 10. In other words, the wind is down the nose, so no need to replan anything. Keflavik is a suitable alternate for us. Then on landfall in Canada, up here SimBrief automatically planned Goose Bay. Let's have another look into the weather over here. So we do have some light snow there at the moment. That is something to take into account because there might be possible snow clearing going on the ground. And then looking at the forecast, we expect landfall at about 1500 UTC. And they do say they have light snow forecast until 1600. So it might be snowy over there, but if they have light snow up here in a Goose Bay, then chances are they're going to have it in Gander and in the other suitable ETOPS alternate in North America as well. In other words, we are going to stick to Goose Bay, and we are not going to change our alternate there. What we can do, just for the sake of it, to get the weather, let's just plan St. John's and Gander as well, just to see the weather conditions. So if we went down here to Gander, they're showing wind 240 at 12, gust 22, and prior to that 240 at 10, gust 20, so that's all within diversion limits. And then we have St. John's, they're planning becoming 240 at 10, gust 20 as well. And then from 1600 on, visibility 3 miles and light snow showers and rain, broom, overcasts, flight level 200. So St. John's is not really that good. I would say out of the 3 typical alternates that we have on the North Atlantic coast in Canada, I would say that Goose Bay is actually quite good. So let's stick with that. And then we basically have our ETOPS planning finished already. Now, we are going to go into a lot more details about this planning later on en route when we have a real-life Airbus long-haul pilot who is going to explain all of that with quite a bit more details and quite more complete. So this was a rather short version of it. So I would say that these levels look quite good. Let's go ahead and generate that flight plan once more, so that we can see the latest flight levels that they actually plan for us today. Alright, that flight plan's finished. And one last look into the significant weather chart up here. So what we are going to see is we enter the clear air turbulence area behind Rotax. We'll stay there until Tyree. And they do plan the step climb in the meantime. So what I am going to do is the following. I'm going to delay that step climb. So let's take the entire route up here. Initial level is 240. Let's go to edit flight once more. And now we do it manually. So altitude, we'll enter flight level 240. Now I'm going to paste the route, including all the step climbs. Make sure that planned step climbs up here is off, so that SimBrief doesn't automatically override that. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove that limit at native up there. So exclude that, and I will include it at Tyree. So that we do the step climb actually at Tyree. And then we are going to plan the entire nut track at Mach 0.80, but let's plan it at flight level 340, so that we have sufficient fuel available on that North Atlantic track. We can always climb higher, but it is always good to actually have the fuel in case we do need it. So that is how I would go ahead and change that routing to a little bit of a manual plan over there. So let's compute that once more. Alright. So, that's pretty much our final flight plan. Before we are going to pre-file it on VATSIM, let's quickly go over what we actually have planned now. And let's quickly check the actual operational flight plan, since that is going to be the document for the day. So that's the ATC flight plan. That's not all too interesting for us. However, what we can quickly do... Sorry, not pre-file, but IFPS validate. And that way we can copy the ATC flight plan. Let's go to the actual Eurocontrol Network Operations portal. Free text editor. And unfortunately I cannot really bring that one up on screen, but basically all we are going to do is to check if we can actually validate the flight plan that we've just generated. And this one tells me the flight plan is valid the way that we generated it. In other words, the flight plan is legal. Now, that is pretty much the job of the dispatcher done. from here on, we are going to start with the actual job of the pilot. And that is, as pilots, we are going to get the operational flight plan. We quickly go over it, check that we have the correct aircraft type, that we are planned on the correct route, check the flight time. So our scheduled arrival time is going to be 1700. The actual is just before that. So looks like quite an on-time flight. We're planned at Mach 0.80. It is an ETOPS flight, so we are familiar with that. Our flight levels are looking good. Then finally, let's go down a little bit and see some of the operational impacts. So we can see, in case we get a flight level change, to fly 2,000 feet below the planned altitude, we would need an additional 500 kilograms of fuel. However, we would be 3 minutes faster if we do that. The reasons for that I will explain when we are en route, since we have quite a bit of time today to cover some basic aerodynamics. Let's go further down then, and over here is the next interesting piece of information, and that is the most critical MORA and the maximum shear values. Now, what do those actually mean? A most critical minimum off-route altitude, 4,900 feet at NHAP. That's when we are going to overfly northern Scotland. And those of you who are familiar with Scotland, they will know that up here there are quite a couple of mountain ranges up there. So when we are flying over those, then 4,900 feet is going to be the highest minimum off-route altitude. So that's something to keep in mind as we fly along. Then going over, the maximum shear value is 3 at 59 north, 020 west. So what do we have to take into account then? Well, shear values up to and including 3 mean that normally there is not too much turbulence actually expected. So the shear value is an artificial number calculated by the Lido dispatching system that takes into account the differences in the wind at the planned flight level and the altitudes 2,000 feet above or below, as strong differences in wind are a good indicator of strong turbulence that is expected along the route. And we see 3 is our maximum shear value at 59 north, 020 west, so that means that we are basically not expecting too much turbulence because of wind shear or because of the wind shifting along the route. However, we always have to take into account the significant weather chart over here. And we can see, if we have a look at the significant weather chart, so this is the document that us pilots would actually get, we see that roundabout from here to here, we have this marked area around the jet stream down here. There is a number 1 in there, and that number 1 down here in the chart indicates that we do expect moderate turbulence between flight level 170 and flight level 440. So there is no way we're going to avoid that. But dispatching has been clever today. They planned us at a lower flight level, and that lower flight level means that we'll have a margin in case we do actually encounter that turbulence. Apart from there, we do have moderate icing forecast up to flight level 170, so that's not going to be too much of an issue for us today. And then looking along the route towards the end over Canada, there is a little bit of headwind in there, but apart from that, there is no significant weather phenomena forecast. And finally, we can see that the tropopause, the highest tropopauses on the significant weather chart, are in the area at flight level 270, 240 over the Atlantic, even flight level 210 down here. So above the tropopause, we would generally not expect too much of a hassle in terms of possible turbulence. So that is what we can have a look at as the pilots. Also a quick look at the wind chart, because that's always worth having a look. So we can see that up here we'll have a little bit of crosswind, about 50 knots, and then we are going to pick up quite a bit of tailwind on our way across the North Atlantic. And it becomes very obvious why the North Atlantic tracks are lying so much to the north today, because on the way over on the south we would have a pretty strong headwind due to the jet streams down there. This, by the way, is a typical North Atlantic weather condition for the winter time, or for the end of autumn. So this looks like a pretty, let's call it, standard day for our flight today. One page in the flight plan is the ETOPS and equal time critical point of information. And we can see it's calculated on an ETOPS rule of 120 minutes. And this is the equal time points that we have calculated. And we'll cover those as we come along in the flight. Last look here into the vertical profile chart. We can see the way the tropopause goes in here as well. So that's once again an indicator for turbulence. And this pretty much matches what we're expecting with possible turbulence as well. And just to note it, it starts from the right and goes over to the left since we're flying westbound. It also has that terrain information down here, which can be really useful as well. Alright, that is pretty much the look at our flight plan completed. So let's actually go ahead and jump into our aircraft. And let's get this lovely A310 flying. So, as I said earlier on, we are planned with a gross weight, with 214 passengers, which is a full load for the flight. And the last thing we have to think about, we looked at the weather, we looked at everything, is how much fuel are we actually going to carry. And operations already gave us half an hour of extra fuel on top of our flight plan. So let's have another look into the operational flight plan. And this one I am going to show you right within SimToolkit Pro. So, we had a look at everything already. This is the flight plan that we have just calculated. And we can see that we're planned at 42 tons of fuel. So, that has pretty much taken everything into account already, including half an hour of extra fuel, as we can see up here. So I'm actually rather happy to go with the flight plan fuel. So make it 42.3 tons, because we do want to cover a little bit of APU usage. So 42.3, full complement of passengers. And since the latest IndyBuild update, we can finally actually type values in. So that's the beta update that I'm flying over here. So 214 for the fuel, we take 5 tons. That should hopefully match up the zero fuel weights. So we can see zero fuel weight now 102.3 versus in the flight plan we're looking at 104.9. So we're quite a bit lighter, but that is a good thing. So what we can do, let's just about match the zero fuel weight. So let's take a little bit more cargo actually. Let's take it up to about 104 tons. 104.2, that looks good to me. So we're taking a little bit extra cargo today. And then finally, for the fuel, we said we need 42.3 tons. So let's go ahead and load that one up. 42.3, confirm, and apply, and our aircraft is fully loaded. Alright, let's give the ever-dreaded program another chance. GSX, it's your turn. Request boarding. And we'll take handling by VSAG, even though that means our pushback tuck is going to be late. So that's about this for the planning. So let's go ahead. And there is one last thing for all the 310 pilots among us to take into account. If you are flying on the beta, set the IRS alignment to instant. Otherwise, alignment can easily take up to 1 hour time with the current beta, which is a bug, by the way. So, just be aware of that. And, Bonds, of course we will be flying on VATSIM. We actually have an event today, so we do expect full ATC along the entire route. Now, before we start, one final word here. And that is, up here. So, it's in German, unfortunately, but we are on a charity flight today. We are collecting money for the Cargo Human Care organization, and they are using their money to support an organization in Kenya aiding children down there. So that is the sense of our flight. That is what the entire argument and what the entire event today is based on. So there is a donation link right within the video description below. So up here we can see how much is donated already. It's not just me flying this flight today. It is planned by the International Virtual Airline Association, and there are quite a couple of others participating. So I'm asking all of you, we are doing this for a charity today, so if you want to contribute your part to this, I'm asking you for your donations through the PayPal link that you can find in the video description below. The goal for the donation is 1,200 euros today in total from everybody, and you can see the current amount in the top right of the corner. So I'm kindly asking you, if you're enjoying today's live stream, then do help out. Every little amount helps, even if it's just €1 or €2. Alright, so that's pretty much this. We're parking on the governmental apron in Cologne Bonn Airport. We can see the government terminal up there, and very shortly they will start bringing our passengers. So let's go ahead and fire up our flight deck to get things going. So batteries are on, wipers off, landing gear lever down, flap lever in agreement with the indicator, fuel switch is off, and weather radar is off. Okay. Let's fire that airplane up. Alright, so let's go ahead then. What do we have? We have the A310-300 CF6 engines. The database is current. So in it, we are going from Cologne towards Boston. We don't have a company route. We'll have to program it manually and align IRS. Okay, as said, the IRS has been set to instant alignment. So here we go. They are done already. Refueling is complete, so we can put the seatbelt on already. Hydraulics are off. Let's turn on that galley. Coffee is probably going to be the most important thing on such a long flight today. Right, fuel pumps on. Window heat on, probe heat on. The pressurization system is set into normal. And finally, we have a full complement of passengers who are just about starting boarding. Let's quickly say hello to them as well. And the pressurization system is set. Okay. So for the main panel then, let's have a look into what the current weather is. Once again, new feature with the beta update. We can finally get our weather. And we have 090 at 5, in light drizzle, 3 degrees, 1010, okay. So, alternate brake system test, put it to alternate, release the parking brake, press the brake pedals, check the brake pressure indicator, and most importantly, feel how the brake pedals actually handle. Then we can set it again and back into the normal position. Okay, landing elevation in Boston is pretty much sea level. Landing gear checked. TCAS into above. Rudder trim. Working and reset. Okay, so, let's recall all those ECAM failures. We only have a couple doors open, that's perfect. So, we do have sufficient oil quantity. We do have sufficient hydraulic quantity. Oh yeah, and the oxygen indicator is up here, contrary to the other Airbuses. Okay. So let's quickly go back and at least pretend that we would care about our passengers. Hello there. Oh, that's nice. Right, and the passengers are boarding back there. Right, we've still got a little bit of work to do with the FMC, so let's just about go back. And start with our FMC preparation. We'll have to do quite a bit of manual programming to do today, so let's start with it straight away. So let's see, we're going from Cologne to Boston. Our alternate is gonna be Providence. Come on. Too many messengers. KPVD. Insert that. No, we don't need a company route. Cost index today is going to be rather high. It's going to be cost index 80. As we will fly high-speed profile. Initial cruise at flight level 320. And the flight ID German Air Force 526. Temperature up at the top of climb. 8 degrees colder than standard. So that means we have minus 64 degrees. And the cruise wind, we'll take the average, 245 at 22. Yeah, minus out of range actually. Okay. Minus 6, 4, slash. Does it not take that? No, it doesn't take that. Interesting. Well, just found another bug then. Okay, for route, we will plan runway 14 left since we will be quite heavy and runway 06 is about 1,000 meters shorter. Papa 5 Foxtrot departure. Insert. Okay, then Vipper via Papa 64 towards Tenley. Lima 602 Spikebar. Then direct Godas. Mike 981 Notep. And November 97 Teller. And in case it doesn't like this one, I found it to do that when I did a trial yesterday. It's just about, see here, from Notep it's pretty much direct to Teller. So for some reason it doesn't like that, so we'll just enter Teller manually here. So, and then after Teller we go direct to Glasgow. Direct Gomop. And then via Nut Echo towards Janjo. Let's find those nut waypoints. So down here, Gomop 59 north, 20 west. That becomes 5920N. Then 6030N. Come on. Here we go. 5940 north. And 5650. And finally Janjo. So, for all of you currently asking questions about the North Atlantic operations, we will answer those in detail later on throughout the flight. And then we fly via November 558 Alpha towards Taffy. And finally direct AJ. And that leads us onto the Ocean 5 arrival towards Boston. So for now they planned runway 27. It's probably going to be something different, but let's just put it in for the sake of it. So insert. Let's just stroll through the flight plan, make sure that everything does look good indeed. You can go. And it tells us if we went off now, arrival at 1600 UTC, so that pretty much matches our plan. Alright, very good. Then let's go ahead with a little bit more of our planning stuff. So, we don't need this anymore. And LT Mortensen, Teller entered twice, Glasgow missing. Okay. Where is that? Oh yeah. Interesting. Why did it do that? I did put Glasgow in manually, didn't I? But very good spot, my friend. Oh, now put that airway in. Well, that's certainly got to be a bug. Well, doesn't matter. Hope I put it right now. Well, we'll see in a moment. So plant distance 3253, and in our flight plan we have a distance of 3252. Okay, so everything seems to be correct now. Thank you very much. Good spot there. So, in it, next page, fuel 42.3. Zero fuel weight, let's take it from here. We have 104.2. And 23% CG. Very nice. Then let's do a little bit of takeoff calculation. So, this is new as well. It can automatically detect the runway stage. Now, 3587 is intersection Alpha 5. The runway heading 137. Yep, the wind is now automatically uplinked as well. Takeoff weight, 146.5. I'm going to calculate with that and not subtract any taxi fuel, because it just makes it a little bit easier. Okay, flap 15, anti-ice, we'll probably need it, so let's calculate engine anti-ice and the air conditioning on. Okay, 49 degrees flex, 51, 55, and 59. So 159 in here, and finally for the acceleration and reduction we'll use 1500 each. That's what they want in Cologne. And that's pretty much the setup all done for. Last thing we can do is for the navigation, we'll take KIT DME and Vipa VOR. Alright. So, with all of that completed, let's go ahead then and do a departure briefing. Threats for the departure most certainly is that we'll have a lot of traffic going around, so, or rather a lot of traffic flying around. So, air traffic control might be a little overloaded. I don't yet know how well they are staffed. Well, actually they are fully staffed, very good. So, traffic won't be a threat then. Apart from that, we do not have anything special. So, quick route check then. We are doing Cologne to Boston, distance 1253 versus 1252 on the flight plan. UTC time 0858, altimeter 1010, reading 260, flight directors are on and the standby instruments set. Left to takeoff, runway 1 for left, flaps 5, noise abatement 2 with the with the backup at 1500. EOSID straight at 6 miles left to Vipa, hold 360 left turns, climbing to an altitude of 4,000 feet. Apart from that, what do we do then? So, emergencies above 80 knots are called stop for engine fire, failure, predictive wind chill warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly. If I call stop, I'll simultaneously close the thrust lever and disengage the auto throttle, apply maximum manual braking or verify operation of the RTO auto brake. Manually raise the speed brake lever, apply max reverse thrust. When the aircraft comes to stop, I will set the parking brake. And if you call stop, I will note the brakes on speed call. Speed brakes up or speed brakes not up, and thrust versus normal indications. I'll call 100 knots, 8 knots, 6 knots, and the runway distance remaining. Verify your actions, call in emissions. I call auto brake disarm, and select flaps 40 when the parking brake has been set, and advise ATC of the reject. We then identify the failure and carry out any drills as appropriate. If it decide to evacuate the aircraft, we do the evacuation checklist. Time permitting, we'll pull the CBRCB, and then we get out. If the call before we want to keep going, there will be no actions below 400 feet except to cancel any warnings, raise the landing gear with a positive rate. At 400 feet, verify heading, select and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, we're going to buck up and retract the flaps on schedule. And flaps up no light, select level change, max continuous thrust, engage the automatics, non-normal checklist, normal checklist, and then we decide on the further course of action. We are above the maximum landing weight, so in case we do need to do an immediate return, we will definitely need the fire services. So, let's talk about the taxi then. At least in a second, when the Navigraph charts actually agree with me to do that. Which they should do just now. Okay, here we are. So that's our flight today. Let's just synchronize the flight plan up here. And we are parking down here on the ramp 2 on the military apron. Our pushback is either going to be into the apron or onto Bravo. And then we'll taxi via Bravo, cross runway 1 for right, onto via Bravo, and then either Alpha 5 or Alpha 7 for our departure. The departure itself is the Viper 5 Foxtrot departure. Let's quickly talk about the conventional before we go into the RNAV version. The conventional is straight ahead on 137 until 3.2 DME. KBO is unoperative, but we've set KIT as per the NOTAMs instead. Then we do a left-hand turn 096, inbound towards Kola until passing Viper radial 176, and then a left turn onto the radial 163 inbound to Viper, climbing to 5,000 feet. Now let's have a look at the RNAV version of things. So, for the RNAV version. Let's do it like this. We are proceeding on the runway heading to 700 feet and then Delta Kilo 130, which is an overfly waypoint. Then left turn Delta Kilo 141, 143, overfly waypoint again, 144, 145, maximum speed limit 220 knots, which means we'll probably have to leave the flaps out until we've passed Delta Kilo 145. And then we'll proceed direct to Viper, and that's pretty much this part completed. Climbing initially 5,000 feet, which we have set up here. And speed max 250 below flight level 100 or as by HCC. Let's take a quick look. So they say clean speed is 246, so that's fine. Alright, do you have any questions about the departure briefing? No, very good. Then, very good spot there, George. Don't forget to set the flex temp. Yeah, that's 49 degrees, so let's set that quickly as well. Flex takeoff at 49. Very good spot. Thank you very much, my friend. Alright, so APU is running. We can get rid of the ground power. And it's been running for 2 minutes, so let's put the air conditioning on as well. Do let me know, by the way, if the sound of the aircraft is too loud or if it is too quiet. I have changed quite a couple of my audio settings recently. Actually, it would help if I turned it on at all, I just see. So, here we go. Sorry, my friends. But glad to see that 105 of you actually survived without the sound of my... without the sound of the simulator in the background. Alright. So, let's start with the checklists. Before start checklist, cockpit preparation completed. Signs on and auto, fuel quantity, we have 42.3 tons. Navigation checked set, landing elevation 0. Altimeters 1010 reading 250. Brake any skids, normal and on. Before start checklist complete down to the line. Alright then, time to grab our IFR clearance.
Lufthansa 13, we're ready for pushback. Lufthansa 13, push approved, facing north. Push is approved, facing north, Lufthansa 13.
Going ground, hello, German Air Force 526 at the military apron information Lima, request clearance to Boston.
Hello, German Air Force 526, info Lima, correct, startup approved, cleared Boston, Viper 5 Fox, left hand route, climb bias at 5,000 feet, squawk 2016.
German Air Force 526 is clear to Boston via Viper 5 Foxtrot departure, flight and route, climb bias at 5,000, squawk 2016.
German Air Force 526, lead by correct, startup approved, and for taxi tower 124,975.
Start approved 124.975, German Air Force 526 drop. Okay, 124.975, 2016, startup is approved, he said. So we have 5,000 feet, we have
make it Alpha 4, Echo Alpha 5 for the
and 2016. And the problem's hitting my buttons down here. Put that over to the tower frequency already. quickly pre-select the departure, and then we are ready to go. So 13525. You can close, my friend. The doors are closed already, very nice. So let's get our pushback ready. Yeah, we definitely don't need de-icing. Okay, prepare for pushback and departure. Okay. So while they are currently preparing, I would say there is nothing that prevents us from going. Cologne Tower, Drum Air Force 5 to 6 on the military apron, ready for pushback.
Drum Air Force 5 to 6, Cologne Tower, hello, pushback approved.
Pushback approved, Drum Air Force 5 to 6. Before start checklist below the line. Windows and doors. Closed, beacon on, park and brake, set. Before start checklist complete. Oh no, what are you doing again, GSX? We just stood there ready for pushback. Oh boy. Well, they seem to be almost ready, so I'm just not going to talk to Tower about that one now. Alright, here we go. Nose to the left. I think the way GSX works, we'll just go and quick edit.
Cologne Tower, yes, the München Cargo Airways, foreground Mike, holding position, 1 for left.
München Cargo Airways, foreground Mike, Cologne Tower, hello, wind 08, so the check, what's runway 1 for left, for takeoff, goodbye.
Here for takeoff.
I should not have requested a pushback
cargo
so early.
Mike.
I should not have requested it so early. German Air Force 5 to 6, sorry, we had a small problem with the pushback truck, but we are fully ready now. Is our clearance still valid?
German Air Force 5 to 6, clearance is still valid.
German Air Force 5 to 6, all drop. Okay, park and brake released, let's go. 8 minutes past the schedule, but we'll just have to live with that. Didn't they say they want to start pushing? What's going on now? Park and brake is off. Shocks are gone. Come on, GSX, you can do it. I trust you. Really, GSX? Really? German Air Force 5 to 6. Sorry, our truck broke down once again. We'll cancel the pushback for now.
German Air Force 5 to 6, roger.
What's that? Are you kidding me, GSX? Now I can't even set my park and brake anymore? Okay. Chocks in. That is unbelievable. What is going on now?
Tower Lufthansa 13 with you, runway 14 left.
Yeah, our parking brake is stuck.
Number 13.
Has anybody seen that
Tower,
before?
hello. Wind to right, 6 knots, runway 1 left, clear for takeoff, good luck.
Has
Takeoff,
anybody
runway
seen that
14
before?
left,
Any ideas on how we
Lufthansa
can get this aircraft to move now? Maybe I can help myself by just going into flu mode. Nope. Zip cut off. Nope. They can't be serious. I mean, come on. We haven't done all this preparation for nothing, have we? Let's see, maybe if we request another pushback, maybe it's gonna fix itself. Well, that is unbelievable. Guild, maybe press toe brakes, okay. Nope, makes no difference. Do we have brake pressure? Accumulator pressure 0. Well, that could of course be the problem. Let's put the electric pump on. Nope. Nope. Now we have brake pressure again. Ah, here we go. Okay. So let's try that once more. Maybe I should have selected Lufthansa Cargo. Maybe they're more reliable than this.
Lufthansa 13, we are airborne.
Lufthansa 13, after passing 2,000 feet, contact from radar 135, decimal 350.
After 2001-35, the small 35.
Okay, we will eventually get there. Ufra, now the question is, how did the brake pressure get down to 0? Well, I put the airplane into slew mode 2 times, so trying to get out of that customized airport editor, so that might be related. Okay, shocks are gone. Let's try that once more. Okay, GSX, how long until you're ready? Come on. I just said departure check completed. That normally means truck connected. Okay, use AutoSave quick edit pushback. Let's see if that's gonna work. Yeah, departure check completed. Now locking gear. Good job, GSX. Did they literally consult any pushback driver or any related crew at all when they developed that?
Tower, hallo nochmal, Airbus 72 Charlie, Inspection Tanker Runway 06. Airbus 72 Charlie, German Tower, Frankfurt again.
Okay, really?
Line up runway 06, backtrack approved. Line up runway 06, we don't need a backtrack. 72 Charlie. 72 Charlie, roger, and line up runway 06. Line up runway 06, 72 Charlie.
German Air Force 526, request pushback once again.
German Air Force 526, pushback approved, facing now.
Pushback approved, facing north, German Air Force 526. Okay, let's try. Yes! We go! Very good. So, that's 7 minutes delay on the pushback truck. Off block 0915.
Airbus 72 Charlie, wind 080 degrees 6 knots, runway 06, clear for takeoff, goodbye.
Runway 06, clear for takeoff. 72 Charlie, vielen Dank, ciao.
Tobacco World. Realism, the land pushback tug seems to me kinda normal. Oh yes, in Cologne most definitely. In Cologne most definitely. I'm gonna tell you a couple of stories of real life Cologne when we're en route. After all, we do have a little bit of time available today. By the way, guys, don't forget that we are doing a charity stream today. You can see the amount of donations up here on the top right corner. So, I'm asking any one of you who is going to enjoy this, if you could participate, even if it's just with €1 or 2 in the donations, then that would be very welcome. The PayPal link for the donation is in the video description below. And that money is all going to the charity organization. Nothing of that is going to stay with me.
Good Tower, good morning, Lufthansa 147 on Alpha 5.
Lufthansa 147, Köln Tower, guten Morgen, line up runway 14 left.
Okay, we're passing the red line, starting engine number 2. And 2. Oil pressure. And 1.
To ground. We have a good engine start.
Wow, we are even halfway on the taxiway. I'm impressed. Okay, let's start engine number 1. And 2. Oil pressure. And 1.
Lufthansa 147, wind 080 degrees 6 knots, runway 14 left, clear for takeoff, goodbye.
Runway 14 left, clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 147, tschüss.
Good start on engine number 1, clear disconnect, clear signal left hand side with a pin and heavy taper high. Might enter icing conditions just after departure. Let's put that anti-ice on. Little trim, 1.7 up. And what's going on now? Simulator stopped responding. Well, it is still working. That's interesting. Again, something not working? I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Standby 1. We're almost there. I did some test flights yesterday and everything worked 100% fine. And then today... always the same, isn't it? Let's try reconnecting that joystick. Working? No. Why is literally... the sim is still working, but my view is frozen at the point where it currently is. What is this? Look at that!
Tower, schönen guten Morgen, German Air Force 522 requesting pushback.
German Air Force 522,
That's like...
traffic behind you. I tell you that.
What on earth?
Roger, 522, danke.
Flight 477, turn off HAGS. What is HAGS? Hotel Alpha Golf Sierra, what is that? And where is that? F12. No, F12 isn't helping. That seems to be taking screenshots. This is unbelievable. Is it GSX once again? Can we fix it by killing the Throttle engine? Oh no. Now it worked. Interesting, it seems to have been the keyboard. The keyboard on the EFB. I mean, it happened when we clicked on the EFB. So it seems like the EFB has been causing that. Alright. Flight 477 hardware accelerated GPU scheduler, that is off already. But we found the issue, it was the EFB. I'm not sure what exactly in it, but that means I'm not going to touch it anymore. At least not for now. Maybe later on again. So, where have we been in the procedure? Ignition, NEIs, APU, spoilers, flaps, trim reset, and flight controls. Up, down, neutral, left, right, neutral, rudders, left, right, neutral. Okay, forgive me for taking the checklist from my iPad now and not from the EFB. So forgive me for not having the checklist on screen, but I think you will understand. After start checklist, pitch trim, set, rudder trim, 0, spoilers, arms, left flaps, 15, 15, decam status, check, anti-ice, on, hand signal received, after start checks complete. German Air Force 526, request taxi.
German Air Force 526, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 14 right, hold up Tango.
Taxi via Bravo, cross 14 right, hold up Tango, German Air Force 526. So straight out, cross the runway and then
German Air Force 522, when clear of traffic behind you, pushback approved, swing north.
After that, when traffic is clear, we're clear to push facing north for German Air Force 522.
Check. German Air Force 522 from 526, my apologies, had some simulated issues here.
No problem.
We're taxiing. Finally. We are taxiing. Reactionary, how do you donate? The PayPal link is in the video description below. And we are thankful for every single donation you guys make. You can see the counter up on the top right of the screen there, updates every 2 minutes or so. The goal is 1,200 over the course of the entire day from all the streamers combined. And I will talk a little bit more about the donation goals later on as soon as we are in flight. For now, let's talk about our takeoff briefing.
German Air Force 526, contact ground, 121, decimal 725, dispatch.
121, decimal 725, German Air Force 526, dispatch. Hello, German Air Force 526.
Willkommen zurück, German Air Force 526, holding point 1 for left via Bravo Alpha 5.
Holding point 1 for left via Bravo Alpha 5, German Air Force 526. Okay, so confirm clear to cross 1 for left. Affirm, clear cross. Strobe lights on, the approach is clear, and we can't see the sharing. Okay, so takeoff confirmation. It's going to be a lefty takeoff runway 1 for left, Alpha 5, flaps 15, takeoff speeds 151, 155, 159. Noise abatement departure 2, bucket at 1500, but initially it's going to be 220
Cross
knots.
2 once
So
clear
we'll
of
have to
the
keep the
company
flaps
310,
extended.
crossing behind left to right, push approve face north.
Okay, apart from that, we have no specials and engine out, anything straight at 6 miles, turn left towards Wipper, and then pick up the hold in 260 left turns, climbing to an altitude of 5,000 feet. Any questions?
Which way should my tail point?
Second.
Which direction should my nose point? North, right or left?
Okay.
North.
Clear the runway, drop by back.
Das wäre dann Nase rechts.
Auto brakes on, takeoff config, chest, and weather radar on. Before takeoff, checklist down to the line. Flight controls checked, briefing confirmed, slap flaps 1550, performance FMAs. So we have 49 degrees flex temperature, speed 51, 55, 59, and profile nav out. Decam status. Sorry. Takeoff config checked, transponder set, before takeoff checklist. Air Force 5 to 6 ready.
I think the block sheet feature are report ready, please, 5 to 6.
5 to 6 we are ready.
5 to 6, Roger, Tower 1249753.
1249753, Air Force 5 to 6 chasing. Okay, we'll just make the turn to the right to Alpha 5 here. Air Force 5 to 6 ready.
Air Force 5 to 6, Tower, hello, in wind to the degrees, 6 knots, runway 1 for left, clear for takeoff, goodbye.
Runway 1 for left, clear for takeoff, Air Force 5 to 6 just. Okay, confirm readback. Runway 1 for left, clear takeoff. Clear left, clear right. So we calculate max on. Take a seat for departure. Before takeoff, checklist below the line. Cabin, secure. TCAS. Tara, packs, on. Ignition, on. Engine ATMS, on. Before takeoff, checklist complete. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
German Air Force 522 requesting taxi.
German Air Force 522, taxi via Throttle,
right.
cross runway 1 for right, hold short of takeoff.
Taxi runway 1 for left via Bravo, cross 1 for right and hold short of Tango for German Air Force 522.
Cologne Tower, good morning, call signal 04, fully ready, 1 for left.
Right.
Quality and minus to the Vorfilm-Tag, guten Morgen. The wind today is relatively signal. Channel 1 for left, clear to take off, goodbye.
1 for left, clear to take off, 4904, thank you, bye-bye.
And acceleration altitude. Flap 0. Flying it a tiny bit outside the flight director here, because I'm not 100% sure how reliable that flight director is in terms of track keeping. And because I just think it accelerates far too slowly. Okay, 220 knots is speed restriction in the turn, so we are going to abide that.
Air Force 5 to 6 on radar, Moin identified, climb, minus 6 flight level 90.
Climb at the flight level 90, German Air Force 5 to 6. Set. 9. Okay, once again it did not sequence those waypoints correctly. Let's go direct 144 then. This is more or less supposed to be continuous turnless departure. So that track keeping is rather awful with the FMC there.
Just from Victor, unfortunately no further ATC, 1 to Unicorn 1 to 2, decimal 8 should blue percent.
Okay, set standard. Passing flight level 50, climb flight level 90. Flight director doesn't seem to be visible here as well. So I'll just about keep hand flying for a little bit. After all, it is fun to fly such a heavy airplane. This currently is 145 tons.
Target radar, good morning, call G905, passing 2,800 on the body 1 cubic departure.
Quality 905, correction 904, long radar, Moin identified, climb by the flight level 140,
Okay, so accelerate, flap 0. By the way, this is the reason why I left the flaps extended. You can see how the clean speed is 245 knots here right now. So, flaps up, no lights. Anti-ice off. It is permissible, according to the A310 AFCOM, to use the runway turn-off lights instead of the landing lights. That's why I've just put the landing lights off, because they extend into the free airstream, and therefore they do cause quite a bit of additional drag. Okay, we have 1 to go. Manual thrust. Then whenever we have a moment, let's read the after takeoff checklist.
Jump Air Force 5 to 6, unfortunately Düsseldorf is offline, 1 to Unicorn 1 to 2, decimal 8, schöne Reise, bis dann.
Really, Düsseldorf is offline for such an event. Okay, 1228, German Air Force 526. They promised us full ATC for this flight. Always, Düsseldorf. Hate those guys. Well, that means we can continue our climb as well. Normally 200 is what they clear you for initially over here. So profile, auto thrust, and then we can let the autopilot do a little bit of flying and read the after takeoff checklist. Flaps, flaps, retracted, landing gear up, neutral, packs, on, and altimeters, standard, after takeoff climb checklist complete. I do find that rather poor of Düsseldorf that they are not able to get a controller for this. At least for an event like this. Passing low 100, 10 checks. Looks pretty smooth to me. Seatbelts off. Also don't need any of those anymore. Well, but if they're offline, then let's go direct to SONAV. And we can also give ourselves a direct to the end of their FIR as well. Okay, so we are on the way. Just about 6.5 hours to go. Well, actually 7 hours to go. Alright. By the way, it's really nice to see that the amount of donations up here is going up already. That's the ultimate goal for today's live stream. So, if anybody of you has not donated yet, you are very much invited to do so. And yeah, as you guys say down there, the rest of Germany has ATC online. So it is, once again, the regional group Düsseldorf who is incapable. But that doesn't really come as a surprise to me. And you can see I don't really like those guys. Alright. Unique Gamer, were you not using Aerosoft, Cologne? Yeah, I have been using Aerosoft. And Unique Gamer, how long is the range of the A310? Well, yesterday I flew an 11-hour flight with it as a test to see if it would really hold up to its promises and to see how well the fuel usage was. So, in real life, normally we would get the oceanic clearance like an hour or an hour and a half before reaching the North Atlantic, so pretty much by the time we reach cruise level. On VATSIM, I guess nobody is going to be online by that time, so we'll just about have to live without that, but we're going to survive that. Alright, so I did promise you guys a couple more explanations earlier on, so how about we just go into that? And Varna, we need an A330. Oh yes, my friend. NG123 on takeoff. I recommend selecting nose wheel steering off in the EFB. That makes it easier to maneuver on the runway. That's a good idea, actually. Adrian wants the external view. Okay. Here we are. Leaving the sun behind us, and it's hopefully going to stay there pretty much all flight long today. So, what we can check already is the progress page. So the optimum is flight level 328, the maximum 336, and the cruise level planned is 320. So the cruise is a little bit below the optimum and definitely below the maximum. So it looks to me like 320 is actually a good level for us to take. So we are going to do just that and climb all the way up to flight level 320. It doesn't look to me like there is any air traffic control online over the Netherlands as well at the moment, so if there is nobody up there, we might as well give ourselves another shortcut. So let's go direct to a spikeable VOR. That's a common direct you would get in real life as well, like this. Of course, that means we're flying somewhat over the Düsseldorf departures, but at this time of the day, there's probably not going to be too many departures going up from there anyway. At least not in that sense. In real life, it would of course be a different thing. So, and we go all the way up, flight level 320, set, and we have 320 blue, that's set once, twice, and 3 times. At the same time, we are going to monitor 121.5. Here we go. Lovely weather, some nice views outside, and time to turn that EFB off. Max, Spikeable is mostly used as a rival fix, so your good traffic should be around level 70 at Spikeable. Yep. Elas 1, can you go to the cabin seats and show us the flight time? I don't really like to go outside the cockpit in the climb. The flight time, arrival is 16:30, I believe. Actually, we can just do it this way. Fuel prediction. Arrival time 16:43. Now that is going to change a little bit because the thing is not very good at wind calculations. But 16:43, that means we have exactly 7 hours to go. Once we're up in cruise flight, then I'll be happy to show you on the seat in the cabin as well. And Pack, you must do a charity flight to Ukraine. Believe me, when they have an event going on over there, I definitely will fly over to Ukraine. Max, yes I am, German Air Force 526. But you should not be able to find it on Volanta because I'm not using Volanta. I'm using SimToolkit Pro. Actually, we can give you a couple more flight information over here. So here you go with a little bit more information. And Captain Reed, can you pronounce the airline's name in German? Well, it's not an airline, it's the Air Force of the country, so it's Luftwaffe. That's how we say it. And Dabako, Ukraine was online a lot in the past weeks. Yeah, indeed they were. Unfortunately, on the one day where I did see an event at Kherson, I did just not have the time to actually fly there. But I really hope that I will find the opportunity next time. I know that Kiev has participated in the Cross the Pond, but unfortunately I had to work that day. So when they were flying Cross the Pond on VATSIM, I was flying Cross the Pond in real life. At least to the Canary Islands, as much as you can call that a cross the pond flight. Then, Casalba, do VATSIM controllers give oceanic clearance if they're online? If the appropriate unit is online, then yes. So, oceanic clearance is normally issued by Shenwick delivery on this side of the pond, or if you're a little bit further south by Santa Maria, or by Gander on the other end side, or New York, depending on where you are. And if you are using, if you see any of those controllers online, then absolutely they will give oceanic clearance. By the way, in about 15 minutes, once we're at cruise level and once we have prepared our operational flight plan for the rest of the flight, then we will have our special guest coming up. So in about 15 minutes we will have a real-life Airbus long-haul pilot who is going to explain to us a little bit of the North Atlantic operation that we are about to do today. So do stay tuned for that. We'll start with that in approximately 15 minutes, once we're at cruise level and once we have our aircraft settled in for the cruise. And Max, I mean it's ultra long haul to Gran Canaria. Well, you know what? My airline actually treats it as an ultra long haul as per the flight duty regulations. And Tobacco will then use 15 minutes for the tuck stories. Well, we might as well start, you're right on that. But you know what? It would actually be too long, because in those 15 minutes we still have to work our way across the flight plan. We still have to do a couple of preparations by the time we reach cruise levels, so I have a feeling I'll better not start with the tuck stories yet, because it will be a while, my friend. It will be a while. Nikolai, it's almost 500 euros on the donations yet. Yes, it is. As said, the goal is 1,200, so if any of you have just joined, we are doing a charity flight today. You can see the counter on the top right, up here on the screen. And we're collecting money for the good cause for helping children in Kenya through the organization Cargo Human Care. And you can find the PayPal donation link in the video description below, and even a single euro would help already. MG King, do I need an oceanic clearance when flying to Iceland, or is it only needed for flights to America? Normally when you're going to Iceland you would not need one, no. We have one to go. Vertical speed 1000. So I will explain you a little bit of the airspace structure in that area, or rather, our good friend Frank is going to explain it to you in a few moments. And Max, you work for Transavia as a ground handler, and it's funny enough, they see it as a normal route, even though it's 4.5 hours to and 4 hours back. Yeah, you know, it's interesting if you think about it, like a 4.5 hour flight to, let's say to Jordan or to Israel works like a normal route, but if you just go 1 hour further to Jeddah, then it is a long haul already. So the world can be strange at times. Alright, we're back in profile mode. We've reached our cruising level. So let's have a little look into our flight plan once again. So up here we should have topper climb. Well, that was planned for 240, so that's pretty much useless now. So let's take the data when we're overflying Spikeable. We should be there 25 minutes into the flight. Looking at it, we're currently 17 minutes airborne, so we'll probably be a minute or two early. But that is quite good. Then looking on in the FMC, they say optimum 330, max 338, cruise 320. We are going to stay down here just because of the possible turbulence, initially at least. And then NATEP, that is about where the turbulence starts, 10:30, so that is in roughly 50 minutes from now. Well, if it's in 15 minutes, we might as well do the step climb the moment we get there. Anyway, we'll just about keep it at that. Going on then, we would write the RVSM check down in the flight plan. So up here we have topper climb, and we'd write down the readings of all of the altimeters. So the left side would go on to 32,000. Then standby, the right side goes to the right side. Now, you might be wondering here, well, all the altimeters are showing the same thing anyway, aren't they? Well, the reality is that they don't. In Flight Simulator they do, but that is primarily because there are so many developers, or actually all developers, who don't simulate the inaccuracies of altimeters. So what developers usually do, and it seems like INI did as well, by the way, as far as I'm aware, any other developer did as well. They just take the altimeter reading from the Flight Simulator and they include that straight away in their aircraft and display that. But that's not how it works in real life. In real life, we need to carry out RVSM checks once an hour because the altimeters will not show the same. So you have certain tolerances that you may not exceed, for example 200 feet in flight on the primary altimeter. And in real life it would be very common that if the autopilot 1, so the left side is blind, then this one would be exactly at 32,000, as that's what the aircraft uses. But the standby usually underreads by approximately 150, 200 feet. So in the 737 at least, that is going to be different per aircraft. But I would expect the standby to read something around 31,850 or 31,800, so something like that. And in the 310, it wouldn't read exactly that value like it would in the 737, but it would also be under reading. So you would also expect something lower than 32,000. And then on the right side, you would get a more accurate reading, but it would probably not be 32,000 exactly. So in the 737 at least, we normally have altimeter differences on the primary and on the standby between 20 and 50 feet. And that makes it pretty easy if you are looking at photos of the primary flight display to tell if you are looking at the side that is master or at the side that is not master, because the non-master side is usually going to not fly exactly at the altitude that is actually commanded from the system, at like 20 or 50 feet or something in a difference. Now you may be wondering, why is that actually? Well, the reason for it is that the primary altimeters are equipped with air data computers, while the standby altimeter is not. And those air data computers, they do some very good calculations to give you a pretty accurate altitude reading, while the standby altimeter just doesn't have that calculations in the background, but they just show you the raw data that you're reading from the associated probe on the outside, or from the associated static probe. Now, when we are already talking about air data computers and altimeter readings, we also have to talk about RVSM, and that is going to play a role when we do our Atlantic crossing as well. We'll go into more details when Frank is here in about 10 minutes-ish, but for now, let's just suffice to say that the RVSM airspace normally starts at flight level 285, so above that you can apply reduced vertical separation minima, RVSM. In the old days, where air data computers were not that popular, from flight level 290 onwards you would need to apply a 2,000 feet separation. Now, that is something that is not commonly known in flight simulation world, so let me just explain it. Due to the inaccuracy of the altimeters above flight level 285, now it is a gradual change, but somebody had to set a limit somewhere. So above that level, the altimeters, as I just explained, would be reading different values all over. And now imagine you have an aircraft that does not have air data computers, like for example a 707, then the pilot flying's altimeter might show the exact value where you want to be flying, and the pilot monitoring's altimeter may show a 200 or 300 feet difference. And you have no way of knowing the exact altitude at which you are actually flying. So that means that up to approximately level 285, we can say the altimeters are still accurate enough to give you a usable reading, but from flight level 285 onwards, they are so inaccurate normally that a 1,000 feet vertical separation cannot be guaranteed if you just use a 1,000 foot difference on the altimeters. And therefore, above level 285, 2,000 feet separation is normally needed, unless the air traffic controllers come up with the so-called RVSM airspace. And in that reduced vertical separation minima airspace, we would be allowed to use a 1,000 feet separation, provided that all aircraft operating in there fulfill certain minimum requirements. And one of those requirements is that both aircraft, or that all aircraft, are equipped with an air data computer.
33 is lining up 36 left later.
Alright, we're just about overflying Spikeable VOR. We are 23 minutes in the air, have 38.9 tons of fuel, and our fuel used is 1,350 kilos. So let's have a look into the flight plan once again to see how that actually holds up. So we're passing Spikeable, we're supposed to be at 25 minutes, we're here at 23, but then again, we gave ourselves a small shortcut, so that's where that 1 minute comes from. We should have 38.1 and we do have 38.8, so we saved a little bit of fuel. Supposed to have burned 4 tons, which we can see over here, and we have actually burned, if we add those up, 3.4 tons. Now the last check we have to do, 3.4 from here, plus 38.8 from here. So that's 41.2, which is roughly 41.3, which is what we uplifted down in Cologne. So that's our fuel check complete, showing us that we have indeed used a sensible amount of fuel. Of course, the extra fuel that we're carrying comes from the fact that we burnt a little bit less on the taxi out, and we also burnt a little bit less on the route because we did fly that direct to Fokko. So our fuel figures certainly make sense. What we also have to do periodically in flight is to review all the systems in the aircraft. And let's go ahead and do that now. We're going to use our normal panel scan technique for that. So we start down here, go all the way up. Hydraulic reservoirs are normal, so we can turn all those off and use them on the ground to pressurize the brakes again. But we can certainly turn them off. See, that's why it's good to do these checks. A good pilot should have caught them on the ground as well, but you get the idea. Lights. You can put the strobe light on, even though in auto, when the air ground sensor detects that we are in air mode, it will come on automatically, but it's always a good idea to put it on manually, just in case the air ground sensors fail. Everything here is extinguished. Same goes over here, the APU is off, ignition off, the fuel system is indicating all normal. Going on further, pressurization system, let's have a quick look over there. System 1 is operating, it's set into normal. The the outfall valves are slightly open, which is what we would expect in flight. Cabin altitude about 6,000, it's steady at 8 psi differential. The rest of the box is extinguished, and the bleeder system and the air conditioning system all set to normal, and that's pretty much all that we need. Going further down, flaps are retracted, the brake indication is normal. Engine instruments are pretty much reading normal values for us. The thrust limit mode is on cruise, landing elevation cost is located at sea level, so it's 0. Going down here, transponder TARA, we've set the TCAS to below so that in case we do need to do a rapid descent, we will have our traffic information visible for us at any time. So let's can set the weather radar down. Let's quickly check all the different ECAM displays. We are supposed to do that periodically as well. So engine display, showing everything up normal. And on to the hydraulics, 3000 psi in each system. Each side is powered by the associated system, so that's all showing normal. Electrical AC panel, the generators are powering their associated buses. There is no cross feeding or anything going on in here. Onto the DC page, pretty much the same indications. The TRs are feeding their associated buses. The battery voltage is normal. Bleed page, same over here. The APU is shut off. The engine bleeds are powering the bleeder system, and that's about it. Air conditioning system then. Over here we have good temperatures, 23 degrees throughout the entire aircraft. Pressurization, pretty much the same that we just checked on the overhead panel already. 7.9 psi differential pressure is pretty much a normal value for the vast majority of airliners. 0 cabin DS, cabin altitude 5,720, that's good as well. Outfall valves slightly open, safety and vent overboard valves are closed. Going on to the fuel system, we can see the airplane is currently pumping fuel from the center tank down here into the trim tank. Now why is it doing that? The reason it's doing this is because the trim tank is obviously located further aft in the aircraft, and due to its location further aft in the aircraft, it means that the overall center of gravity of the airplane shifts backwards. And here's a small explanation. With a backward CG, you're actually saving fuel. Why is that? Let's have a look at the outside, and let's look at our aircraft. So, this is our airplane. Here we have the front, here we have the back. Now we have the trim tank somewhere here in the back, versus the standard wing tank, the standard center tank up here. Now let's imagine the different forces of flight. You have the nose and the tail, and the center of gravity is somewhere over here, somewhere overhead the wings. Now, the nose, of course, provides quite a lot of weight, and that weight wants to pull the overall aircraft downwards. Therefore, what does the elevator have to do? Well, the tailplane also has to exert a downward force, so that we have an equilibrium of forces between the front of the plane and the back of the plane. However, if we can now transfer the center of gravity aft, that means that more force is going to be applied from the front. And the elevators, therefore, since the center of gravity is moving, have to provide less downwards lift. So the elevators can then actually produce less downward moment, and thereby decrease the, well, to say it in an easy way, decrease the weight of the aircraft, because if the center of gravity is further off, the elevators may actually produce lift instead of that they have to produce negative lift. And that means that overall we need to produce less lift on the wings. Therefore we need less thrust, since we can fly at a lesser angle of attack. And that means that the airplane overall needs less fuel because it needs less thrust. And that's exactly what the system is doing here. It's transferring fuel from the center tank, which is located pretty much where the center of gravity is, towards the aft of the plane into the trim tanks. And therefore, with the center of gravity being further aft, it means that our airplane will need less thrust. We can see it down here, but the moment we went into the outside view, we had a center of gravity of 30.4, now it's at 31.2, and it's going further back. And unfortunately, you cannot really see it on the fuel flow gauges here because they are just not accurate enough. But there is a small difference in the amount of fuel that is being used when this happens. Then going on, APU, everything in here is shut down. Flight control page, everything is showing normal. All of the control surfaces are where they are supposed to be. None of the spoilers is extended. Doors, all closed, and the slides are indicating armed. And finally we have the wheel page, where the temperature indicators are all normal. Alright. So that concludes the periodic system checks that we have to do when we are flying along. Now I'm going to do one more fuel check when we pass Oxford, and then let's see if we can reach Funk and have a little chat with him. Alright, so, little introduction then, as we're approaching the probably most interesting part of the live stream for the vast majority of you. I will shortly invite Frank from the YouTube channel The Dude, who has done some excellent tutorials on the CRJs. And Frank is nowadays flying an Airbus long-haul aircraft on transatlantic routes regularly. And he's going to give us a little bit of insight into the North Atlantic operations that is actually going on these days. So, we'll invite him up in a moment. Just that, we have a quick look at the fuel once more over at Oxford, because I'm very sure that the chat we'll have with Frank is going to distract us a little bit from doing our regular fuel checks, so let's just about get that one done. So Roxat, we should be there after 37 minutes of flight time. Let me quickly bring that one up for you guys. Here you are. So Roxat, 37 minutes scheduled, 32 minutes actual, so we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, which is quite nice. 37.2 is supposed fuel, 38.1 is the actual, so 900 kilos more in the tank. Should have burned 4,906 and we have burned 4,007. So we are doing pretty well on the fuel checks. Right. With all of that said and done, let's call Frank and see if we can reach him. And of course, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. Standby 1. We will be there in a second. Here we go. Hello.
Hey, hello.
How are you doing, Frank?
Yes, hello, Amy. Good day. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes, well, doing quite fine, Amy. Thank you for inviting me to this live stream of yours.
You are very welcome, my friend. So,
Yes.
you know what we are doing at the moment. I did
Yeah.
give you a little briefing as well. Could just all of our viewers give me a quick audio check and tell me if you can hear everything okay before we actually start? That might take a little while. The live stream is like 30 seconds delayed to what's actually going on in the actual flight simulator and what we're doing in the real life here.
Yeah, I just noticed. But we have 84 viewers, so let's see. We need 84 OKs.
Exactly, 84 viewers, 84 okay. Sounds very good.
At the moment we have 0, so it's going well.
Alright, there we go. Looks like it's actually a little bit more than the 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So
super.
before we actually start off with that, just a quick reminder for everyone who's currently watching. We are doing a charity flight over here, collecting for the good cause for Cargo Human Care, who in turn are, well, I don't want to call it sponsoring, but who in turn are helping the school in Kenya where they try to get food for all the pupils. So if anybody of you who is currently watching this has not yet donated, there is a donation link in the video description below for PayPal. We see the amount on the top right over here. We are looking to collect at least 1,200 euros in total today from all the live streams from the entire event. And that is going to be used to finance bananas for the children over in Kenya in school, so that there's something to eat before the classes begin over there. The prices are estimated at 8 € per banana, so in order to support all the pupils down in Kenya, we're looking at around about 1,200 euros to cover the third of an entire year, which is the target for today's flight. If we can exceed that, any of that is also going to go right into the organization and will be used to cover that food for more time. So the third of a year is the minimum that we're looking for, but any additional money is going to be used right on top of that to extend the period of time. So thank you very much for considering the donations, everyone. And now let's go ahead and let's actually talk about what the majority of you guys is probably here for, which is our North Atlantic procedures, ETOPS procedures, well, EDTO procedures to be exact, but we'll explain all the differences in a few moments for you guys. So get your books out, guys, and I would say we'll let the lessons begin.
The lessons, oh my god. Did somebody tell you talk a lot, Amy?
Me? Talking?
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've been watching your live stream now 10 minutes and it's a constant Yeah, well, waterfall of words, but yeah, sounds good. You're doing fine.
So that's pretty much what you guys do when you are flying long haul in real life. I mean, you can't just do Netflix and chill, can you?
No, we do not do Netflix. No, we talk a lot actually. Normally we are with 2 persons on the flight deck, perhaps 3 if it's a longer flight. We get some visitations from the cabin, and we talk a lot. We talk about everything that is going on in the company, that's going on in the world. But as you also said on your Discord, we try to stay away from too much politics and that kind of stuff, because politics has no place in the cockpit. So we keep it about houses, cars, women, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, so let's see, we're talking for, what, like 5 minutes now, and we've already reached the women. Guys.
Yes, of course, that's typical airline stuff, of course.
Oh yes, oh yes. you don't even have to go long haul for that. I know that.
No.
We've done that.
Yes, but very nice. I saw you had some pushback problems in Cologne.
Oh yeah.
The usual does not work if you want to show something.
Yeah, exactly. Over the past couple of days I did so many attempts and everything worked fine, and then just today, when you're live, when you have 120 people watching at the same time, that's when things are going southbound.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, well, hey, Amy, just do as if I'm the cruise relief pilot. I've been in my crew rest area for the last 2 hours or so. I'm on the flight deck now. I have no idea what's going on. Inform me, what are we doing here?
Right, so, well, first of all, I hope you caught a good piece of rest, because I'm going to do controlled rest in a couple of minutes. Alright, no, let's get serious. We're currently cruising over the North Sea. We are estimated landfall in the UK in roughly 20 minutes time, and we have approximately 1 hour to go till we enter the oceanic airspace and until we're entering the OTS, the Organic Track System.
Okay.
So, from that on, the flight is running.
What track are we flying today?
We're planned for track Echo.
Echo, okay.
And
it's GoMove, I guess, huh?
yes, exactly. Echo via GoMove. Let's bring that one up on screen right now so that we can actually have a look at it. Now that would require everything to work up here, which it never does when you have to show it off. So here we go now. So
we have time. Yeah, I see it on my side.
Exactly, we have time. So that is our plan trip. That is our flight plan today. Maybe we start by having a look into the track message and everything that we expect to be using today, or would you start elsewhere?
Well, the most important thing after you start at your takeoff clearance, you put on the timer. I guess you did that also. How many minutes are we already flying?
Yep, we are 39 minutes in the air now.
Okay, because normally around 70 minutes after departure, we will get our dinner from the cabin, so it's very important to look at that time. You don't want to do anything else when you're about 1 hour and 10 minutes in flight, because at that moment you will get the food, and if we're eating, we're not doing anything. So, okay, we've got roughly 20-30 minutes to do all the important stuff. That should do it.
All right, I gotta keep that in mind. I need to tell my cabin crew next time when there's no food after 80 minutes.
Yeah, just as Cologne, they would love that. You really get popular fast.
Oh yeah, I'm very sure about that.
So let's see if I can get your screen up here a bit bigger, that I can see what you are seeing. But it's the same oceanic TMI as the real one, I guess, because I've got the real one here.
If you have TMI, where is it? 323?
Yeah, 323, I've got it here. And you have routing Echo. Okay, super. Yep. Well, first thing, where to start? You are flying the Echo route, that's a good thing, because you are planned on the Bravo route, I guess, which the 310 cannot fly.
Yeah, they originally wanted us on the Delta routing.
Delta even, okay.
Yeah, and starting from there on, we were planned the Delta starts at level 350, that would have been pretty high for us, we'll not be able to make that. And on top of that, they have the 5930 north point planned on the Delta routing, and at least for the moment I'm not aware of any way to put that into the A310-7C, because to my knowledge it does not support custom waypoint entry.
Okay, alright. Yeah, well, the first thing before we even start flying is we look on our flight plan to see what routing is filed. It's not that you will get that routing, but we just check it. And you have to check if the aircraft is able to do that. You also did that now with your A310. You cannot fly the half-degree waypoints, so you had to have another routing. If you look at your TMI, top part of it, you can see your routings, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, all the way to, Echo.
Yep.
And after you got the remarks. The remarks are somewhat interesting because if you read remark number 2, you see you have to have ADS-C and CPDLC to fly above flight level 29er SIDO. I guess your aircraft does not have that at the moment, the 310, so technically if you're in Cologne and you see that, you know, okay, I cannot even fly to the North Atlantic system. But that's the difference between real life and simulated life. You can now in the simulator, but in real life the game would be over in Cologne because remark number 2 clearly states CPDLC and ADS-C. If you have not have that on board or if it's broken, unserviceable, you cannot go.
Alright, the good news about that is that there is that tool called Easy CPDLC, so I guess in real life you can't just download the CPDLC app onto your iPhone and take it from there. Yeah, but in Flight Simulator we have the chances to do that. So for today's route we are CPDLC equipped, and since vPilot is constantly sending out ADS-C outputs to the VATSIM network, we are actually equipped to fly today.
Good point. The next thing would be note number 3, PBCS. Ever heard of that one?
Yeah. That's something that I'm not used to.
Okay, but you have heard of PBN, Performance-Based Navigation.
Yes.
Alright, PBCS stands for Performance-Based Communications and Surveillance. It's more or less the same, but it's not about navigation, it's about the communications. Meaning your CPDLC, meaning your HF, VHF, and also your ADS, C or B. And we have to have that for track A through Echo, so if you do not have PBCS, well, then it's also game over. We are just looking at this TMI just to see if our plane can, operate in this North Atlantic area today. Mm-hmm. So note 2 is important, note 3 is important, note 4 is standard. For strategic, lateral, offset, and continued procedures, refer to the net program. I can give you the link to that later, but the link is also there, I see. Slopping, many people know it. Can the 310 slop?
Negative.
Also, that's bad. But it's not a requirement to slop. Mm-hmm. And, well, what have we have? Note number 5 is just, okay, we've got a lot of cross-navigation errors because cockpit procedures are poor. We talk about it a little bit later. And number 7 and 8 are not interesting for us. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we checked that all in Cologne. We have everything we need for the flight, so we can accept the flight. I heard you already talked about our VSM. We also need that for the crossing, but we also checked that already on the ground and also in the air. So actually we have everything we need except one thing. We have to have HF, high frequency communications. Mm-hmm. Does your aircraft have that?
Well, my aircraft does actually have an indicator. Mm-hmm. So we do have the panels up here. However,
super.
However, we are not able to operate them.
Yeah, VATSIM does not do it, or
no, VATSIM doesn't do it, and we can't click the meter in the A310 because Microsoft Flight Simulator does just not support those radios.
All right. Funny thing about that, if you look into the documentation, it states you have to check your HF equipment on ground. And you are a pilot, you fly in Europe. I don't think your 737 has HF radios, or does it?
We actually have a couple 737s, like 20 of them, that are not AHLA certified, but we only fly them on the Tango routes. So, and personally, since I'm not located in a base where we would fly those, I haven't done that for a while. Like 5 years ago or something, when I did my line training, I did that not HLA certification, and since I never had to use it ever since, you know.
Yeah, okay.
The only thing I do remember is that it is a very good idea to always check the HF radios while you're refueling, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the best idea ever. That's the first thing we do. We check if refueling is going on, and if it is, of course, we just check every HF frequency we have. Transmitting is very popular with refueling, yes.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean,
folks do not
especially
do
if you
that.
do want to go home, I guess. If you've handed your notice, you don't want to fly anymore, then just do
Yes,
that.
yes, that would be a super idea. If you don't want to fly the flight, yeah, you can make it go away really quick.
Oh yes.
But the funny thing is you should check the HF on ground, and of course, like you just said, you should not do it during refueling, but nobody really knows how to check HF on ground nowadays, because we almost do not have any HF frequency in Europe or in the States, so how would you check it? And that's already also the answer, you cannot check it. So nobody checks it, but you should check it. But hey, normally we just check it as soon as we are really close to the North Atlantic airspace, and if you then notice, okay, it's not working, well, it's a bit late, but that's just what it is. It's really interesting. If you ever fly your plane with HF, try to ask the captain or somebody else, how do you make your HF check on ground? And everybody will say, we don't. That's one of those things where textbook and reality just diverge from each other.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do the check, but you cannot do the check. So what you're gonna do? Don't do the check.
So if you're about to do it in flight and it failed for whatever reason, then you are just about going to turn back, or are there any contingency procedures for that?
We have a few contingency procedures. Now we're diving really deep into the subject matter here, but if you want to fly into the North Atlantic area, you have to have 2 long-range communication systems. One of them has to be HF and the other can be CPDOC or satellite communication. If you have satellite communication and CPDOC, you could most probably fly into the North Atlantic, but HF is a requirement.
Okay.
But it's not that you should cancel your flight at GoMoop when you notice that HF is not possible. You can talk with the controller, you can talk with your airline, you can talk with your crew, of course, that's the first thing you do, and mostly you will find a solution to it.
Alright.
Yes, but well, to start at the beginning, we just talked about the checks we do on ground. Now we are in a flight, and I do not know if your listeners or viewers know about the North Atlantic high-level airspace, but I sent you a few pictures via Skype. Maybe you can pull one up. Is that possible?
Yep, absolutely.
The North Atlantic HLA, the 6 regions.
So just give me a second to get all of those up. It always takes my streaming software a little while to do that, but we'll be there eventually. Do you have any preference which of the documents you want first?
Yeah, you give me that figure 1 where you see the North Atlantic like the Earth with the 6 sectors. That's like the first one I sent you. Should be all the way on top. Not that one. One to the left, the other left. That one, yeah.
Alright, perfect.
Now we have to wait until it's on the stream, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Always takes a little while to get that stuff up, but it's just, you know, I am doing live streaming since not all that long, so don't be surprised if that stuff takes me a little getting used to.
Yeah. Well, normally, this point of flight, I get a bit hungry, so I start looking at that timer again. How many minutes are we already online or in flight?
We're now 48 minutes en route, so we do have a couple minutes left till
10-15 minutes until the dinner comes. That's good to know.
Exactly.
These are important things for a long-haul pilot. You are flying 8 hours, perhaps 12 hours, 13, 14 hours. You just chop these hours up in little segments. The first one is okay, we'll take off. The next one will be okay, we get settled onto our cruising altitude, and then we start thinking about dinner. If the dinner is done, we already got 2 parts of the flight behind us. The third part would be the clearance we have to have for the crossing, and we just go from there. Entry point, that's one bit of the flight. Further west is another bit. We just make the whole long flight in little portions, so it doesn't seem that long, and well, we have something to do. Okay, I just see that the picture
there we
is now
are.
up. Yeah, we are talking about North Atlantic crossings today, and first you have to know what is the North Atlantic. Officially, it's called the North Atlantic High Level Airspace. they changed their name a bit, but this is the final name at the moment. And it comprises of 6 OCAs, Ocean Control Areas. You can see them here on the picture. We've got Bodo, Reykjavik, Gander, Shenwick, New York, and Santa Maria. And today we will be flying into the Sandwich Oceanic area and followed at 30 west into the Gander Oceanic. And after the Gander Oceanic, we will join domestic Canada, domestic Gander, and that will be probably via some North American routing system, but I did not see your flight plan yet.
Yeah, it is. I just brought that one up for you as well over here on the annual chart in Navigraph, so...
Oh yeah, it's in November 558 Alpha, I guess. Yeah, that's a routing. That's a North Atlantic routing. That's also the reason why a N for November is standing in front of it. That's a sort of transition going from the Gander Oceanic into the Gander Domestic, and then further to Taffy, where we enter a normal system for the States.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice northerly routing you got there.
Yep.
Not bad.
Yeah,
Not bad at all.
if we look into the wind chart, we got the typical winter weather conditions with a really strong jet stream down here, a little bit further southbound between Newfoundland and Ireland. So up here we actually have a tiny bit of tailwind today.
Not bad. Yeah, I always thought when I fly westbound I have tailwind because of the whole jet stream thing, but I don't know if it's global heating or whatever, but during daytimes we almost have no wind up there. Crossing the North Atlantic westbound during the day, you almost have no wind at all. And if you're lucky like today, you got a bit of tailwind.
Mm-hmm.
In the night it's a bit different, but during the day almost no wind.
All right.
Interestingly.
Well,
all right.
So
But
climate
now
change
we
at
have-
least has a little bit of good then, in that it at least reduces the amount of CO2 emitted by the airplanes crossing westbound.
Yeah.
That's
every
the
pilot
way
in
to
the
see it, huh?
cockpit- Yeah, that's the way to see it. You also have to see the positive side of things.
Yeah.
But we have to really tiptoe around the subject now because we are getting into a possible political area now. So
True that.
as pilots, we will not talk too much about that because we don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do go there and you notice that the pilot sitting next to you has totally different opinions than you have. And well, after 15 minutes, the flight is not that enjoyable anymore. So we like to stay clearer there. It's like to.
Yeah.
All right, but we will be flying through Shenwick today and through Gander. Interesting part is on this routing, you will be flying partly into VHF airspace, meaning at the beginning you will still have VHF communications, but around 20 west, 25 west, it will be HF definitely. And that's for me the most interesting part about the whole North Atlantic crossing. It's the HF talking. Back in the old days, I don't know, you probably heard on YouTube a lot of HF audio clips. If you're flying in 30 west and you got some sun activity going on with solar flares, you cannot hear the other person in HF. You only hear static, and that makes it extremely difficult to communicate. And back in the old days, I feel old now, but well, not that old. But back in the days that we did not have the ADS, the automatic, let's go over again. Let's see, the automatic dependent surveillance, which stands more or less reporting data to the controller. You had to do a waypoint check. You had to tell them where you are, what your estimate is for the next waypoint. You all had to do that on HF. He did not hear you. He would say again, say again. You did not hear him. You would say again. And 8 other aircraft are also trying to contact him. It's really not nice. It was one of the things nobody liked about Atlantic crossings. But fortunately, nowadays we have CPDOC, we have the ADSC, so we do not have to do any position reports anymore. It's all automatically. And if we want to talk to somebody, we want to have a clearance to go right, left, low, or high due to weather or whatever, we do it via CPDOC, and that's really nice.
That's
But as
really
a
going to be
backup-
a huge improvement, isn't it? Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, please do interrupt. It's really
Alright.
it's a real improvement. Flying HF, and we've got a lot of HF areas around the world still. It's no fun because you're talking with controllers to get a clearance, to get a direct, to get a different flight level. And this is important stuff, of course. And if you cannot understand the other person because he has an accent, because he speaks a different language, because you have static on the radio, it's not nice. And two persons have to be have a listening watch in the cockpit. So if you hear climb flight level 410, you have to have a second person on board that also hears the message so that you do not make a mistake. And that also means the other person has to hear it. So if I can understand the HF controller, ATC, and the pilot sitting next to me does not understand it because his volume is too high or too low, or he just does not get the accent, we have to confirm it again, even that I heard it. I think I heard it correctly, but he also has to confirm it. So it's really a problem. And there CPDLC really shines because it's like WhatsApp in the air. You get your message and everybody can read it and there are no problems.
Yeah, I can really imagine that. Like, maybe a couple of our viewers still remember the Batson across the pond like 5 years ago or something, before they introduced their ADS-C simulation in that nobody had to do position reports anymore. Prior to that, we had so many people talking over one another trying to do position reports. Sometimes you'd wait for half an hour until you could get your report off. Then the controller says say again and somebody else chimes in and tries to put his report over you. I guess in real life it probably was not that chaotic as it was in Batson when crossing the pond, but I guess it got you the feel of it.
Yeah, definitely. But nowadays with CPDLC, easy going and no position reports anymore, also very nice. The only thing you have to do, because HF is still a backup means, you have to do a HF check-in with Shenwick radio, and he will give you a primary frequency, he will give you a secondary frequency. We have to have a backup for everything. And because we do not want to hear the static on the radio the whole time, we have to do a so-called cell call check, selective calling. And you know what cell call is, Amy, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. The question is if the viewers know as well, so if you might want to summarize it in a very, very easy way.
Well, the nice thing is about being a senior person on the flight deck is that you also can delegate stuff to others. So I would like pass that ball back to you and say, well, Amy, why don't you explain for the viewers what cell call is, so I can take a drink here.
And I thought you told me that I'm talking too much. All right, then the very basic version of cell call, at least for flight simulator operation, is that when you're logging into VATSIM, you have to enter that cell call code. And the code itself is, at least in real life, mostly located somewhere on a printout in the flight deck or whatsoever. For example, over here, if you look up here, our cell call code for this particular aircraft, Papa Sierra Alpha Hotel, then you do that cell call check with air traffic control, and then you're going to hear a sound like beep beep when they try to call you, and that is basically your wake-up call that, hey, put that headset on again, listen to the radios, they have something to say to you. And we are going to try that one out by the time that we get into the HLA airspace. And talking about which, we are currently approaching Tallaght, so we are in Scotland already. And I just saw that the North Atlantic FSS station came online in Batson, so we do have the station online. So should we maybe, before we continue with the rest of the explanation, go ahead and talk about how we can actually request our oceanic clearance, as that is what's next up in our flight as well.
Yeah, okay, Amy. We can request it by two means. The first one is the most easy one. It's again CPDLC. Everything today North Atlantic is CPDLC. What we should do, or what we do on this routing, you can call in, or you can make your request 90 minutes, like 1.5 hours before you are at your entry point. You can make a request for your clearance via CPDLC. If you do not have CPDLC or somehow there's no connection, that's always possible. You can do it by voice. Voice is again VHF. As you know, VHF has a range of about 200, 250 nautical miles. So you have to be in range of the radio station first. So that's normally half an hour before you are into the airspace itself. But as we have CPDLC in real life and also here in the simulator, this would be a nice moment to go to your CPDLC and hack in the data you want to ask the controller.
Sounds very good. For Watson terms, this is what we are going to use. So they have their system called NavTrack, which is the VATSIM system in use for CPDLC North Atlantic operations. So you will find that on the website navtrack.watson.net. You spell that November Alpha Tango Tango Romeo Alpha Kilo.watson.net. You go over there into the login, which is going to direct you into the VATSIM common lock-on system. And once you have authorized that, we are now getting right into our system. So let's go on to pilots and request oceanic clearance. And you must request your clearance at least 30 minutes before oceanic entry and not 2 hours beforehand and not on the ground. So let's go ahead and go on to the request clearance tab. So this is what it brings up to us. It automatically loads up some of the values from our current flight plan. So since it's a VATSIM system, it knows what we are doing at the moment. And therefore it automatically enters at least a little bit of the stuff over here. So let's go over the data that we actually have available up here. And let's try to figure out what you guys would be thinking about and doing there in real life.
Well, our interface looks similar, of course a bit different, but similar. The most important thing is first your call sign. You have to check that it's exactly your call sign. No differences there, it has to be your call sign, very important.
Yep.
Then your destination, CGN-BOS, okay, we also get that. And now the most important thing, more or less for us, the requested flight level. This is a time we start to look at the flight management system and check what is our optimum altitude, what is the altitude we can expect, what is the altitude we have filed, because you want to fly as high as possible. The reason because you want to fly as high as possible is of course because of the fuel flow. You want to have as low a fuel flow as possible. So higher is better, but you cannot request too high because your aircraft must be able to fly that level. If you say I want to fly level 390, for example, and you cannot make 380 at the entry point, or 390, you got a problem. Because your clearance, the one you will get, it will state a flight level, and that is the flight level you gotta have at the entry point. So it may be that you want to fly in 350, for example. At the moment your aircraft is only able to do 330, then you have to calculate a bit with fuel burn from okay, it's taking 30 minutes, 1 hour until I am at the entry point. Will I be able to make that level that I'm requesting? Because you do not want to fly too low. You don't want to fly too high. So this is an important part where you have to check the FMS and have to check a bit of common sense and experience what flight level will be possible.
Alright,
so
what
do we have in your case?
So that's what we have on the FMC up there. We have an optimal level of 335 at the moment, the maximum is 343, and we're currently at 320. So based on experience, this increases maybe 100 feet like every 8 minutes or so.
Okay.
So let's
how long do we have to fly until we are at the entry point?
So we're estimating go at 1109, which is in exactly 30 minutes now.
Okay. And then the question would be, what flight level do you think you will be able to maintain?
Yeah, we'll not be able to reach level 350, so 34 is going to be the maximum for us.
Yes. Another important thing for this is, we stated, okay, we want to have 340, but we have to check in our TMI if we are able to fly in 340. So we have to bring that one up again, look at route Echo and see what flight levels westbound are possible for this OTS at the moment.
Alright, so here we are in the TMI once again. By the way, for those of you who are wondering, you can find that at the end of the flight plan usually, just before all the weather and the note and stuff from a sim brief. So here we are in the track message, and we have track Echo, and west levels include 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes, so now we know, okay, 3-4 is possible, the next will be 3-5, then 3-6, 3-8. So, alright, we can request flight level 340, and most probably we will also get it. So in our CPDLC request, we can put flight level 340.
Alright, that's in.
Alright, where do we have it? There we have it. The next thing is the max flight level. The controllers like to know how high you can go. If 340 is not available, for example, they would like to give you something higher instead of something lower. So they also ask you which maximum flight level can you reach. You don't have to enter that, but you can. You are just helping yourself and the controller if you're entering anything there. Because if 340 is not available, maybe something higher is available, but it will also be painful because we want to fly in 340. Of course, we would like to fly higher, but we cannot. We just seen it in the FMS. But maybe if the weather is good, we do not have turbulence, we could also accept 350. Now this is a thing we have to discuss in the cockpit with the pilots. What will we do? Will we say our maximum flight level is also 340? Or do we say, well, as a backup, as a plan B, we can take 350 because we do not want to fly lower than 340, because as you have seen in your track message, there is no organized track system below 340. So if the controller tells you, okay, 340 is not available, and you tell them, well, we can only do 340, then he will most probably say, okay, sorry, you will not get any clearance because it's just not possible. So in this particular case, we have to talk about, can we maintain flight level 350, yes, no. And that's then my question to you. Would 350 be possible?
Well, we're indicating maximum 343 at the moment. I expect this to come up maybe by 3 or 4 levels, so 347 is going to be the maximum we'll have at GoMo. So no, it's not going to be possible.
But you can trick the FMS a bit. For example, in your init page, did you put a cost index there?
Yes.
And which cost index would that be?
80 at the moment.
And normally if you would put in 40 or 20, you would also see that your max altitude would increase.
So let's give that a try. Let's put in 20. But it stays unchanged. Probably a limitation of Flight Simulator here, because that cost index stuff is usually, well, not very sophisticated in Flight Simulation. So those little tricks that you can't do in real life
does not work here.
No. Now that's a point where I would probably better have chosen the BBJ for this one, so the PVD 737. That one would have wanted it, but with the 310 we are not able to do that.
What you can also do before we start our dinner, because we think it's dinner time at the moment.
Yep.
But what we can also do is check into your flight plan. What is the tropopause and the temperature in flight level 350, and put that in the FMS.
That would be a very nice little trick. I can already tell you that it's not going to work in the simulator. But okay. According to the flight plan, if you just have a quick look over there, we would have it over in the data block. So over here we have GOMOP, and we see that the temperature is outside. Well, the tropopause is level 369, and we have a deviation of minus 2 degrees, giving it minus 55 degrees OHG. So let's give it a try, see what is going to happen. In the meantime, that airplane is turning. Let me quickly check where. Right, that looks right. So what we could do is minus 55 slash 369, but I don't think this is actually simulated. No, it's not.
But those are tricks you can do in real life, because in this particular flight you are doing now, you really have a problem. If you do not get flight level 340 and you are unable flight level 350, then you cannot fly the track system. And in real life we would really be scratching our heads at the moment, and we will be talking about the fact, can we fly flight level 350 if 340 is not available? And yeah, you can check the temperature, you can check the tropopause, you can check the cost index, you can do some tricks to see if it works or not. You have to have a bit of knowledge, of course, about your aircraft. If you lower your cost index, normally you can fly higher, but you will also fly slower, of course. And this means that you have to request a different Mach number than the one in your flight plan. That's all a bit advanced. We will not do that all on this flight, but it's not just simply putting in some data into your CPDLC request and everything is fine. as the viewers already notice, there's a lot of thinking going on here. Normally it's not a problem, but in this case I'm really a bit, thinking about what happens if we do not get 340, because we may get 320, but I don't know how many extra fuel you have. We cannot name it extra fuel anymore since 2 weeks or something like that. It's now discretionary fuel, but okay, that's another topic. But what is your extra fuel, Amy? What do you have?
Yeah, we are running with half an hour of extra fuel at the destination, and looking into our operational impact section from the operational flight plan, we can see that if we do fly 2,000 feet lower, then let me quickly bring it up for you guys. So in here we have it, if we do fly 2,000 feet lower, we're going to burn 500 kilos extra, and we do have 2,300 kilos extra on board over here.
But as you see, this is the most, or this is one of the nice aspects about long-haul flying. When you were in Cologne and you were doing your flight planning, you said, okay, I'm looking at the weather, but you don't know what the weather will be exactly in Boston. Maybe you don't know what the traffic situation is in Boston at the time you will be landing there, because you're not that often in Boston. And yeah, you more or less think up a extra amount of fuel, and at that moment you also have to take in account what happens if I do not get my level during the North Atlantic crossing. And it's not just saying, okay, I want to have 30 minutes in Boston as extra fuel. You also have to check what you just did, what is the fuel burn more if I fly 2,000 feet lower, and then you have to have some experience to feel in your gut, do I need these 500 kilos? Yes, no. And that's always an interesting aspect. And the whole long-range flight, we are always checking the fuel. Is it enough? Has something changed? Did we get our flight level? Is the wind the way it was? Is the ESA deviation the way it was? Because there are so many parameters that have an impact on your fuel flow, and hence the fuel remaining when at destination. That is always in our mind.
Yeah, that is stuff that you really only marginally get to think about when you're flying a 737 on short to medium haul. Because for us, if we get a lower level, we burn maybe 30 kilos extra fuel. That doesn't really matter. But of course, if you're doing that for like 10 hours or so, even 5 hours crossing the pond, that has a totally different implication on the entire flight.
Yes. And as with every airline, you have pilots that want to take 1 hour extra fuel. You have pilots that say, no, it's too bad for the environment, or it costs too much money for the airline. Let's take just 10 minutes extra fuel. And that's always the game. Okay, what are we going to do? Of course, we can take only 10 minutes extra, but if we do not get our flight level during the North Atlantic crossing, well, we've got a problem. And you can uplift those problems away by just take a lot of fuel. But of course, there is a limit somewhere. You cannot take like 1 hour of extra fuel just because you want to have your dinner now and you do not want to talk 5 minutes about what is our max altitude.
Yeah,
but definitely. Those are the real problems flying long haul.
Yeah, so talking about times and having dinners and everything, well, we don't quite have dinner, but we are already only like 20 minutes away from our oceanic entry, so I have a feeling we should slowly start finishing up the clearance so that they get our clearance request there.
Yes, very well. Then I would say max flight level, also 340. Let the controller know we are not able to go any higher.
Yep.
So he really has to do some thinking for us. He should put the Air Canada flight or whoever is flying in our area, flight level 350 instead of us. And the requested MAC number, that should be the one that is in the flight plan.
Yep, so for the flight plan, if we have to go there, we can see that we are requested to fly this one at 0.80 for the entire route. Have that up here, cruise system 0.80.
Okay, in real life, this is everything you do. You also have to put in the address, the Oceanic Center you want to contact. Shenwick, it's EGGX. That's not necessary here with FETSIN, but that's also an important thing in real life, that you put your request into the operational control area that you want, that you do not talk with Gander about a Shenwick clearance. But that's real life. And what you have now on FETSIN, requested NAV track, that's not real life because they have your flight plan. They already know what you requested. You requested not tracking echo.
Yeah.
Here we have to include echo. Random routing. You don't want to have a random routing. And the entry fix. Yeah, well, that's also important. Let's see, what is it for echo? It's Gomup.
Yeah. It's Gomup, and the FMC tells us we're estimated to be there at 11:08, so let's put that in.
Yes, the best thing you can do here, if your FMS says 11:08, just say 11, what does it say? Yeah, just make 1 minute more, 11:09. Because it could be that 11:08 is actually 11:08 and 85 seconds. And if you have a bit of poor wind, then you already lost a minute. So just go a bit on the safe side and just 1 minute more. All right, 11:09. And the current TMI, you only have to say that if you do voice. You do not have to say that if you have the CPDLC option. But VetSim wants to know 323.
Yep. Right, so we put 323 in there. And that is pretty much it, is it?
Yeah, I'm reading in the chat, and CPDLC, you need to put the address in. Is that correct? Do you have to put an address in somewhere there for your request?
No, that I believe he's referring to the real life over there, talking about CGN.
Yeah, then submit the oceanic clearance.
Right, the only thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add a free text saying sorry for the late clearance request. Because we are only like 20 minutes away from the entry point now.
But I can tell you that happens a lot in real life, because you are talking about women and other stuff, or eating your dinner, and you just forget all about your CPDLC clearance to Shenwick. So nobody says sorry, because it's more or less implied that you forget about it.
Okay. One change I just see when I'm trying to send it up is there won't be a Mach number in 3 digits, so 080 without the decimal. So let's set that off. And you even need to request a nut. Ah, it forgot that. Okay. So, and it just changed all my... Oh god. When the thing gives you an error, it changes everything back.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see that guy accidentally requesting 2 bars over the crossing. Might have been me. Okay, so let's check once again. German Air Force 526 to Boston. Requested 340, maximum 340, requested Mach number 080, on track echo, entry Goma 1109, TMI 323, sorry for late request. That does look good, doesn't it?
It does look good, and also in real life we both pilots or three are on the flight deck. We check that before we send it, just to make sure mistakes like this do not happen. So it's also very important to double check it.
Alright, perfect. So, the request is sent.
Lovely. Normally you would get a message back within 1 minute stating that okay, your clearance is received or your request is received, and if you do not have any clearance 15 minutes before entry, you should call them by voice. I do not know if you got an automated message like that here on VetSim, but now we would be waiting on that message from Shenwick saying okay, we got your request, we need some time to think about it.
Alright, perfect.
Okay, how many minutes do we fly? 1 hour 15. Okay, definitely dinner time now. But we did the most important stuff, so in real life we would start eating now.
Alright, perfect. So unfortunately I still have to wait for Delivery Hero to open up today.
Okay.
But at least for that purpose, how's it going on your side? Is your wife done with the dinner already?
Well, yes, here, well, no, in real life we have dinner in like 5 minutes, but I guess today I will get it cold. No problem.
Are you absolutely sure about that? We could, of course, just defer the continuing.
No,
you're sure? You are sure?
Oh, okay. What do I see here in the chat? Greetings from the Netherlands. Yeah, oh, goedemiddag. And who is the Dutch guest? Yeah, my name is Frank, and I am also known as the Dude. I've done some videos for Aerosoft like 1 year ago about the Canadair. I flew the Canadair real life in some previous life, and Aerosoft asked me to do a video tutorial about it, and I did. It was well received, but I can also say it was pretty difficult to make because the Canad Air at the moment that I was making those videos was still in beta. It was unstable, and it took a lot of reshots to get the videos going. And but it made a lot of it was fun. But maybe all my voice from that, or you have heard my voice in real life, because I have heard that my voice is pretty non-standard, to say the least, and people recognize me on frequencies. I've been flying in the States, and a center controller was asking me, "Hey, are you the dude? I know you from those videos," and it's always nice. I hear that like once every month that somebody recognizes my voice from Aerosoft or the videos I'm making, or was making for that matter.
Why did I never recognize your voice on the radios yet? I mean, it got to be the quality of the speakers in our 737, so...
Yeah, I think you're just flying something differently than I am. Normally I'm just flying in your part of the world for like 30, 60 minutes, and then I'm somewhere where your 737 does not fly, so on a 12-hour flight you will not hear me for 12 hours or something like that.
True that, true that.
But maybe in the near future, I don't know if you want to talk about it, but it could be that we will be hearing a lot of each other on the North Atlantic.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, I did kind of talk about it on my channel yet, so for those of you who don't know yet, I am changing on the A330 as well, but that is still for the future. So it's going to be at some point next year that I will change from the 737 to the A330, and I'm really looking forward to that. So lots of interesting information for me here as well. Like, now I know that I cannot just bring the iPad and Netflix, so I can save that space for maybe taking photos or something.
Yeah, photos, yeah, you can take, but if you look outside in your flight simulator at the moment, you see a solid overcast, and North Atlantic crossings are actually 80-90% solid overcast. You do not see anything. At the moment you're doing a day flight, so you would be able to see something, but it's always an overcast. If you're lucky, you will see a bit of Greenland. If you're very, very lucky, you would be able to see a bit of Iceland, where you are routing over Iceland, but normally this is also the real-life view outside. You just see an overcast, and it's actually 4 or 5 hours of boredom when it comes to looking outside.
Oh, I see. So I better talk to my future boss to tell him to hire a couple by a little cabin crew.
We'll not go there. That's like a bit too much me too.
Yeah.
And we're back to politics again.
Yeah, true. That's how quick it goes. That's how quick it goes.
Yeah, normally we're eating at the moment, at least at my airline, and we are waiting for that oceanic clearance to come back to us. And that's the only thing we're doing at this moment. Okay, we do some fuel and time checks when we pass a waypoint, but at the moment we're all happy because we did our clearance thing. That was the most important thing we had to remember on this flight. We already put it out there, so now we just have to wait until we hear something from the controller. And that will actually be our next point of interest.
Alright, so seeing that we are currently just about 80 miles from Gomel, yes, we requested that clearance a little bit late, we requested it only 6 minutes ago, but I'm thinking about it, it might be a good idea already to just give him a call and maybe just have a little chat with him, see if we can expect any major changes.
Yeah, do that, and when you are doing that, you can also put up that file I posted on the Skype. It's called net clearance. Because of the 30-second delay here, you can talk with the controller, and then people can see what I mean in like 30 seconds from now.
Alright, that is a good idea. So, file called net clearance, let's find that one.
No. Or I did not send it to you, or did I? Let's check.
At least, unless it's been one of the links that you've actually sent me from ICAO.
No, it's not a link. Let's check. It's the last file I sent.
Give me a second. We just have a lovely wind shift here, bringing us right into another speed.
Ah, super. Can also happen in real life.
Yeah, but usually not including a 700-foot altitude loss just straight away, does it?
Not really, no.
The lovely differences of flying in flight simulation. Now wait for it. We're currently gaining that altitude back and losing a little bit of speed. I tell you, that wind is gonna shift straight back in a few moments, and then we'll lose like 30 knots of speed, and all of a sudden be too high.
And the first thing you will do is put on the seatbelt signs.
Oh yes. At least it's happening the right way. So we're losing altitude while we're gaining speed, and the other way around. So it could be the same way around, that we're losing speed and losing altitude. But well, we're no French after all.
Again, politics.
Yeah.
We have to really be careful here, tiptoeing around the topics.
Yeah. Well, okay, so one more look into the message history, but we have not yet received anything there yet. So 60 miles from Gomez, I think that's a good moment to actually call that oceanic delivery. 127 is 165 at the frequency here in Bampton.
.350, maintain Mach 0.78.
Clear that 6, 1111 Zulu, and maintain decimal 78, EG8507.
EG8507, read that correct. Return previous frequency, report over Essex at frequency 131.9.
Report over at 6 at 131.9, EG8507. Thank you, bye.
Shanmaker Oceanic, good morning, German Air Force 526.
Last station, standby.
This is exactly like real life. You call, nobody is there.
To be fair, he did answer a standby. I think due to the way that we're communicating over Skype, you cannot hear his answers right now.
Okay.
But if I'm putting him on speaker, then my microphone is going to pick him up. That's seriously degrades voice. Okay, so he's just answered. German Air Force 526, we are 50 miles from Gomez. We requested a clearance request by NavTrack. Have you received it?
526 at the moment, I don't see your request. Oh yeah, I have received it now. You can check the system, you will receive it back in 2 minutes.
German Air Force 526, roger, thank you. Okay, so he said he just received it right now, so he told us just to wait for the clearance on NavTrack, which is going to come in 2 minutes time. So
okay. Then what we could do in the meantime, if you could find that last file I sent to you with Skype and put it on the screen.
Sure thing, standby one.
The file is called net clearance. Yeah, that's the one.
Perfect.
This is a real one from a few years ago already, 2019, but I was looking for one I got that's also flying to Boston.
Oh, I see.
And this is a photograph of a ACARS printout, essentially. But this is the way we get our clearances from the Oceanic Center. And I just blocked out the call sign and the aircraft registration, so we do not give away for what airline I'm flying for. But this is what a clearance will look like. I don't know, is it already available on the stream?
Yes, it is.
Can the people see it? Okay. Yeah, we can talk a bit about it. We have a timestamp. You can see it on the top right corner there, 9th of June 2019. And it's a clearance from EGTX, that's Shenwick, and it's clearance number 752. If you have to talk to them over voice and they ask what clearance do you have, you can say, okay, I have 752. So you do not have to call out the whole GoMoop, Net Bravo, blah blah blah, just clearance 752, and they know what you're talking about. Alright, we are clear to Boston, CBOS via, and now it comes, the entry point, it's very important, GoMoop, the same one as you have on your flight now. It's a Net Bravo on the 9th of June, and you have your waypoints. You always have a 20 west, a 30 west, a 40 west, a 50 west, and then you get a waypoint that connects you to the North Atlantic track in this situation. Then they say from GoMoop, we have to be there at 16:23. We have to maintain flight level 360, and our speed be 0.82. And ATC level change just means if we want to have a level change, we have to contact ATC for that.
Alright, so as we've just about received our clearance over NavTrack, so let's, since we just viewed the real one, let's go ahead and have a look at the VATSIM one right now. And sorry that I'm pushing a bit there, but we're 25 miles from the entry point, so...
It's all good, of course.
Perfect. So, we have it up on the screen right now, and that is what we've just gotten from Shamwick delivery.
Yeah, looks something familiar, huh?
Yeah, that certainly does look somewhat familiar. If we put the two next to one another, then yep, that definitely looks familiar. Alright, so we are cleared to Boston via GOMOP, not Echo. Maintain level 340, Mach 0.80. Report of a GOMOP with flight level Mach number on 131.9. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do right now, because we are so close to GOMOP already, I am right that we have to overfly GOMOP at level 3402. We'll just about start the climb right now. Set 340 blue and level change. Right, so we're just about starting the climb right now.
Did you have a clearance for the climb?
Well, we didn't have any controller online here, so we were flying on uniform airspace.
Alright. But normally that's a big thing. You cannot go to flight level 340 just because the clearance says it. You have to get it from the controller in the airspace you are flying at the moment, of course.
Yeah. So to put that into relation for all our friends watching here right now, normally what happens, even I know that one, at least I hear it occasionally on the radio happening, so chime in if I'm saying any BS right now.
Yeah.
Normally what would happen is the controller would ask the aircraft if they have received their oceanic clearance yet, and if so, what the oceanic level is, and then ask them, do you want to climb straight away, do you want to climb later on? And
yes, yep. Correct.
Alright, so I've actually been right for once. Who would have thought that?
Yeah, for a short-haul pilot, I'm really surprised that you hear stuff like that, because that's exactly the way it goes.
Alright, yeah, I guess that's one of the good things when you're flying to all those Spanish beaches and islands all the time. Well, alright, so, to be entirely sure about that everybody has gotten that one right, because we kinda, you know, basically, when you get your oceanic clearance from VATSIM, even though it says you're cleared via flight level 340, it does not automatically clear you to climb to flight level 340.
No, it's just a clearance.
Yes, it's just your oceanic clearance. If you are currently under ATC control, then you still have to ask your domestic controller for a climb to that oceanic flight level that you have been cleared to. Alright, so we are currently approaching GOMOP, and of course we have to do a couple of things when we are overflying GOMOP. The clearance told us we have to contact North Atlantic FSS on 131.9, and that is of course a VATSIM station and not like a real life station, but 131.9 is our frequency, so let's go ahead, give them a call as we're overflying GOMOP. And the one other thing that I'm quickly going to do is write down our overflight time. So we've been here at 11:09. We have 33.3 tons of fuel, and our fuel used is what's that? 8.95. All right, so just about trying to save that data in case we do run into a couple longer explanations.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, so let's go ahead and check in with Shamwick. Now, here VATSIM is a little bit different than real life, I guess. So what would you tell them in real life?
In real life, I would call them, say we are at GOMOP, flight level 340, and just check in, so to speak. He at that moment will say, okay, I've got you on radar, because at that stage you're still under radar control, and he will give you a HF frequency to contact. This would be Shamwick radio, And on this frequency, HF frequency, you will get your primary and secondary frequency and your cell call check for the remainder of the flight, because in about 30 minutes from now, you will not have any VHF reception anymore. So when you talk with the person you are now calling, you will not be able to talk to him in about 30 minutes. So you have to make a connection with a HF station before those 30 minutes are over.
Alright, perfect. So, once the current call that we hear ongoing right now, I guess we'll just about say hello. And we tell them our flight level, the position that we've passed, and I guess for facts and purposes we can, in the same message, just request our cell call check straight away, can we?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you should first contact him. Yeah, just contact him.
Okay. Shamrock Radio, good morning, German Air Force 526, flight level 340 overhead, over. Oh boy, welcome to Batsum, and somebody starts making a position report.
Yeah. In real life, you would just make your initial call and also say the frequency, the HF frequency you are on, because the controller or the radio operator is here listening in to more than one frequency, so he needs to know which frequency he has to listen to. So your first call is always the call sign and the frequency you are transmitting on.
Yeah, I see.
Not everybody does it that way, but it should be that way.
Okay. So we'll just about give it a few moments then until he's done with his call there.
Yeah, and if you have him on the phone, he will give you a primary and secondary frequency, and you repeat that, and then you ask for a cell call. And he will say stand by for the cell call. You have to put those frequencies into your radio tuning unit, or whatever it is called on the 310. And one more thing, do we have time to speak about it, or are you waiting?
Yeah, someone just starts with another position report, so I guess
nice.
I guess we have plenty of time.
When you put in the HF frequency into your radio unit, you must select the transmit button that you can transmit on this frequency, and you have to make a silent transmission for about 1 second, and this will tune your radio, your actual radio antenna in the plane, to this frequency. If you do not do this, it may be that you will never hear anything on the frequency. So just putting in an HF frequency into your radio unit does not mean you will have a reception. You have to transmit blindly, so to speak, just push to talk switch a little, a second or some, so that the antenna and the computer can more or less harmonize to this frequency.
Yeah, okay.
It's a common error with pilots on the long haul. They do not do this, and then they start wondering why they do not get a cell call. And all the experienced pilots are just like smiling and looking at him and thinking, well, we'll see what he will do next. How will he get his cell call now? And then he will call again to the station and say, I need a cell call. And he says, okay, I already gave you 3 times the cell call, but okay, here's the 4th time. And all the persons on the frequency, the other aircraft, are also thinking, a new pilot, not experienced yet in the whole HF business. So that's one of the real life things you can do if you're flying your A330 in the future. Put the HF frequency in, select it for broadcasting, and just push that.
One moment. German Air Force 526. Go ahead.
526, go ahead with position report.
German Air Force 526, flight level 340 overhead, Omo. Please confirm you require full position reports.
German Air Force 526, confirm.
Oh god. German Air Force 526, HOTAS standby. Okay, he's just told us he wants... Yes, he wants the full thing. The full 1990s thing.
Okay, very nice.
Yep.
Shall I tell you another thing that will happen exactly in the moment that you are talking to Shenwick?
The cabin crew is gonna call with your food?
No. The seatbelt signs are still on and the turbulence is gone. If the seatbelt signs are on, the cabin crew cannot go into the cabin. They have to sit on their seats. Normally this takes about 10 minutes and they wait like 10 minutes. But if they do not hear anything from you after these 10 minutes and there's no turbulence, they will think after 15 minutes, you know what, I will call the cockpit and ask what is going on. And they always call when you have an important thing to do on the flight deck, like just talking on an HF frequency or something. In that moment, they will call you, and you are situational overloaded, and yeah, that's like real life. So most importantly, switch that signal time off again.
That sounds like the right priority.
Don't you want to know why they want to have that?
Just give me a second. Let's try to get that position report going because the controller is still waiting for us here. And as soon as we have that out, let's keep talking about it. Okay, so VATSIM used to have a really nice check sheet that you can use for your position report. I will bring that one up in a few moments, but for now, let's just about use the quick reference that we have up here.
Does the progress page on the 310 has the info you need for the position report?
No,
because
unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. The 7.3, the same thing. The progress page has it exactly, but
yeah, that's the nice thing. In real aircraft, you just have a page.
Radio German Air Force 526 position report. Sorry, I just had to use the silent one in the past.
No problem.
German Air Force 526 reporting, go up at time 1108, flight level 340, Mark decimal 80, estimating 59 north, 020 west at 1151, and 60 north, 30 west, correction 60 north, 030 west next.
German Air Force 526, Chadwick copies, go up at 1108, flight level 340, estimating 59 north, 20 west at 1151, 60 north, 30 west thereafter.
German Air Force 526, negative, estimating 59 north, 020 west at 1152, and request cell call check, Papa Sierra Alpha Hotel.
German Air Force 526, Roger, 1152, correction, estimating 59 north, 20 west at 1152. And I cannot Papa Sierra Alpha Hotel.
Correct. Alright, that was our cell call that we just received. Now, it didn't quite sound like a real world cell call, but I've exchanged a couple of files. And I still need to tell them that we actually received the cell call, did we? Or can we just...
no, you have to say cell call okay. He needs a confirmation that the cell call is working.
German Air Force 526, cell call okay. Alright. And with that we can basically leave the frequency, can we?
No, well, it depends on what you mean by leaving the frequency. The frequency has to be dialed in, of course, but you can put the reception all the way to 0. You do not have to hear what's going on the frequency. But the frequency must remain active in the radio set so that the cell call can work if he needs you. If he needs you, he will not call over the frequency blah blah blah. He will give you a cell call, and at that moment you know, okay, I have to call him because he wants to talk to me.
Alright, perfect. In other words, for VATSIM purposes, we are just going to deselect the frequency because we cannot turn it down.
Yeah.
But in VATSIM as well, we are always able to receive a cell call regardless of what frequency we are. Even if there are several aircraft flying with the same cell call code, which does happen on VATSIM, then we will still be able to receive it.
Okay, well this is really like real life because we have been talking, we have been eating, all that kind of stuff, and we are way behind the stuff we have to do in real life. But this also happens sometimes in real life, so what you have to do, I think you already put it in, the time you were over at GOMOP, the fuel remaining you have to check. I think all those stuff you did in the scratch pad.
Yeah, exactly. That's a little time that that's a little thing that I just wrote down over there. Yeah. So let's have a little look into our flight plan once again and just check what we are currently doing. So flight plan over here, and let's see, we're at GOMOP. We should have been an hour and 45 in flight. So at 09, well, that was more like an hour and 20-ish. An hour and 27, so quite a bit faster than actually planned. Now what's the reason for that? We are supposed to have wind at 262 at 35, and yeah, we have a totally different wind here. So we're actually going quite a bit faster than we are supposed to. plan to have ground speed according to Simbrief of 428, we're going at 471. Well, that explains the difference.
Yep.
That certainly explains the difference. And one of those flight simulator things again. In real life, that kind of stuff. Well, there are some inaccuracies in the flight planning, of course, but not like 15 minutes after an hour and 45 flight time.
Yeah. Another thing you have to do when you pass the waypoint, the first waypoint, the entry point, so to speak, you have to start your timer. You have a timer on board?
Yeah.
Another one than the elapsed time?
Yep, we still have our chrono, so that one's running. We can add like 9 minutes to what we have down here, so we're only counting to 21, I guess?
Yeah, the best thing is 30 minutes. We need 30 minutes after entry, then we have to change our squawk into 2000. That's 30 minutes after passing the entry point.
Alright.
And another thing which we also read in the track message, very important, is the slop. We have to slop. The strategic offset procedure.
Yeah, now that is something that's going to be rather hard in the A310 because it just doesn't support it.
Then you should not do it because flying it in heading mode is more or less frowned upon. You should have an autopilot mode that can fly it automatically. Most can nowadays, but okay, the 310 cannot. But if you are flying an aircraft that can do that, now would be a time at entry to discuss with the other pilots, do I want to have a slope of 0, meaning doing what we are doing now, staying on the track, or do we want to go up to 2 nautical miles to the right? We cannot go to the left, we have to go to the right. Some aircraft can only do 1 mile or 2 miles to the right. Some Boeings can do 1.4 miles to the right. So we have to come to a conclusion, what do we want to do according to slop. And we just look outside, we look on our TCAS screen and look if we see another aircraft, because the whole reason for doing the slop procedure is if we have to do an emergency descent, or if we have an overspeed and you are flying a Airbus, for example, if you have an overspeed, the autopilot will just pull up. Not as bad as the Air France boys did back in the day, but it will go up. And if there's an aircraft 1,000 feet above you, then you have a problem. You get a TCAS RA. Same goes with an emergency descent. You don't want to have somebody 1,200 feet, 1,000, 2,000 feet below you. So you look outside and you look, what is the other aircraft doing? Is he slopping? Is he doing 0 miles, 1 mile, 2 mile? And you choose something that he does not do. Just to keep it a bit more safe.
That's a good call. So if we're just looking at our TCAS here, it's set to the range of 6 miles, and he is certainly showing a little bit to the left of us. Now, let's try and see if we can actually spot him visually. He should be just behind us. Right into the sun, of course. But yeah, no, that
what you can do in real life, normally you also hear him the frequency. He's a bit behind you, so he probably called into Shanwick like 2 minutes after you did. So maybe you have heard him on the frequency, or in Scottish airspace you already heard about him, and you know it's a KLM, for example. What you could do now is go on your second VHF set and you can dial in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's more or less the jet frequency on the North Atlantic. And you can transmit blind on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, KLM, 114, whatever. Are you on this frequency? And of course, every KLM pilot is on the frequency because Dutch people like to talk. So he will immediately say, yeah, the KLM is here. And then you can ask him from, hey, I'm seeing you are like 10 miles behind me. Are you doing any slopping? He will say, well, yeah, 1 mile to the right. And then you know, okay, if he's 1 mile to the right, I will do 2 or I will do 0 in this case. So apart from looking at your navigation display or looking outside even, you can also reach him most probably on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ah, that's a good trick. The only thing that we do on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is trying to escape the Francos.
Yes, you also got that. But it's really an interesting frequency on the North Atlantic because you can ask other aircraft for turbulence reports, for weather updates concerning the wind, all that kind of stuff, and that's really interesting. But after you have left the reception range, which will be about in 30 minutes after you're crossing Gomboop, you also have no VHF. So in that case, you can leave the frequency you had And you can go in real life, of course, and you can go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as your primary frequency, and on the second set you can have your 1 to 1.5 for the emergency stuff.
Yep.
But as soon as you do not have any VHF reception anymore, in real life you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the frequency.
Yeah, okay.
And you keep a listening watch, because people maybe have an answer with a question for you. Or if a Formula 1 is qualifying, somebody will ask over the frequency, hey, does anybody have internet on board? What is Verstappen doing at the moment, or something like that? We've got interesting talks on the frequency.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Just not to get bored, because again, we do not watch Netflix, so we have to search other ways to not get bored. So we do a bit of chatting on the frequency.
I see. So with the upcoming Football World Championship, that's probably going to be a very busy frequency then.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yes. Whereby all aircraft nowadays have internet on board, and as a pilot you are not allowed to use the internet on a private device in the flight deck, but somebody in the cabin crew mostly has it on, and he will tell you what football or Formula 1 is doing.
I see. I do remember seeing one documentary on Condor and what they are doing, and they apparently are even sending the results of all the football matches to the ACARs, so that the pilots can do PAs in the cabin when there's important stuff going on.
That's also a possibility, but that's very airline dependent, and also the person who is at work at that moment, if he's not interested in football, in soccer, you will not get any results. So it really depends on the person who is working on the other side. But yeah, ARCAR's messages with something like that, also possible, definitely.
All right.
There's one very, very, very important thing we did not do. Normally, as soon as you get your oceanic clearance, 2 pilots on the flight deck have to confirm that the oceanic clearance that you got is also in the box, also in the FNS. And before we enter the nut space, we have to check those waypoints. So you have to take your printout mostly, or your CPDLC message of the clearance, and you have to check if all those waypoints in the clearance are also in the FNS. Because the clearance can be different from what you put into the FNS in Cologne.
Alright, so let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Normally one pilot would call out the clearance and the other will check it. So I will call it out and you check if it's in the FNS. So I would say entry point is Gobub, and thereafter we go to 59 north, 20 west. Then you would say check, or we have that. Okay. Then I would say, okay, from 59 north, 20 west, we go to 60 north, 30 west.
Check.
From 60 north to 30 west, we go to 59 north, 40 west.
Check.
Then we go to 56 north, 50 west.
Check.
And the exit point is Janjo.
Check.
Then we have to check that we have flight level 340. You can also see that in the FNS.
Yep.
And I will say we need a speed of Mach 0.80.
Check.
In this case, you got all fully managed. Normally, you should fly that speed selected, or if your FNS is able to do it, you should put it as a speed constraint into the FNS. Because if you just fly cost index, it could be that it will change to 0.79 or 0.81, and that is not allowed in the North Atlantic.
Yeah.
Not without a clearance.
So, well, the only thing I can do here is enter a speed restriction of 80 knots, but we don't want to do that. So I cannot really tell it any direct input there. But what does the seized Airbus pilot tell me? I can't just go select speed on this one. Will we just put it into alt? Because it doesn't allow it, this one.
Oh, okay.
So
in real life, if your FNS does not support the function, you would fly selected speed, commanded speed, or whatever it's called on the aircraft you fly.
Yeah, the thing we can do is, of course, go to alt hold, and then we have manual speed control, so that way we can put it into 0.80. So that means that if we cannot do it from the FMC database, then we actually have to do it selected then. In other words, we'll use alt hold instead of profile mode, and then we can do 0.80. Is that right?
That's the way I would do it in this case, because that speed, that Mach number, that 0.80, that's very important. And if it's like in a managed mode, you do not know if it will change. And therefore, you have to check that managed mode every half minute or something if it's still doing 8-0. So just to make your life easier as a pilot, you should fly selected speed in this case and make that speed a fixed speed.
Alright, that sounds like a very good idea. Most certainly I can tell in the 737 when we are doing our cost index, the speed is constantly going down as we are losing weight and therefore reducing our optimum angle of attack. Now, in Flight Simulator I find it somewhat of a thing because the vast majority of airtime aircraft that I'm aware of actually do not simulate these kind of things. We can see it in the A310 over here. It's just going 0.80 all the way until it goes into the descent. So that's a little bit of a thing in Flight Simulation. In Flight Simulator you can probably do it and just keep it in profile mode, provided you put a cost index that matches the speed that you're supposed to have. But we just heard what the correct way is, so we want to do it the correct way. So let's go ahead and fly the airplane in selected modes then.
Yeah. And another thing we have to check, we now check the waypoints. If the waypoints, the speed and the altitude is all inserted into the FMS, we just check that. Now we have to also check that the waypoints are plausible, meaning it could still be that we typed in a wrong waypoint and I just called it out wrong and you read it out wrong in the FMS. So we have to have a second method of checking that everything is correctly inputted. And that is done via a track and distance plausibility check. You probably have to go to the Bravo site on this FMS with the arrow to the right. Can you go to the right on this one?
Yeah, I can, but we only have the distances, not the tracks.
Yeah, okay.
But better than nothing, is it? Better than
But
nothing.
in real life, you should check track distance in your FMS compared to the track distance on your flight plan.
Okay.
At the moment, we just have the distance here, okay, that's also good. But you have to have a secondary means of checking that the waypoints are actually the correct waypoints.
Yeah, it's better than nothing what we have over here, I guess. So if we have a look at it now, then in the flight plan, we see GOMUP up here. Now in the layout that we are using, the distance down here is the distance to that waypoint. So if we're going from GOMUP then to 59 north, 20 west, you see 340 down here is the distance we're supposed to have. FMC is giving us 339. So I guess those minor variations are quite common, aren't they?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4 nautical miles is not a problem. With the track also, because you are flying a great circle track, you also have 3 or 4 degrees off. But it's just a plausibility check. Does not have to be exactly like that.
Perfect. So going ahead from 59.20 towards 60.30, we have a 310 nautical miles down here. That equals the FMC perfectly. Further downwards at 59.40, 309 miles, once again 310 in the FMC. And then towards 50 west we have 369 versus 368, and then 268 going on towards Janto. So at least in terms of the distances it does look alright. Then looking, maybe it's a good idea to skip through the plan view as well, or?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Just look at the FMS at the box itself.
All right.
Of course, it does not hurt to look at the navigation display so that possible discontinuity, or if you really have a waypoint that's like 30 degrees somewhere else, you will immediately spot it on the navigation display that your next waypoint is not in the direction you are thinking, but actually going up, down, or back towards Europe.
Okay.
But you can check it, but you don't have to. But again, it's plausibility, so use every possible means.
Yep, I mean, we certainly do have the time available. It's not like we are running away anytime soon. So if we have a look in the FMC over here, we can basically see as we're flying on the northern hemisphere that when we are more or less flying a great circle track, usually we are doing slight left turns on the northern hemisphere, going westbound, or slight right turns going eastbound. So if we are watching this on the navigation display and some of the viewers are wondering like, why shouldn't we be flying more or less straight ahead, then no, it's actually correct that we are seeing minor variations here.
Yeah, in the end it is a great circle flight, and the navigation display is 2D, not 3D, so you will not see this on the display.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're flying a curved flying path.
Exactly, something I always find very interesting to have a look at. Unfortunately, we can't really see it on this particular route, But if you were flying, for example, a polar route, and you look at the en route chart, and it just looks like you are flying a huge turn, well, indeed, if you have a proper chart available that's taken from the right spot, then you would see that mostly you're just flying about straight lines-ish.
Yeah. Could you do me a favor, Amy, because we talked about the speed limit we had, the constraint. Could you put up the clearance again?
Yes, of course. So, give me 1 second. And here we go.
Because there's one more thing I would like to talk about concerning the clearance, so that people understand what you are getting in the clearance and why you are getting it in the clearance. There we have it. The clearance itself has more or less 3 segments, three building blocks. One is the routing. That is not echo, as you can see, and the routing is given. The next is the level. That's flight level 340 at the moment, and speed is in this case Mach 0.0. Those 3 items are important because it has all to do with separation. The whole thing about flying the North Atlantic track system, and at the moment we are on the OTS, those tracks you see, track not Alpha, not Bravo, not Charlie, that's part of the Oceanic Organized Track System. And it's very important we have these tracks for separation purposes. Because a lot of aircraft want to fly the fastest way to Boston or to the East Coast, and that's the whole reason for this organized track system. We need to have separation. And in this clearance, we get 3 possible means of separation. The first one is the route. The route will give you a lateral separation, because we will be flying at 59 north, 60 north, 59 north, 56 north. Not route Bravo will be more to the north. It will be, what do I know, north 62 or 64. Meaning that is the lateral separation you have with another aircraft. Then the level, flight level 340, that is the vertical separation you will have with another aircraft. And this will be via, in this case, RVSN.
Yep.
That's also very important. And the third separation criteria you have, that is longitudinal, and that is the speed. We have to fly an exact speed, not just because of the fun of it, but because of separation. Normally you have to have like separation in time when we're talking about longitudinal separation. It's mostly 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. And the speed is the reason that we can have a time separation. If the aircraft in front of us is also flying Mach 80, we will never get nearer to him or further away from him. And this is also the reason why we have to be at Komop at a certain timestamp, 11:09 in this case, because if we are at that time at Komop and we fly Mach 0.80 at that time, a longitudinal separation is how do you call it in English? It's given. Yep. So the clearance is very important. It gives us 3 types of separation. Lateral, that's navigation-wise, flight level, vertical-wise, and speed versus time, which is longitudinal-wise. And that's the reason why it's so important that we check it in the FMS, that we check the clearance, that everything is correct.
All right. And that's probably also the reason why we have to make very sure that we actually find the correct notes, and in order to maintain that actually our speed, like we just talked about.
Yeah. It's all about separation. It's not some controller who wants to be on a power trip. It's just all about separation. If some item changes, for example your speed, then you're more or less in the green because you still have your altitude and you still have your navigational separation. And that's like the famous Swiss cheese model from Reason, that we do not want to have these 3 holes lined up in an accident. So we've got 3 possibilities of separation, and if we fuck up one of them, so to speak, we still have a redundancy there in separation. So that is the whole thinking about it, why we need a clearance and why a simple from A to B clearance does not suffice, and we also need an altitude and a speed.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
So
how many minutes are we already flying into the not airspace, Amy?
Well, we are now 17 minutes since we started the timer, and that was 9 minutes after we passed go. So overall,
Okay.
26 minutes.
Okay, then the moment that we have to squawk 2000 is coming up.
Yep.
And also the moment that we go to the party frequency 12345 in real life, of course.
We are going to do that one later on. On Watson,
Yeah.
they are a little bit, let's call it unhappy if you use frequencies like this. So,
I know. You have to be on
however-
IVAA for that.
Yeah, exactly. However, just to point it out, later on in the live stream, we do have the interview with Fokko Doyen coming up in 20 minutes already. So that one's going to go for about an hour, and it will be in German language, just to make it clear to everyone. So that interview is going to be in German language. But once we're done with that interview, it's going to take maybe an hour and a half or something like that. But once we are done with that, I don't know, maybe we'll still have a little bit of stuff to explain left if you still have any time after that.
Yes, I have to check. I do not know for sure, but if I got another 10 minutes, I could speak a bit about contingency procedures in the North Atlantic. That's my last talking point when it comes to the North Atlantic airspace. I only need about 10 minutes for it.
Yeah, we have another 20, so that's not going to be too much of a problem.
Super.
Instead, it would be much appreciated. Maybe we can use the last 10 minutes then for a quick Q&A session if any of the viewers is actually still watching. Well, there are still 85 people over here who've managed it so far. So 85 soon to be North Atlantic professionals here in Watson. Now, the one thing that I wanted to talk about, or that I quickly wanted to point out, since we are talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or everything goes frequency, is that why we can't do it on Watson, why we can't have a live chat on Watson. What we are going to do after the interview with Fokko Doyen is that we'll head over to my Discord, where we'll actually have a voice channel set up for everyone, so that we can have a chat also with the audience, and so that at least I can have a chat with all the people on the Discord channel. So do write that down already. We're looking at the interview from about 1200 to maybe 1230-ish, I would guesstimate, and after that, so from 1330 UTC onwards, we'll have the live chat session in the Discord channel. So that's just for all the fans out here. If you ever wanted to talk directly with me, then do head over to the Discord at about 1330 UTC. Alright, so I've been talking far too much once again. So, contingency procedures. What do we do if we mess up?
Yes, not so much if we mess up, if the aircraft messes up or the weather. We have two sorts of contingencies that can happen. The first is we have a technical problem, and we cannot maintain the altitude, the level, the speed, and the routing. If, for example, a engine failure, if you would get an engine failure right now, you have to do some sort of drift down procedure because you cannot maintain your flight level 340, you're too heavy.
Yep.
So that's one. We can talk about that one, but there are also, of course, other things. Your long-range navigation system can go US, so you cannot do the route tracking, the navigation part anymore. It's these three things I talked about. The lateral separation, the vertical and the longitudinal. If one of those goes away, we have a contingency. We have a problem which we have to solve. And if you have an engine failure, you've got mostly the problem we cannot fly the speed we want, and we cannot fly the level we want. So three of our separation criteria are not met anymore. And in that case, we have to get a new clearance from the controllers, the radio operators. Mm-hmm. And this, of course, takes time, because you can do it via CPDLC, but you have to type in your message, then you have to wait for a return. You can do it via HF. You have to first try to contact him. As already told, it can be very difficult with static and different accents. So you are in a stressful situation, you have an engine failure, and you have to do something right now. You cannot wait for like 5 to 10 minutes. And for this situation, I also sent you a diagram. It's called in-flight contingency. Maybe you can put it on the screen.
Alright, that is going to be up in a moment.
The other way around it is. Yeah, that one.
Alright, perfect. So, stand by 1 second and we'll have
So I'll take the case engine failure. What do you have to do? You have to put your thrust levers in MCT, max continuous thrust. You have to look up in your FNS what your drift down altitude is, or if you're a really good pilot, you already know by heart what your drift down is at that moment. And you have to do something. You have to descend. And according to a possible obstacle clearance in Greenland, the mountains are very high. You cannot just dive down to your drift altitude. You have to really drift slowly down because you do not want to hit a mountain if you're like very heavy.
Yeah.
And here we have on the screen now the special procedure in that case. So the first thing you should do, you should of course always try to get an ATC clearance if you are going to deviate from your oceanic clearance. But with an engine failure, you do not have the time. You have to do something right now. And in this diagram you can see you should break out of the track to the left or to the right with at least 30 degrees. Left or right depends on where do you want to go. In this case, with an engine failure, we most probably want to go to Iceland, so a right turn would be more beneficial than a left turn. So in this case, I would say, okay, we go right by 30 degrees. We do that in heading mode, and we try to keep that altitude of flight level 340 as long as possible. Normally, as you can see in the diagram here, you should keep your altitude, if able, in the first 5 nautical miles lateral distance from your routing. With an engine failure, this is mostly not possible, but you can select a lower speed, and that will give you a vertical speed of 100, 200 feet a minute or something. That's also safe. What you do not want to do is take a mode like level change or open descent and like dive all the way down right into the aircraft that is below you. So that's the reason they want you to go 5 nautical miles offset from your track. And if you're established on those 5 nautical miles, then you can descend fast or slow or whatever you want. So you must try to keep your altitude, your flight level 340 in this case, as long as possible until you are 5 nautical miles offset of your cleared routing. That is more or less the normal special procedure. On the same time, you should switch on all your lights. You should squawk 7700. You should call on the party frequency 12345 and on the emergency frequency 121.5. You should broadcast in the open. Lufthansa, not Lufthansa, Luftwaffe it was. Lufthansa blah blah blah, we have an engine failure, we are here, we are descending, blah blah blah. Just making sure that other people know what is happening. Most of the times you are alone out there, so nobody is interested, but it could be interesting if there are more aircraft in the same bit of airspace. So this is the special contingency procedure if something happens with your aircraft, a technical problem, a emergency descent, stuff like that. And this is something that is like a memory item. You have to know this by heart. If somebody wakes you up in the crew rest and he asks, hey, what will you do in an engine failure situation? You have to know what you do as a procedure in the aircraft, but you also have to know the procedure in the North Atlantic airspace. This is stuff that you need to know really inside out, and there's no excuse for not knowing it. So very important stuff. Hopefully you will never need it, but it's memory item material.
Yeah, that's like 90% of the stuff you learn. Hopefully you'll never need it. But
yeah. But this one you need to know, and yeah, you have to try to make contact with ATC during the whole engine failure thing. So you have a lot of workload in the cockpit. You are working with the other pilot, trying to figure out how you do it SOP-wise. Then you also have to call ATC. You have to broadcast in the blind, so you can expect a lot of workload here. Yep. And normally we're just tired or not doing anything, not alerted, and that's a real wake-up thing here.
Yeah, I guess when these things happen, it's always going to be at like 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
Of course.
In the time zone that you're used to.
Yeah. And the other thing, because we do not have that much time, there's another reason why you have to leave your track, and that is due to weather. And I also sent you a picture called weather deviation. If you can put that up into the screen.
Sure thing.
It could be that the weather at the moment is nice. It could also be that you see a large build-up just in front of you. You say from, hey, I cannot continue on this routing, I have to go left or right. Of course, you see something like this 80, 20, 100 miles before you are in the weather, so you have time enough to call ATC. But it might be possible that you cannot connect to them, or you just did not see it at all because you forgot to switch on your radar and it's like night and you did not see the build-up, and at the last minute you see it and you think, oh my god, I need to go left or right. Doesn't happen, of course, in real life, but good. And for that situation, we also have a contingency procedure. And if you look at that diagram, just trying to understand it, they try to put it as easy as it gets. But when I look at that diagram and I think, my god, do I really have to memorize that all? Do I have to know what I have to do in a case that I have an emergency due to weather, I need to go left or right? Then I cannot remember what the diagram said. I don't know how it goes with you, Amy, but if I see that, it's real nice and okay, but at 4 o'clock in the morning, I cannot remember that.
Yeah, that would pretty surely be the very same thing for me.
Yeah. The gist of it is when we're flying, if you look at the diagram, if you fly westbound, for example, and you have that little cloud with the thunder coming out, and you say, okay, I'm flying westbound, I will go to the right side of the weather, then it says you have to descend by 300 feet, but only if you are 5 miles offset again. You have to maintain your altitude in the first 5 miles offset of the routing. Thereafter, you should descend 300 feet. If you go to the left, you should climb 300 feet. Well, that's only if you fly westbound. If you fly eastbound and you divert or you turn to the right, you have to climb 300, as you can see on the diagram. And if you go to the left, you have to descend by 300. Mm-hmm. Stuff like that, pilots cannot remember that. We are very simple souls. That's much too complicated. So somebody figured out something really nice. What do you have a lot at the beach, maybe?
Sorry?
Apart from, what do you have at the beach? What do you find at the beach?
Well, nice ladies.
Yeah, but we already touched on that one.
A bit of sand.
Yeah, a lot of sand, exactly. And if you take the English word sand, you can more or less use it as a stepping stone to remember what you should do. Because if you take the S from sand, you can take S for south and A for descent, and N for north and D for descent. Meaning, if you divert, if you turn to the north, you have to descend. If you turn to the south, you have to ascend, meaning climb. So every pilot can remember the word sand, and now you know for the rest of your life which way you have to go vertically. If you have to deviate due to weather. So just remember the word sand.
Yeah, that's really good.
But this is all stuff, of course, for real life, and normally you've got enough time to contact ATC via CPDLC and ask him, hey, I need a 30-mile offset to the right or a 100-mile offset to the left. He will clear you, and normally you do this 80, 120 nautical miles before you get into the weather. But if you're too lazy, or you are eating, or you are talking about women, or you forgot to switch on your weather radar, it might be possible that you have to deviate from your routing, and now you know how.
Perfect. So when we are deviating around weather in the North Atlantic airspace, is it always going to be by slop, or is it going to be by headings as well, like we do over mainland Europe?
No. It's always managed. It's never headings.
Okay.
You are always flying to some sort of waypoint. Always.
Perfect.
Yes. Yeah, and that more or less concludes everything I wanted to talk about. There is a lot to talk about. I just scratched the surface here. There's so much to talk about, but the normal flight from A to B through North Atlantic, I think we covered almost all the highlights.
All right, perfect. So the one thing that we do have to do, since we are now 30 minutes into the ocean, we'll set the transponder back to 2000.
Yep.
And after that, I also have to scratch in a position report, which I just wrote down already during your explanation. Mm-hmm. But let's just about do that now.
Yeah, before you do that, Amy, I will leave you for now. I will contact you via Skype if I have some more time later on, but for now I will check out and see what the wife is doing.
Perfect, that would be very much appreciated. For now, Funk, thank you so much for your explanations. You've really covered a lot of stuff that I would never have been able to cover in the same way. Now, I saw a couple of people asking down there if you have your own YouTube channel. Maybe you want to answer that one?
Yes, I got my own channel. It's The Dude. Maybe I could put a link in there later, but at the moment I'm not doing much there. I did a lot of tutorial flights for the Canadair from Aerosoft, but at the moment I'm pretty inactive because I got a lot of real-world stuff going on. But when the A330 is coming out from Aerosoft, I will be a direct competitor of you again.
Oh, I see. So why did I even invite you today?
Yeah. Don't know.
All right.
Don't know. All right, then have a good flight, and maybe we'll talk a bit later on.
All right, thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to it. Enjoy.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Then bye-bye. Cheers.
Bye. All right, thank you very much once again, Frank. Now, I'm quickly going to squeeze that position report in, and then we'll go on to the next chapter. German Air Force 526 position report.
German Air Force 526, go ahead.
German Air Force 526 reporting 59 north 020 west at time 1151, flight level 340, mark decimal 80. Estimating 60 north 030 west at 1231, next 59 north 040 west.
Air Force 526, the Shanwick copy 59 north 20 west at 1151, flight level 340, 60 north 30 west, correction estimating 60 north 30 west at 1231 Zulu, 59 north 40 west thereafter.
Correct. Alright. So, we'll just about leave it at that for now, and we'll have the interview with Fokko Doyen coming up next. Now that is going to be in German language, so for those of you who are either not interested, or who just don't speak German, we expect that to take about an hour to an hour and a half, and when that is done, then we will get together in our Discord, and in there we will have the possibility to view the or in there you'll have the possibility to chat with me over voice. Now that is of course going to be right on the live stream, so maybe don't talk about your spouse, or don't talk about someone who don't want to whom you don't want to be able to find all that stuff in the aftermath online. But for now, I'm going to take a small break. I will head over to the IVAA Discord, and in there we will have the interview coming up very soon. So, at that point, I might just about want to point out that we are doing a charity flight today. So, for those of you who are, or who have just joined, we are collecting money for a charity organization in Kenya, who are using it to pay for children's breakfast prior to school. Now, I'm sure that Fokko is going to go into a lot more details, but we are trying to gather 1,200 euros through the live stream and through all the other streamers flying this route today. You can see up here where we currently are, so I would very much appreciate if you would help us out using the PayPal link that you can find in the video description below. Now that is going to be it from my side. Now I will head over to the interview now, and after that we will meet at 13:30 UTC in my 737NG driver Discord.
Also 188 ist die Zahl, aber ich glaube, es waren sogar noch ein paar mehr mittlerweile. Die kommen zum großen Teil mit leerem Magen in die Schule, haben morgens nichts zu essen bekommen zu Hause, weil es einfach nichts gibt, und haben vielleicht auch abends nichts bekommen. Und sie bekommen dann quasi zweimal am Tag was. Um 10 Uhr gibt es so eine Porridge, und dann gibt es nachmittags oder mittags irgendwann so um 1 gibt es so einen einfachen Lunch, aber sonst eben nichts. Das heißt, die kommen um 7:30 in die Schule mit leerem Magen, sitzen erstmal 2,5 Stunden im Unterricht, und wir haben uns dann gedacht, das wäre eine gute Idee, denen gleich morgens zum Schulbeginn irgendwas zu geben, was sie haben. Eine Banane ist relativ einfach zu besorgen. Wir haben das mit Bischof geregelt, und haben jetzt eben vereinbart, dass zumindest für den ersten Term, also das erste Drittel des Jahres, Januar bis April, Bananen geliefert werden. Und wenn sich die Dürrekatastrophe fortsetzt, dann würden wir es natürlich auch im zweiten Term machen. Davon gehen wir eigentlich schon aus. Kosten sind, ich habe das ja schon kurz geschrieben, habt ihr vielleicht gelesen, die liegen so pro Term bei 1200 Euro. Banane kostet 10 Kenia-Schilling, ungefähr 8 Cent. Und ja, das mal 200, mal 6 Tage die Woche, mal so viele Wochen. Dann kommt man eben auf die 1200 Euro pro Term. Und wenn es nun auch noch in den zweiten Term hineingeht, dann wären es 2400. Und wenn es das ganze Jahr sein muss, das wissen wir noch nicht, hängt von der Klimaentwicklung ab, dann wäre es halt 3600 Euro. Aber ich würde mich total freuen, wenn wir Geld für den ersten Term über eure Aktion jetzt zusammenkriegen. Und ich kann euch wirklich zusagen, das Geld nicht nur für diese Aktion, sondern für alles, was wir machen. Das kommt Kenia an, das kommt vielen Menschen zugute, vielen Kindern. Wir haben insgesamt 260 fast Patenschaften für Kinder und Jugendliche. Die werden unterstützt in der Schule oder in der Berufsausbildung. Und da kommen jetzt auch noch einige dazu aus dieser Schule Wings Akademie eben. Da schließen jetzt wieder 19 Kinder die 8. Klasse ab. Die Primary School geht bis zur 8. Klasse und wir wollen die alle weiter fördern und auf eine Secondary Schule schicken, 4 Jahre lang, um ihnen einfach eine gute Schulbildung zukommen zu lassen und später auch eine Berufsausbildung. Wir würden sie, aber das ist noch ein bisschen hinten, der erste Jahrgang, den das betrifft mit dieser weiterführenden Schule, der hat im April diesen Jahres angefangen in der Secondary und jetzt zum Ende des Jahres werden die nächsten 19 fertig. Und geplant ist eben, wenn die diese Secondary Schule abschließen, dann sind die 19 Jahre alt, 18, 19, 20, je nachdem wann sie in die Schule gekommen sind. Und dann werden wir sie sehr wahrscheinlich nach Nairobi oder ihnen zumindest anbieten, nach Nairobi zu kommen und da in unserer Joint Training Residenz vorbereitet zu werden auf eine Berufsausbildung und eben auf diese Weise einen einigermaßen gesicherten Grundstein zu haben fürs Leben. Denn man muss wirklich sagen, das Leben in dieser Region Masabit und in weiten Teilen Nordkenias, Äthiopiens und umliegenden Ländern, das wird durch dieses veränderte Klima immer mehr mit Fragezeichen versehen. Es wird wahrscheinlich so sein, dass dort ein normales Leben kaum noch möglich ist, einfach weil es zu trocken ist. Und wenn wir diesen Kindern eine Zukunft ermöglichen und ihnen ermöglichen, Beruf zu erlernen und was anderes zu machen als ihre Eltern, dann haben wir gewonnen. Ein ganz wesentlicher Aspekt, weshalb wir die Schulbildung dieser Kinder oder auch die weitere Schulbildung dieser Kinder unbedingt fördern wollen, ist, dass Kinder, solange sie zur Schule gehen, nicht von ihren Eltern verheiratet werden dürfen. Es ist gerade in dieser Region Kenias so, dass sehr oft Kinder im Alter von 14, manchmal sogar noch vorher, von ihren Eltern zwangsverheiratet werden. Das betrifft vor allen Dingen Mädchen, die dann sehr oft mit älteren Männern zwangsverheiratet werden gegen ihren Willen. Aber solange sie in die Schule gehen, dürfen die Eltern per Gesetz ihre Kinder nicht verheiraten. Das ist also der zweite und für mich mindestens genauso wichtige Grund, diesen Kindern praktisch die Schulbildung weiter zu ermöglichen. Erstens, wie gesagt, Bildung und Chance, eigenes Geld zu verdienen und zweitens, keine Zwangsverheiratung. Und wenn sie dann diese Secondary School abschließen mit, wie gesagt, 19 Jahren, dann haben sie vielleicht auch genug Selbstbewusstsein und genug Erfahrung gesammelt und wissen, was sie wollen und werden auch vielleicht sehr gerne unser Angebot annehmen und eine Berufsausbildung machen und eben diesem Leben in so einem kleinen Dorf kommen. Das Leben in diesen Dörfern rund um unsere Schule, das sind ungefähr, eigentlich sind es 4 Dörfer, aus denen Kinder kommen. Die Schule selbst liegt nahe einem Dorf, das heißt Carrare. Da bin ich jetzt sehr oft gewesen. Dann kommen andere Kinder aus dem Ort, der heißt Konvoi. Und dann gibt es praktisch schon den vierten Namen, mit fällt mir gerade nicht ein. Aber aus diesen Dörfern kommen diese Kinder. Der Schulweg ist zum Teil recht lang. Die sind lange unterwegs, müssen natürlich zu Fuß gehen, weil es dort einfach keine Verkehrsverbindung gibt. Und ja, wir wissen von unseren Partnern dort, dass der Schulweg auch nicht ungefährlich ist. Es gibt dort viele wilde Tiere, Elefanten, die zum Teil recht aggressiv sind. Hyänen haben wir schon gesehen, die auch für Kinder zur Gefahr werden können. Und was vor allen Dingen den Schulweg für die Kinder gefährlich macht, das ist, dass rivalisierende Stämme dort an der Tagesordnung sind. Es gibt immer wieder große Stammeskriege und dann kann es eben durchaus mal sein, dass sich so ein Krieger eines Stammes so ein Mädchen von einem anderen Stamm schnappt und sie vergewaltigt und schießt. Also eine ganz andere Welt, in die wir da eintauchen. Ich bin da jetzt in den letzten 11 Jahren häufiger gewesen, das letzte Mal eben vergangene Woche und davor im Mai diesen Jahres. Und im Mai hatten wir eben wegen dieser langen Schulwege mit dem Bischof zusammen beschlossen hatten wir es schon vorher, aber da haben wir es festgezogen, dass wir Unterkünfte bauen für 40 Jungs und 40 Mädchen, die dann dort praktisch übernachten können und ihnen bleibt damit der Schulweg erspart. Und ja, so jetzt mal so eine kleine Zusammenfassung von allgemein von unserer Arbeit in Kenia und eben speziell auch zu dieser Schule, die ihr ja heute aktiv werdet. Ich kann noch viel mehr erzählen, aber ich will euch nicht langweilen. Vielleicht habt ihr auch gezielte Fragen zu unserer Arbeit von Cargo Jugend her oder auch zur Fliegerei. Ich bin ja nun auch viele Jahre geflogen. Jetzt leider nicht mehr, ich musste vor 2 Jahren ja aufhören. Ist mir sehr schwer gefallen, aber es ist eben so, mit 65 ist in der kommerziellen Luftfahrt in Deutschland Schluss und auch weltweit ist da eigentlich so. Ich hätte ansonsten durchaus noch weitermachen können, weil Fliegerei ist was Spannendes und ich glaube, diese Auffassung, die teilt ihr auch alle. Ansonsten würdet ihr heute auch nicht an diesem Event teilnehmen. Macht das virtuell, aber ich habe es halt gleich. Ja, erzählt ruhig oder fragt, wenn ihr irgendwas wissen wollt. Ich bin gern bereit, darauf zu antworten.
Genau, der Andri meldet sich gerade. Genau, wenn ihr Fragen habt, entweder in die Stream-Chats, wir haben ja mehrere Streams am Laufen und ansonsten natürlich hier auch in dem Sprachkanal. Grüß dich, Andri.
Hört man mich? Ja, ne?
Man hört dich, ja.
Ja, wunderbar. Ich muss auch den richtigen Knopf drücken. Ja, ich habe eine Frage an dich, Fokko. Du hast es ja eben selber erwähnt, du bist seit 2 Jahren ja im Ruhestand. Mich würde mal interessieren, inwieweit du dich auf deinen alten Arbeitgeber immer noch verlassen kannst, weil da gab es ja, sage ich mal, eine Kooperation oder das Ganze ist ja auch daraus entstanden, dass du bei Lufthansa gearbeitet hast, oder bei Lufthansa Cargo.
Ja, genau. Also ich lege großen Wert auf Lufthansa Cargo. War all die Jahre Unterstützer. Nicht die große Lufthansa, sondern Lufthansa Cargo. Und dieses Projekt, wir haben auch damals bewusst den Namen so gewählt, eben Cargo Humanitär, wegen dieser engen Verbundenheit zur Lufthansa Cargo. Wir sind zwar ein eingetragener Verein und haben so ganz offiziell jetzt nicht unbedingt eine Abhängigkeit von Lufthansa Cargo, aber die Zusammenarbeit ist all die Jahre sehr gut gewesen und die hat sich jetzt auch über den Zeitpunkt meiner Pensionierung hinaus fortgesetzt. Es ist, muss ich fast sagen, es ist noch mehr geworden. Sehr viel positive Unterstützung von den 3 Vorstandsmitgliedern, die ich alle persönlich sehr gut kenne, die ich auch immer mal wieder treffe, von Lufthansa Cargo. Als Dorothea von Boxberg ist jetzt die Vorsitzende und dann gibt es noch 2 Mitglieder, Dietmar Fokko und Ashwin Barth, die alle 3 sehr sehr aktiv sind und uns sehr stark unterstützen. Ich bin zum Beispiel, um ein Beispiel zu nennen, auf der internationalen Cargo-Konferenz vor 3 Monaten etwa, fand in Seeheim im Schulungszentrum statt, mit Cargonauten, also Cargo-Mitarbeitern aus der ganzen Welt. Ungefähr 200 oder 250 Leute waren da. Dort war ich eingeladen und es wurden Versteigerungen gemacht. Jedes Vorstandsmitglied hatte sich etwas überlegt und es wurde versteigert. Ich hatte eine sehr gute Radiomoderatorin, Radio Chemie vom HR, die hat die Versteigerung durchgeführt. Ich habe erstmal einen Vortrag gehalten über CHC und es kamen fast 10.000 Euro zusammen von den anwesenden Gästen, Mitarbeitern. Und dieses Geld ist dann auch nochmal vom Vorstand verdoppelt worden. Also das ist das eine. Immer wieder Aktionen, auch jetzt zu Weihnachten laufen wieder Aktionen. Und was aber vor allen Dingen ganz wichtig ist, dass die Flüge für Ärzte, wir haben ja 50 Ärzte, die bei uns aktiv mitarbeiten im Medical Center und immer wieder vor Ort sind. Und es gibt sehr viele Aktive vom Vorstand oder auch andere, die aktiv sind bei uns, um Patenschaften oder um andere Themen sich kümmern. Und alle Tickets für diese Leute, die werden von Lufthansa Cargo bezahlt. Das, obwohl wir da seit Beginn der Pandemie mit dem Frachter die Lufthansa Passage fliegt aber 5-mal die Woche mit dem A330 nach Nairobi. Und es ist für uns als Verein ein unglaubliches wichtiges Tool, dass wir eben diese Tickets bekommen. Es sind weit über 100 Flüge pro Jahr hin und zurück und die kosten uns nichts. Also die Unterstützung ist da und wir sind auf der anderen Seite dann letztendlich auch das soziale Aushängeschild für Lufthansa Cargo. Ich denke mal auch jede große Firma, die auch vor allen Dingen global aktive Firmen müssen sich auch engagieren und das macht eben Lufthansa Cargo auch, hauptsächlich eben durch die Unterstützung dieses Projektes. Also ganz tolle, wunderbare Verbindung und ich glaube, das wird auch noch lange anhalten. Es gibt überhaupt keine Anzeichen dafür, dass Lufthansa Cargo da aussteigt.
Ja,
Schön,
bedanke mich für die Antwort.
Gut, dann haben wir als nächstes Link TSK Player, der sich noch meldet. Ich darf dich einmal auf die Bühne bitten.
Ja, danke. Ich hoffe, man hört mich.
Man hört dich super, ja.
Ja, sehr gut. Fokko, dein Reittier war ja hier die MD-11 und mit dem bist du ja, glaube ich, auch ganz viel geflogen. Und wie ist es dir gefallen, wo letztes Jahr im Oktober die MD-11 nicht mehr bei Lufthansa Cargo fliegt? Wie ist es dir dabei gefallen?
Ja, das ist mir sehr unter die Haut gegangen. Ich wurde dann auch eingeladen es gab so eine große Verabschiedung in der Werft, wo dann auch die letzte MD-11, die Charlie, präsentiert war und es waren, ich weiß nicht, 300 Gäste oder so da und auch da wurde natürlich viel über die 22 Jahre, die MD-11 oder fast 23 bei Lufthansa Cargo flog, sehr viel berichtet und ich wurde noch interviewt. Also das ist mir schon sehr, sehr schwer gefallen. Als der letzte Flug stattfand, den eigentlich der technische Pilot machen sollte, aber da ist dann irgendwas schiefgegangen im letzten Moment und Markus Schwarz ist das. Und dann hat eben ein anderer Kapitän den Flug gemacht, Claudio Rendrizi, ganz prima Kerl, der fliegt jetzt mittlerweile auch 777, genau wie Markus Schwarz auch. Und Claudio habe ich jetzt gerade diese Woche noch getroffen, wir wurden nochmal interviewt vom HR. Es gab ja über meinen letzten Flug einen Bericht mittendrin und auch über den allerletzten Flug der MD-11 eben mit Claudio gab es einen wirklich tollen Film mittendrin und Andreas Gard hatte den gemacht und der hat uns beide nochmal eingeladen zu einem Interview und will nochmal einen kleinen Beitrag machen, also mit Bildern auch aus Nairobi und von meinem letzten Flug und jetzt eben so eine Nachbetrachtung nach fast 2 Jahren. Mir ist das extrem schwer gefallen, weil ich dieses Flugzeug wirklich geliebt habe, 22 Jahre drauf geflogen bin und sehr oft nach Nairobi. Ihr wisst, ich habe mal nachgezählt, ich habe 314 Landungen in Nairobi gemacht in all den Jahren und ja, da ist schon viel, was mich verbindet. Dass die MD-11 jetzt nicht mehr in der Flotte ist bei Lufthansa Cargo, das macht es dann, muss ich sagen, fast ein bisschen leichter. Wenn ich jetzt die MD-11 noch mit Lufthansa Cargo Bemalung sehen würde, dann würde es mir, glaube ich, jedes Mal einen Stich ins Herz geben. Aber sie sind eben verkauft, nicht alle, einige sind verschrottet, aber nicht alle. Die sind verkauft worden an die 3 Gesellschaften, die noch MD-11 fliegen. FedEx, UPS und Western Global. Und ja, sie fliegen zum Teil auch wieder. Auch der eine Flieger, Charlie Hotel, CH, ganz bewusst ausgewählt für die Sonderbemalung CHC. Und dieser Flieger ist an FedEx verkauft worden. Ich habe den selber weggebracht nach Victorville. Dort stand er fast 2 Jahre in der Wüste und ist jetzt Anfang dieses Jahres von FedEx dann nach Los Angeles geholt worden. Ist dort grundüberholt worden und auch neu lackiert. Also die Bemalung ist weg. Die alte schöne Bemalung mit den Füßen. Und fliegt jetzt wieder. Ja, also wie schon ein paar Mal gesagt, ist mir schwer. Überhaupt ist es mir schwer aufzuhören. Aber so ist es im Leben. Und das werdet ihr auch kennenlernen. Irgendwann kommt eine neue Lebensphase und das ist bei mir eben jetzt die Rente und ich habe mich jetzt praktisch, wenn ich so will, Fulltime auf Cargo Militär gestürzt und habe, seitdem ich Rentner bin, dort noch viel mehr Energie reingesteckt. Bin ungefähr 6-mal im Jahr, meistens so für eine Woche, in Nairobi und in Mozambique. Und das ist auch wichtig, um das Projekt voranzubringen. Ich habe gut zu tun und habe keine Sekunde Langeweile, habe eine tolle Familie, bin auch gerade Opa geworden vor 2 Monaten und ja, das erleichtert das. Aber man muss sich, wenn man in eine neue Lebensphase geht, egal ob man jetzt nach dem Studium anfängt zu arbeiten oder ob man nach dem Arbeitsleben in die Rente geht, man muss sich ein paar Gedanken vorher machen, was mache ich denn eigentlich morgen? Die Gedanken habe ich mir gemacht und das ist eigentlich auch so genauso gekommen, wie ich mir das gedacht hatte. Und bin sehr zufrieden mit mir selber, mit meiner Familie, mit meinem Leben. Ja, ich sehe das positiv.
Vielen Dank.
Ich habe aber auch durchaus, vielleicht noch einen Satz dazu, ich habe aber durchaus in meiner Zeit als Flottenchef auch Zeiten gehabt, wo ich Kapitäne von ihrem letzten Flug abgeholt habe und die hatten sich überhaupt keine Gedanken gemacht. Was mache ich eigentlich morgen? Ja. Und irgendwann ist der Keller aufgeräumt und da muss man sich schon was überlegen. Weil nur morgens lange die Zeitung lesen, damit ist der Tag nicht ausgefüllt und das reicht nicht. Also man muss was haben, was einen beschäftigt und was einem Spaß macht und das ist bei mir gegeben. Beantwortet das die Frage so oder wie war das? War das anders gemeint?
Nee, die Frage ist so auf jeden Fall beantwortet. Danke dir auf jeden Fall, Fokko.
Okay.
Super, cool. Ja, ich muss sagen, kurz persönlicher Kommentar dazu, es ist einfach wichtig, dass man zufrieden ist mit dem, was man macht, egal wie alt man ist oder wie jung man ist. Und wenn man dann dabei noch sowas Schönes für andere macht, ist es einfach eine super Kombination. Ja, also nochmal ganz großen Respekt auch von meiner Seite. Super Sache. Dann habe ich noch eine Frage aus dem Livestream-Chat. Es wurde gefragt, ob es noch weitere Projekte der CHC in Zukunft geben wird oder ob da was geplant ist.
Das ist eine gute Frage, die ist auch bei uns sehr aktuell, gerade im Vorstand diskutiert worden. Vor ungefähr 2 Wochen haben wir eine Klausur gemacht und haben uns überlegt, wollen wir eigentlich uns noch weiter ausdehnen, mehr neue Projekte beginnen oder wollen wir uns auf die Projekte, die wir haben, fixieren und die gegebenenfalls ausdehnen. wir haben uns für die zweite Version entschieden, eben keine ganz neuen Projekte anzufangen, jetzt also nicht nochmal eine neue Schule bauen oder neues Heim oder so, sondern wir wollen die existierenden Projekte, die wir haben, weiter vorantreiben. Aus mehreren Gründen. Erstens, jedes neue Projekt würde auch unweigerlich dazu führen, dass es einen größeren Bedarf gibt an Leuten, die aktiv mitmachen. Und wir würden uns auch, die Leute, die sehr aktiv sind, das sind ja meistens die im Vorstand, das ist bei uns auch so, die würden sich schwer tun, jedes Projekt wirklich so zu betreuen, wie es nötig ist. Also wir haben uns eben entschieden, die existierenden Projekte, eben diese 2 Heime, die 2 Schulen und die beiden Medical Center deutlich verstärkt noch zu betreuen oder auch auszubauen. Und wir haben dann noch ein Projekt, da habe ich jetzt noch gar nicht drüber gesprochen, das ist auch in der Nähe von Mazabit, dort haben wir eine Brunnenbohrung gemacht und versorgen dort 8000 Menschen mit Wasser. Das nimmt im Moment einen großen Teil unserer Arbeit ein. Die Bohrung ist vor 2 Jahren entstanden, letztes Jahr ist dann eine Entsalzungsanlage dahin gekommen, weil das Wasser salzhaltig war, was aus der Erde kommt oder salzhaltig ist und auch nitrathaltig, deswegen musste eine Entsalzungsanlage hin. Und dieses Projekt beschäftigt uns sehr, weil es im Moment noch nicht so richtig gut funktioniert. Es soll in die Hände der lokalen Bevölkerung übergeben werden, aber die tun sich damit schwer. Haben wir auch letzte Woche festgestellt, als wir da waren, da ist noch sehr viel Arbeit nötig. Also die existierenden Projekte, die wollen wir weiter fördern. Und eins dieser Ausbaumaßnahmen betrifft eben auch diese Wings Akademie, wo wir uns jetzt entschieden haben, eine eigene weiterführende Schule, also eine Secondary School für Mädchen zu bauen. Und zwar genau auf dem Gelände der existierenden Schule oder direkt nebenan. Also das ist eine logische oder auch konsequente Fortsetzung der Arbeit, der bisherigen Arbeit, dass eben diese Kinder, die dort in die Schule gehen, auch weiterhin gefördert werden auf der Secondary School. Und dann eben einen Abschluss machen und danach schauen wir mal, wie wir denen eine Berufsausbildung ermöglichen können. Und ich glaube, das ist auch eine gute Entscheidung gewesen, eben nicht noch mehr Projekte zu starten, weil irgendwann verzettelt man sich und dann lieber auf die existierenden Projekte konzentrieren. Es ist ja auch immer eine finanzielle Frage. Wir müssen das Ganze dauerhaft finanzieren. Das ist im Moment kein Problem. Wir haben ein sehr gutes Spendenaufkommen in diesem Jahr, ein extrem gutes, auch bedingt durch diesen Film, der lief im HR, der ist mittendrin. Das hat viele Leute auf uns aufmerksam gemacht. Viele Leute haben Patenschaft übernommen oder haben gespendet. Das läuft gut, aber wir wissen nicht, ob das in Zukunft immer so weitergeht. Und je mehr Projekte man hat, umso größer wird auch der finanzielle Bedarf. Also im Moment haben wir schon Fixkosten, also laufende Kosten für Personal und für medizinische Versorgung, für Schulgebühren und so weiter, die liegen bei 550.000 Euro. Stark steigend, weil in Kenia alles sehr viel teurer wird. Und ich gehe auch davon aus, dass die Kosten weiterhin stark steigen werden. Und das Geld müssen wir auch zusammenkriegen. Also das läuft im Moment gut und ja, deshalb bleiben wir bei dem, was wir haben.
Das ist echt schön zu hören. Danke dir für die ausführliche Antwort. So, dann haben wir jetzt als nächstes den Untypical Gamer. Der hat hier eine Frage hier im Sprachkanal.
So, erstens, es freut mich, dass du dich so für die kleine Nairobi einsetzt.
Ja, danke.
Und die Frage ist, was ist dein, das sind mehrere Fragen, was ist dein Lieblingsflugzeugtyp außer der MD-11?
Also, ich habe ja 42 Jahre Fliegerei ohne Airbus überstanden, sag ich mal. Ja. Also ich habe wirklich nie den Wunsch gehabt, auf dem Airbus umzuschulen. Ich habe jetzt zum Beispiel jetzt auch als Kapitän viele Möglichkeiten gehabt, wieder Passageflugzeuge, also zu wechseln. Passage auf dem 340 oder auch auf 380 und oder auch auf dem Jumbo. Also der Airbus hat mich nie gereizt und ich bin ein ganz überzeugter Boeing-Flieger. Ich habe am Anfang meiner Fliegerei 10 Jahre lang als Flugingenieur auf der 727, das ist vielen vielleicht von euch gar nicht mehr so richtig bekannt, zweistarriges, tolles Flugzeug mit einem schmalen Rumpf und etwa 130 Sitzplätzen. Da bin ich 10 Jahre als Flugingenieur und 4 Jahre als Co-Drauf gewesen. Den Flieger habe ich sehr geliebt und ich habe auch die Zeit auf der 747 sehr genossen. Ich war auf der 747-200, also dem alten Jumbo mit 3-Mann-Cockpit als Co. 4 Jahre und habe dann auf dieser 747 eigentlich auch den Wechsel zur Cargo gemacht. Ich war bei der Passagefliegerei damals auf der 747 und wir konnten monatsweise bei Cargo fliegen, uns abstellen lassen, weil die das gleiche Flugzeug hatten und die hatten zu wenig Leute. Und so bin ich dann eigentlich auch zur Cargo gekommen. Hab dann bei Cargo meine Kapitänsausbildung auch auf der 747 gemacht. Und wenn du mich jetzt so fragst, was nach der MD-11 das zweitliebste Flugzeug ist, ganz klar die 747.
Interessant. Cool. Dann.
Geiler Flieger, wirklich.
Ja, absolut.
Unglaublich toll. Also unglaublich redundant. Also da kommt auf dem Jumbo, da kann dir eigentlich nichts passieren, was dich in irgendwie brenzlige Situationen bringt. Gar nichts.
Mhm.
Außer wenn dir 2 Motoren auf einmal beim Takeoff ausfallen. Aber
Gut,
damit
okay.
wird in der Fliegerei nie gerechnet, sondern man rechnet immer nur mit dem Ausfall eines Systems. Dass 2 Motoren gleichzeitig ausfallen, das gab es ja mal diesen Fall in Amsterdam, wo so ein israelischer Jumbo dann in so ein Hof rausgekracht ist. Also dafür ist das Flugzeug nicht ausgelegt, aber ansonsten ist der Jumbo unglaublich redundant und ein sehr gutmütiges Flugzeug. Und ja, einfach ja, toll zu fliegen, ganz toll zu fliegen.
Sehr schön. Cool. Ich habe gerade einen Blick auf den Spendencounter geworfen. Wir haben mittlerweile die 1000 Euro Marke geknackt. Wir haben 1000 Euro und 7 Cent.
Das habe ich auch gerade gesehen. Also hierfür wirklich einen Heidenrespekt und ein riesengroßes Dankeschön an alle, die sich bisher an der Aktion beteiligt haben. Also das ist
Leute,
wirklich brutal.
Da kann ich mich jetzt einfach nur anschließen. Klasse, 1000 Dank. Damit haben wir ja fast schon den ersten Term abgedeckt. Und ja Leute, damit tun wir wirklich was Gutes. Diese Kinder, die brauchen das und denen tun wir da richtig was Gutes. Danke. Ganz
Sehr
vielen
schön.
Dank.
Fokko, hast du noch ein paar Minuten?
Ja, ich habe Zeit.
Ich beobachte nämlich gerade den Livestream vom Jannis ein bisschen und da sind jetzt noch 2, 3 Fragen reingekommen. Ich würde gleich mal mit der ersten loslegen. Auf welche Probleme trefft ihr, wenn ihr versucht, den Menschen zu helfen? Beziehungsweise wie geht ihr mit diesen Problemen um? Und auch in welchem Umfang unterstützt euch die Regierung vor Ort?
Ich fange mit der letzten Frage an, wie die Regierung, die kenianische Regierung uns unterstützt vor Ort. Die Frage ist ganz schnell beantwortet. Überhaupt nicht. Das ist für mich, muss ich sagen, am Anfang sehr schockierend gewesen, dass wir quasi von Seiten der Regierung oder von Seiten der Behörden überhaupt keine Unterstützung bekommen. Im Gegenteil macht man uns das Leben hier und da sogar schwer und alle Versuche, von denen Unterstützung zu bekommen, sei es, dass wir von den Visagebühren befreit werden oder dass unsere Ärzte von den Visagebühren befreit werden oder dass die Ärzte ihre Arbeitsgenehmigung ohne Bezahlung bekommen, die sind alle gescheitert. Jetzt überall, ich bin sehr viel bei den Behörden unterwegs gewesen und habe immer so gehört, ja toll, was ihr hier macht. Und wenn man dann gesagt hat, ja, jetzt, wie ist denn jetzt, könnt ihr uns von den Visagebühren, nee, dafür sind wir nicht zuständig. Also man wurde von Pontius zu Pilatus geschickt. Ich habe also wirklich, das habe ich aufgegeben, auf Unterstützung an der Stelle zu hoffen. Das gibt's nicht. Also jeder Arzt muss für jedes Mal, wenn er da hinkommt, ein Visum kaufen, kostet 51 US-Dollar. Das Antragsverfahren ist auch noch kompliziert, das ist auch immer ätzend. Und wir müssen für jeden Arzt, wie gesagt, das sind fast 50 Ärzte, die bei uns mitmachen, jedes Jahr aufs Neue eine Arbeitsgenehmigung für 200 Euro kaufen, ungefähr 200 Euro. Und ja, das verursacht eigentlich völlig unnötige Kosten. Wie gehen wir damit um? Wir machen einen großen Bogen um alles behördlich. Weil wir wissen, dass sie uns einfach doch nicht weiterhelfen. Und wir haben, und das ist eigentlich vielleicht auch in dem Zusammenhang ganz wichtig zu erwähnen, wir haben als Partner eben die anglikanische Kirche. Also ich bin ansonsten, ich bin zwar noch Mitglied in der evangelischen Kirche, aber ich bin jetzt nicht unbedingt aktiv. Aber als Partner die anglikanische Kirche dort zu haben, mit einem Bischof in Nairobi und einem anderen Bischof in Masabit, das ist schon sehr wichtig. Man braucht einen lokalen Partner, um die Vernetzung, die dieser Mensch hat vor Ort, nutzen zu können. Es hilft sehr, es öffnet doch dann die ein oder andere Tür. Oder zum Beispiel, wenn wir was Neues bauen wollen, dann lassen wir den Bauantrag immer über die Kirche stellen. Wir werden als Weißer treten dort gar nicht in Erscheinung. Es ist nämlich so, wenn man als Weißer auf eine Behörde kommt, dann werden gleich Begehrlichkeiten geweckt und man merkt sehr schnell, dass man nur weiterkommt, indem man Bestechungsgelder bezahlt. Das wollen wir nicht. Deswegen, wenn immer etwas bei der Behörde zu beantragen ist, eine Baugenehmigung als Beispiel, dann macht das ein Vertreter der Kirche und erwähnt überhaupt nichts von uns. Und das funktioniert auch gut. Und ja, auf diese Weise kommen wir eigentlich da ganz gut durchs Leben. Wir werden dann auch von der Bevölkerung, die von unserer Arbeit profitieren, wirklich sehr gut akzeptiert. Das merke ich immer, wenn ich im Medical Center bin in Nairobi und Patienten, die dort warten, sehe, die dann sehr oft auf mich zukommen und sich herzlich bedanken, weil sie wissen, dass wir diejenigen sind, die das Ganze ermöglichen. Und das trifft ja auch sehr viele Leute. Wir haben ungefähr 10.000 Patienten, die behandelt werden und werden dieses Jahr weit über 35.000 Behandlungen haben, die durchgeführt werden für diese Menschen, die sich der Arzt normalerweise nicht leisten können. Einige zahlen einen kleinen Obolus, aber ganz viele werden umsonst behandelt und da ist schon eine große Dankbarkeit da. In Masabit ist es ähnlich, dass eben der Support von diesem Bischof Kampicha, ein ganz junger Kerl, der selber aus einer kinderreichen, armen Familie kommt und der weiß sehr wohl, wie wichtig Bildung ist und unterstützt uns wirklich ganz massiv. Aber von der Regierung null. Absolut gar nichts.
Schade, sehr schade, aber gut, dass ihr da so eine, sage ich mal, so ein Workaround für habt.
Ja. Genau. Ja, absolut.
Ja. Okay. Als nächstes haben wir den lieben Emanuel, der streamt auch, allerdings auf Englisch. Fokko, ist es dir möglich, auf Englisch nochmal so kurz seine Frage zu beantworten? Hat jetzt das Wort Emanuel vom Channel 737 NT Driver.
Ja, hallo. Erstmal vielen lieben Dank für die Möglichkeit, das auch auf Englisch machen zu können, Fokko.
Okay.
Ich bin verständlich, richtig?
Ja.
Perfect, then I'll switch over to English just now. So my question is, since my channel is primarily aimed at an international audience, primarily US and British, so a lot of English-speaking people, is there any chance you could maybe just summarize within a couple of quick sentences some most important things of what you do in cargo human care and why we are collecting the money today and what it is used for?
Okay, yeah, sure, this is possible. We have two major things we are focusing on. One is medicine, and the other thing is education and taking care of children, orphans, and taking care of people who need medical support. For the medical side, first we have a medical center, an ambulance in Nairobi with local staff, 12 local staff, and about 50, almost 50 German doctors who will come frequently for treatment of people to Nairobi. And this way we treat about 30, or we treat 10,000 people in Nairobi, and we will have this year about 35,000 treatments. So these people, most of them, they do not have any money at all, and they will be treated for free. And those who have a little money, they give a little money to the medical center. It's like 100 shilling, which is a little less than €1. This is just to give them the impression that the treatment they get, it's worth something. Because well, in Africa it's the same as here. If you say something is for free, people might think it's not worth anything. So we take a little money from those who can afford, but I think most of the people are treated for free. We also, if it's required, we also send them to hospitals. We are working together with some hospitals in Nairobi, and if they need to be treated there or go for surgery, we also send them there, and we also pay for that. So this is the medical side. And then the whole project started in an orphanage called Mother's Mercy Home, which was opened initially in 2001 by the Anglican Church of Kenya. And at the time I came there first, this was I think in 2001, it was a very basic orphanage, and it has had space for 84 children by that time, and it was really very basic. So I started to support this home, and actually from this moment the whole project started. In the meantime, we have built a new home beside this old one, sorry, and it has space for 120 orphans, and presently we have 111 children there. We sent them to good schools, to private schools, and later on, when they finish school after 12 years, they go 8 years to primary and 4 years to secondary school, and at the age of 19 plus minus, they finish school. Then they have to leave the orphanage. This is Kenyan law, that children who finish school, they have to leave an orphanage. And for them we built a second home. It's named after my foster child that I had. His name was Doyen, and he was actually the one who inspired me to start this program and to work a lot for it. I met him in 2004, and he had a heart problem and had to go for a surgery, and he needed an artificial valve in his heart. And he lived with this for 10 years, but unfortunately he passed away in 2014. And his name was John Kahini. And after him, we named this home, the second home. It's now called John Kahini Residence, and we have space there for 32 young people, and we have 3 social workers there. They prepare them for life, for all kind of professions, and for college and for university. And in total, we support at this time 58 young people. Approximately half of them live in this home, and the others, they stay in hostels outside, maybe close to their university or to their college. So what we want to do is give them good school education and give them also chance to stay on their own feet, say it in simple words. And this is mainly what we do for this children in the orphanage. And then we built 2 schools. One is in Nairobi, called Happy Child Education Center. It has space for 200 children. It's also on the ground of the Anglican Church, but we built this school there, and we still support the school with a lot of money, but also the church supporting it. And the second school is in Marsabit. It's called Wings Academy, and for this school we do the collection today, because in the area, in the whole northern region of Kenya, Marsabit is 500 kilometers north of Nairobi, and in the whole area it's a horrible drought, and this year it's extremely, it hasn't rained there for more than 3 years, and people who depend on the money they make with selling their goats and cows and sheep, they almost have no money anymore. The animals have died because they find nothing to eat anymore, and so the whole region is really depending on support of NGOs worldwide. We also do a lot of support in these little villages around the school. We support at present time, since May this year, we support them with food, 700 families. And there is actually, this is unfortunately, there is no end in sight. It is dry, and people really are hungry, and well, I'm not sure if this climate change will end at what time. I don't think so, and this way it's giving them food or bringing them food is probably not a sustainable way, but well, what can we do? And if we can help these people, we want to do it. On the long run, it's planned to give the children from Wings Academy the chance to get a good education, and later on send them to our John Carney residence to prepare them for any kind of jobs. So this way, when they have a good job and when they can make money somewhere else, they might be able to support their families in the Marsabit region. So this is kind of a sustainable system that might work one day. But for the region, I do not see any good future, because because for water, nothing is growing. No animals can survive there, and as they all, or let's say 95% of the people there, they depend on selling their livestock. Yeah, they're gonna have a hard time. So this is mainly what we do. 2 homes and then medical center. We have a small medical center, the so-called dispensary in the Masai Mara, where our doctors also go to now and then. And then we have these two schools, and then another project. It's also in Marsabit. We drilled a borehole there, and we support about 8,000 people in a small town called Bubisa with water. And unfortunately, the water has been when it comes out of the ground, it's salty, and nitrogen is in there. So we had to buy a desalination unit, which is working, but it causes a lot of problems, and we are trying to get it to get it to a better what should I say, to have a better quality of the weather of the water. And this desalination unit has been built in Germany by a company called Boreal in Berlin, and with the management of this company, we will have a call next week, and we will talk about the problems. One of the main problems is this area is a volcanic area, and the water comes out of the ground with 35, sometimes 45 degrees, and it's actually too hot for this desalination unit, but it's not possible to cool it down. because the outside temperatures are also very high. So, well, this project, this desalination unit with the borehole and photovoltaic system for the electricity costed like 400,000 euros, and we are really interested in get it running in a good way. But yeah, there's nothing without problems, and to find solutions, it's possible, or it's necessary, let me call it, it's necessary to be there every now and then. And myself and also some other members of our board, we travel very often to Kenya, and I've just been there last week for 1 week, and I do this about 6 times a year or 7 times, and it's very important to stay in very close contact to our staff there. We have altogether 24 staff in our medical center, in our homes, and to run all this, our annual costs presently are about 550,000 euros, with a dramatic increase because especially food is becoming very much more expensive. But we will soon have running costs of 600,000 euros. So far we can manage to collect this money, but you never know. You have to work on that.
Yeah.
Was this? Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was just about to say that this really sounds like a dire situation down there. And my next question would have been: we are currently about halfway through the flight, and I see we've raised almost the amount that we aim to raise at 1,200 euros. In fact, we're currently at 1,071, and I will fill this up right now to the complete 1,200 that we've been looking for. Now, of course, we're only halfway through the flight, so we will hopefully be able to collect more. So I'm about to ask, do you have any immediate project like the water machine that you are about to work on that you want to cover if we manage to exceed the 1,200?
Well, the 1,200 would be the money for the bananas for these children in Wings Academy. This is something I explained before in German. This 188 or almost 200 children, many of them, they come with an empty stomach in the morning to school, and the first thing they get, first food they get, will be porridge at 10 o'clock, but they come to school at 7:30. So they sit 2.5 hours with an empty stomach in the classroom, and we decided this is not a good environment for them to learn. So we decided to give every child 1 banana every morning, and for this we collect the money, and the 1,200 is sufficient for the first term, which starts in January and it lasts in April, so a little more than 3 months, and then I'm pretty sure that after April the situation will not be very much better, and so if you collect more money than 1,200, I would very much like to take the money to the second term, and it's about the same amount that we need for the second term. So if there's more money, I would really use it for extending this banana project, if you all agree.
That certainly sounds very, very nice. So I'm just about now hitting that button on PayPal, so we've reached the 1,200 now, and I'm hoping that we can collect quite a bit more.
Great. Thanks, guys. Sounds good.
Thank you
Any
so much.
Any other questions from your side, or auf Deutsch? Habt ihr noch was?
Ja, in das Case.
Ja, ich hätte.
Genau,
Danke dir, Janis. Entschuldigung, wollte dir jetzt nicht ins Wort fallen. Genau, ich hätte noch 2 Fragen tatsächlich aus dem Livestream vom Janis. Eine würde direkt an den Fokko persönlich gehen. Und zwar hast du rückblickend auf deine Karriere und deine Erfahrungen als langjähriger Pilot Tipps und Empfehlungen an junge Erwachsene, die vorhaben, Pilot zu werden. Kannst du da was Bestimmtes weitergeben?
Ja klar, sehr gerne. Also ich mache immer wirklich gerne Werbung für diesen Beruf. Es wird zwar von ganz vielen Piloten gesagt, dass sich viel geändert hat in der Fliegerei, und natürlich ist dadurch, dass es immer mehr Airlines gibt, die schlecht bezahlen, wie Ryanair oder was weiß ich, wer auch immer, dadurch ist der Beruf vielleicht nicht mehr ganz so attraktiv, wie er mal war, aber ich finde den Job an sich einfach immer noch fantastisch. Es ist und bleibt aus meiner Sicht der beste Job, den es überhaupt geben kann. Und natürlich ist das Geld auch wichtig, aber die Befriedigung, die man erfährt in dem Job, die ist eben doch sehr, sehr groß. Und insofern empfehlen kann ich fast jedem, das zu machen. Mit gewissen Einschränkungen. Also man muss sich eben, wenn man Pilot ist, schon auch damit abfinden, dass das Leben sehr unregelmäßig ist, dass man nicht immer dann zu Hause ist, wenn es eine Familienfeier gibt, dass man nicht immer an Weihnachten und an anderen Feiertagen zu Hause sein kann, dass man eben sich einfach auf Strecke begeben muss. Das ist, weil das Jahr rundum geflogen wird, immer wieder, und man ist auch nicht immer zur Silvesterfeier oder an seinem Geburtstag vielleicht schon, aber vielleicht nicht unbedingt am Geburtstag seiner eigenen Kinder immer zu Hause. Das lässt sich eben nicht immer bewerkstelligen. Damit muss man sich abfinden, und man muss eben, gerade wenn man Langstreckenpilot ist, sich mit diesen Themen auseinandersetzen wie permanente Zeitverschiebungen und einen sehr hohen Anteil an Nachtflügen. Es ist auch egal, ob man Cargo fliegt oder Passagiere. Eigentlich findet auf der Langstrecke mindestens jeder zweite Flug in der Nacht statt. USA-Flüge sind einfach so, man fliegt am Tag hin. Wenn man Passagiere fliegt, fliegt man am Tag hin. Und der Rückflug ist immer nachts. Der geht immer durch die Nacht. Und bei Lufthansa war es so, dass der Rückflug eigentlich in der Regel 24 Stunden nach Ankunft war der Rückflug. Manchmal auch 48 Stunden später, aber eben sehr auch 24 Stunden später. Und da muss man eine Taktik entwickeln, wie man dann 24 Stunden nach Ankunft wieder fit ist, um auf so einen Nachtflug zu gehen. Und das ist nicht immer ganz einfach. Ich habe da so bestimmte Tricks gehabt, und mir ist es eigentlich immer relativ gut gelungen, aber da haben andere Leute doch sehr viel mitgekämpft. Und ich habe gerade jetzt in den letzten Tagen ein paar Mal mit Kollegen gesprochen, die noch fliegen und die Langstrecke fliegen, und die mir gesagt haben, ihnen fällt das immer schwerer mit zunehmendem Alter, weil 50 Nächte im Jahr im Flugzeug sich um die Ohren zu hauen und einigermaßen fit zu sein, das ist nicht so ganz einfach. Also diese Nachtflüge ist ein großes Thema. Die extremen Zeitverschiebungen sind ein großes Thema. Das ist nicht unbedingt jedermanns Sache. Und insofern, das muss man sich halt überlegen, ob man dazu bereit ist. Aber den Beruf zu ergreifen, das kann ich jedem empfehlen. Es ist der geilste Job der Welt. Und wie die Zukunft aussieht, das ist Glaskugel. Vor 2 Jahren haben alle gedacht, es gibt für Piloten überhaupt keine Zukunft mehr. Und momentan ist es so, dass nicht nur bei Lufthansa, sondern auch bei vielen anderen Airlines Piloten gesucht werden, und dass man, wenn man eine Pilotenlizenz hat, dass man extrem gute Chancen hat, auch einen guten Job zu kriegen. Aber das ändert sich eben auch alle paar Jahre, je nach Bedarf. Die Pandemie hat da ordentlich reingehauen, aber es gibt eben auch andere Faktoren, wenn die Wirtschaft nicht so boomt, wie man sich das wünscht, dann ist die Fliegerei auch sehr schnell betroffen. Und das ist schwer vorherzusagen, ob das eine gute Zukunft gibt. Ich glaube ja. Ich würde es, wenn ich ein junger Mensch wäre, wie ihr jetzt alle, und wenn man Lust hat, das zu machen, ich würde es auch wieder machen. auch Geld investieren, um die Scheine zu machen. Ganz bestimmt.
Schön. Schöner Ausblick. Danke dir. Dann haben wir als nächstes hier im Sprachkanal den Longhole-Pilot mit seiner Frage. Die Bühne gehört dir.
Ja, guten Tag zusammen. Hallo Fokko. Ich habe auch eine Frage an den fliegerischen Part deines Lebens. Und zwar würde mich sehr interessieren, was war denn auf der Langstrecke deine Lieblingsdestination? Und warst du vielleicht auch schon mal in Hongkong Kai Tak damals noch in den 90er?
Ja, sowohl als auch. Lieblingsdestination, das wird niemanden überraschen, war Nairobi. Einfach wegen meines Projekts, was ich da selber eben gegründet habe. 2001 ging das damit los. Und deswegen bin ich auch eben sehr oft und sehr gerne nach Nairobi geflogen. Es war dann sogar so, ich war 9 Jahre Flottenchef und habe sehr viel im Büro gesessen. Zu der Zeit eigentlich 75% Büro. Das heißt, ich bin eigentlich nur eine Woche im Monat geflogen, manchmal 2, aber so offiziell war es eben so, dass ich eigentlich nur eine Woche geflogen bin. Und auf der Langstrecke mit Cargo bedeutet das eigentlich, dass man dann nur einen Umlauf fliegt. Und dieser eine Umlauf, der war dann auch meist nach Nairobi. Das heißt, ich habe sehr oft nur diesen einen Flug im Monat gehabt, Nairobi, dann weiter nach Johannesburg, zurück über Nairobi nach Frankfurt. Und ja, der Vorteil bei Afrika-Flügen ist, dass man wenig Zeitverschiebung hat. Im Sommer 1 Stunde und im Winter 2 Stunden Zeitverschiebung. Das macht es ein bisschen leichter. Auch das fand ich eigentlich immer ganz gut. Dann Thema Kai Tak, ja, bin ich hingeflogen als Co-Pilot 747 mit dem Frachter einige Male. Und das war schon ein saugeiler Anflug. Und ihr habt sicherlich alle diese Filme, die es da so gibt, gesehen. Und da gab es ja wirklich spektakuläre Landungen oder auch spektakuläre Bohrlands. Und ja, der Flug war einfach extrem herausfordernd und der Anflug war extrem herausfordernd. Und ich habe mich zum Beispiel dann auch, wenn ich im Layover war, ein paar Mal auf dieses sogenannte Checkerboard gesetzt. Das war ja so dieses rot-weiß karierte Ding, was da auf den Bergdorf gemalt war. Da flog man drauf zu und machte dann eigentlich kurz vor diesem Berg eine Rechtskurve, die ging fast 90 Grad um die Kurve. Und wenn die Kurve zu Ende war, dann war man eigentlich schon im Short Final der Bahn. Und ja, dann hat es gepasst oder hat nicht gepasst. Und wenn nicht, dann hat es halt einen Go-Round gegeben. Aber diesen Anflug, den musste man sehr diszipliniert durchführen und sich wirklich gut überlegen, wie man es macht. Und da war eine gute Koordination innerhalb der Crew nötig. Ich habe dann, wenn ich das vom Checkerboard beobachtet habe, gesehen, wie Cathay ist ja Heimatflughafen Hongkong, die haben das immer ganz geschickt gemacht. Die sind nicht so genau aufs Checkerboard zugeflogen, sondern so ein bisschen links davon geblieben und hatten dann, wenn sie die Kurve machen, ein etwas längeres Final. Und das war dann eigentlich ein ganz guter Trick, den habe ich mir selber dann auch zu eigen gemacht. Der Airport ist dann 1998 war das, glaube ich. Ja doch, 98 habe ich noch in meiner Kapitänsausbildung noch ein paar Mal Hongkong als Destination gehabt, den alten Airport. Und als ich dann fertig war als Kapitän, dann war der neue Airport fertig. Und er ist zwar nicht mehr so spektakulär wie der alte, also der Anflug ist längst nicht so spektakulär, aber auch der neue Airport hat es halt in sich, weil der liegt halt genau nördlich von der Insel Lantau und dadurch, dass es oft Südwinde hat, ist da sehr oft sehr starke Turbulenz im Endteil. Und da gab es ja auch diesen einen spektakulären Unfall mit einer MD-11 von China Eastern, ich glaube China Eastern, jedenfalls eine chinesische Airline. Die sind dann quasi durch starke Turbulenz quasi auf dem Rücken umgedreht worden und lagen auf dem Rücken auf der Bahn. Die Leute haben das witzigerweise, Gott sei Dank, alle überlebt, aber das war schon extrem spektakulär. Es war ja halt ein Taifun, der da durchging. Und ich kann mich so daran eben auch deshalb sehr gut erinnern, weil ich selber gerade genau in dem Moment unterwegs war nach Hongkong. Wir waren 2 Stunden vorher und dann zeichnete sich schon irgendwie ab. Wir wussten, dass das Wetter sehr schlecht ist, hatten gut getankt, viel getankt. Und dann hörten wir schon im Funk, dass irgendwas ganz Komisches passiert ist. Da war nämlich gerade dieser Unfall passiert. Und wir sind dann noch ins Holding gegangen, aber sind oben geblieben, also gar nicht erst descending, ins Holding gegangen und dann zeichnete es sehr schnell ab, dass da in den nächsten Stunden nichts passiert. Und wir sind dann nach Bangkok diverted, weil da war es Wetter gut. Ja, also Hongkong ist immer noch eine große Herausforderung.
Okay, cool.
Ja.
Hätte ich nicht.
Aber es gibt auch, vielleicht nochmal ergänzend dazu, es gibt auch andere Airports, die sehr herausfordernd sind. Quito sind wir lange Zeit hingeflogen in Ecuador. Auch da hat es früher einen Airport gegeben, einen alten Airport mitten in der Stadt. Er war sehr spektakulär, weil eben Quito sehr hoch liegt, über 8000, noch höher sogar, also 10.000 Fuß hoch, umgeben von sehr hohen Bergen und dann eben dieser Airport mitten in der Stadt. Und man flog immer von Süden an. Und wenn dann mal Südwind war, dann hatte man halt im Anflug Rückenwind und musste dann so ein Circling fliegen, ganz niedriges Circling über der Stadt. Und wenn man dann eindrehte aus Final, dann konnte man auch lange Zeit die Bahn nicht sehen, weil da war auch noch ein Berg dazwischen. Also ein sehr herausfordernder Anflug. Und jetzt haben sie schon vor was weiß ich, 10 Jahren oder so einen neuen Airport gebaut, außerhalb von der Stadt. Aber auch der ist wieder spektakulär eben auch, weil der auf beiden Seiten vor der Runway tiefe Täler hat, die dann letztendlich auch wieder zu starken Turbulenzen im Endteil führen. Und ja, gab es durchaus auch spektakuläre Go-Arounds auf mit Lufthansa Cargo.
Okay.
Mexiko, anderes Beispiel. Auch hochgelegen, umgeben von hohen Bergen und dann auch noch oft starke Gewittertätigkeit. Also Mexiko ist auch so ein Airport, bei dem man hellwach sein muss und ja, wo man auch in der Crew sehr gut und sehr eng zusammenarbeiten muss. Ja, dann kommt in Mexiko noch dazu, dass ETC, also die Fluglotsen da wenig zuverlässig sind. Das ist in Quito anders. Quito hat sehr gutes ETC. Südamerika allgemein ist vom ETC her sehr schlecht, sind auch Militärlotsen, die die zivile Luftfahrt wechseln, wenig Ausbildung haben, die schlechtes Englisch sprechen. Quito bildet da eine Ausnahme. Quito hat sehr gute Lotsen, auf die man sich verlassen kann, aber Mexico City leider auch nicht. Und da war dann eine gute Vorbereitung gut. Und man musste auch, also wir haben für beide Airports, und das war in Hongkong auch so, eine Einweisung machen müssen, Simulator-Einweisung und den ersten Anflug dahin auch mit dem Checker, weil eben anspruchsvoll.
Okay, danke. Danke für die interessante Frage.
Ja, ich bedanke mich auch nochmal.
Okay. Super. Dann habe ich noch von vorhin eine Frage aus dem Stream vom Alf. Und zwar wurde gefragt, Fokko, was hältst du von den neuen A321er Freighter Conversions bei Lufthansa Cargo?
Ja, sagen wir mal so, der Markt ist sicherlich da, dass man kleinere Flieger für innereuropäische Strecken, für Cargo verwendet. Hab sie vor ein paar Tagen, war ich nochmal am Airport und habe sie gesehen. Standen zufällig auch beide da, es gibt ja 2 Stück davon. Was mir einfach, nicht nur mir, sondern allen Piloten, die bei Cargo fliegen, was mir da sehr missfallen hat, ist die Entscheidung des Vorstands, diese beiden Airbusse mit Personal von Cityline zu berädern. Und Ja, das hat kaum jemand verstanden. Man hätte gerade zu der Zeit, als eben die MD-11-Leute praktisch keinen Job auf der MD-11 mehr hatten, nach und nach umgeschult wurden auf die 777 und wo eigentlich ein riesiger Überhang da war an Piloten, hätte man die Piloten umschulen können. Das ist eigentlich das sage ich jetzt ganz ehrlich, was uns da allen sehr missfallen hat, was auch zu sehr viel Unruhe in der Firma geführt hat. Da hat sich der Vorstand keinen Gefallen getan. Also, das ist etwas sehr Unschönes, aber ansonsten glaube ich, der Markt ist da. Ansonsten hätte das natürlich niemand gemacht, Flieger umgebaut. Es lohnt sich ja nicht immer mit einem großen Flieger, gerade einem 777, mit der 777 fliegt man eigentlich keine Fracht in Europa von A nach B oder nur im Ausnahmefall. Und es macht einfach keinen Sinn. Das ist ein Langstreckenflieger, der eben eine hohe Kapazität hat von über 100 Tonnen. Und da macht es keinen Sinn, nach Barcelona oder Lissabon nach Rom zu fliegen, sondern da braucht man kleinere Flieger. Und insofern, das haben viele andere Cargo Airlines haben das ja auch, dass sie 737 Frachter haben oder eben jetzt auch neuerdings 320er Frachter. Und ja, die Entscheidung aus wirtschaftlicher Sicht mit Sicherheit richtig und gut. Aber auf was zielte die Frage ab? Vielleicht habe ich jetzt völlig am Thema vorbeigeredet.
Nein, ich denke, das hast du super getroffen. Dankeschön, danke.
Okay, alles klar.
Ich weiß nicht, wir haben noch ein paar Fragen, dass wir dir hier jetzt deine Zeit stehlen, wo du dann doch relativ, doch relativ viel zu tun hast. Wenn dem so wäre, dann würde ich an den Andi weitergeben, da habe ich noch.
Gerne, ja.
Genau. Bevor ich die nächste Frage vorlese, wollte ich euch nur mal kurz ein Update geben. Wir haben inzwischen sogar schon die 1.500 € an Spenden geknackt. Also ist auch schon der Kickoff in den zweiten Term damit auch schon mal gesichert. Das freut uns, glaube ich, alle wirklich, wirklich sehr. Und auch nochmal ein großes Dankeschön für die zahlreichen Spenden. Gut, zu der Frage, wie hat sich der Ukraine-Krieg auf die Situation und auch auf die Hilfeleistungen von Cargo Human Care ausgewirkt? Inwieweit hat sich auch Cargo Human Care oder inwieweit beteiligt sich auch Cargo Human Care an den Hilfen in der Ukraine?
Ja, gutes Thema. Wir sind eigentlich sehr, sehr bald nach Ausbruch dieses unglaublichen Krieges darauf angesprochen worden, ob wir uns nicht auch da engagieren wollen, und das haben wir auch getan. Wir haben einen Spendenaufruf gemacht und haben auch wirklich ordentlich Geld bekommen, jetzt mittlerweile über 100.000 €. Und wir haben das Geld eingesetzt für Verbandsmaterial und Medikamente, die an verschiedene Kliniken gegangen sind. Das meiste ging nach Lemberg, Lviv, an verschiedene Kliniken dort, zu denen wir Kontakt aufgebaut haben über wirklich gute persönliche Kontakte, und wir wissen, dass die Sachen da eben sehr gut ankommen. Also das ist zum einen passiert, dass wir Geld gesammelt haben und das eben umgesetzt haben. Es ist jetzt nochmal eine Spende gekommen. Wir haben im Moment noch etwas über 12.000 €, die wir noch einsetzen werden, und das passiert auch in den nächsten Wochen. Und wir haben eine wirklich sehr große Sachspende bekommen, im Wert von 580.000 €, spezielle Verbandsmaterialien, die eine Firma uns zur Verfügung gestellt hat und die wir eben auch nach Lemberg gebracht haben. Insofern haben wir uns da eingebracht. Der Fokus von Cargo Human Care wird Kenia bleiben, ganz bestimmt, aber wir haben uns eben auch für die Ukraine stark gemacht. Und wir waren auch wirklich überrascht, wie groß die Spendenbereitschaft war. Wir konnten es einfach dadurch, dass wir sicherstellen konnten, dass diese Spenden ganz gezielt dort eingesetzt werden. Und zwar auch, wir haben uns praktisch die Liste geben lassen was benötigt wird an Medikamenten und Verbandsmaterial. Wir haben nicht einfach irgendwas hingeschickt, sondern haben ganz gezielt Sachen auch rausgesucht, die aktuell gebraucht werden. Und ich denke, das ist auch ganz gut gelungen. Was der Ukraine-Krieg ansonsten auf die Fliegerei für Auswirkungen gehabt hat, das habt ihr sicherlich mitbekommen. Es ist einfach, alle Flüge nach Fernost müssen riesengroße Umwege fliegen. Ich höre das von den Kollegen, die 777 fliegen. Das große Drehkreuz ist jetzt Seoul geworden, Incheon. Und von dort geht es dann sehr oft weiter nach Shanghai oder auch nach Japan weiter als Shuttle. Und die Flugzeiten sind extrem lang geworden. Also der Hinflug ist so um die 12 Stunden und zurück 13,5 bis 14 Stunden, einfach weil man so riesengroße Umwege fliegen muss. Und deswegen werden diese Strecken auch meistens nicht nur zu dritt, sondern sogar zu viert geflogen mit 2 kompletten Crews, einfach weil die Flugdienstzeiten so extrem lang sind. Und das hat dann eben nicht nur lange Flugzeiten zur Folge, sondern auch für die 777 dann Einschränkungen in der Nutzlast. Man muss dann halt für 2 Stunden mehr Sprit dabei haben und das sind halt die 12 Tonnen und das führt dann auch zu Nutzlasteinschränkungen, weil man eben ansonsten die Limits überschreiten würde. Also es hat wirklich große Konsequenzen gehabt, kann man nicht anders sagen.
Ja, das glaube ich dir gerne, dass das Konsequenzen hatte. Sieht man ja auch an den diversen Luftraumsperrungen. Genau. Gut, dann sehe ich, dass wir hier jetzt gerade bei uns im Channel noch 2 Fragen offen haben. Als erstes würde ich dann mal den Christian einladen. Lieber Christian,
ja,
dir gehört die Bühne, man kann dich hören. Viel Spaß.
Ja, super, klasse. Ja, Fokko, vielen Dank schon mal, dass du dir die Zeit nimmst. Das sind quasi 2 Fragen, die ich an dich hätte. Was war einmal deine größte Herausforderung bei der Cargo Human Care und die größte fliegerische Herausforderung, die du in deinem Berufsleben hattest?
Da muss ich echt überlegen. Größte Herausforderung. Ich glaube, die größte Herausforderung bei Cargo Human Care war einfach, das ganze Ding zum Laufen zu kriegen. Überhaupt erstmal Unterstützer zu finden, die Idee, dort aktiv zu werden, mitgetragen haben. Und da glaube ich, in diesem Zusammenhang war dann quasi die Einbindung von Lufthansa Cargo. Das war eigentlich so das Größte. Und das ist auch nach wie vor eben sehr wichtig für uns, dass Lufthansa Cargo uns unterstützt. Man braucht so einen großen Supporter. Und da die Unterstützung vom Cargo-Vorstand zu bekommen, das war schon eine Herausforderung. Aber ist uns gelungen und auch über die Jahre, ja, wie ich vorhin auch schon mal gesagt habe, auch gewachsen. Und jetzt auch mittlerweile lange nicht mehr in Frage gestellt. Also das Ding, dieses Projekt zum Laufen zu kriegen, von dem ich nie gedacht hatte, dass es so was Großes wird. Ich bin ja nicht angetreten, um eine Hilfsorganisation zu gründen, sondern ja, das hat sich ein bisschen zufällig ergeben, aber dann auch mit Vehemenz. Ja, also das Ding zum Lauf zu kriegen, das war die größte Herausforderung. In der Fliegerei, weiß ich gar nicht, was die größte Herausforderung war. Es ist jetzt nicht als Herausforderung, nicht nur als Herausforderung zu sehen, aber die intensivste Erfahrung war mein Kapitänstraining. Und ich glaube, das ist auch im Leben eines jeden Piloten, ist das so, das was eine große Hürde ist eine Herausforderung und da muss man sich wirklich am Riemen reißen. Das Kapitänstraining ist nicht einfach. Man macht wirklich viele tolle Erfahrungen und es ist nicht so einfach über einen Zeitraum von, in meinem Fall war das ein knappes halbes Jahr, es ging relativ zügig, aber meistens dauert es länger, 8 Monate so ungefähr. Man fängt mit dem Simulatortraining an und dann geht es auf die Linie, zwischendurch immer noch wieder Schulungen und am Boden Und im Linientraining fliegt dann erst ein Checker mit einem, der sitzt dann auf der rechten Seite, man sitzt selber links. Dann irgendwann, wenn man so weit ist, dass der Checker sich getraut, sich nach hinten zu setzen und einen Co-Pilot dazu nimmt, dann die nächste Phase. Also diese Zeit als Kapitänsanwärter, KA, die, muss ich sagen, die ist mir am meisten, obwohl sie sehr anstrengend war, sehr positiv. Ich habe ganz tolle Checker-Ausbilder gehabt, die mir ganz verschiedene Inputs gegeben haben und man muss dann in der Zeit einen eigenen Weg finden. Ja? Man hört sich an, wie andere Leute, Checker, die viel Erfahrung haben auf diesem Flugzeug oder überhaupt als Kapitän, wie die es gemacht haben. Und daraus bildet man dann so seinen eigenen Stil, wie man mit der Crew umgeht. Und man ist praktisch, als Kapitän ist man denkt immer am Anfang, ach, da fliegst du nur das Flugzeug von links statt von rechts. Nee, es ist viel mehr. Kapitän werden heißt, dass man die Crew, auch wenn sie klein ist, auch wenn man nur zu zweit ist, aber man muss die Crew führen und das ist eigentlich die größte Herausforderung, dass man mit ganz verschiedenen Charakteren, die einem doch begegnen in der Fliegerei, auch wenn die Leute alle ausgesucht sind und alle geeignet sind für den Job, aber die Charaktere sind eben doch unterschiedlich. Und man muss eben es irgendwie schaffen, eine gute und sichere und konstruktive Arbeitsatmosphäre zu schaffen. Und das ist die Herausforderung, wenn man Kapitän werden will. Man braucht das, was wir Captaincy nennen, das braucht man unbedingt. Und es gibt Leute, die haben das nicht. Ich bin ja später 20 Jahre lang auch selber Checker gewesen und habe viele Ausbildungen gemacht, sowohl für Co-Piloten als auch für Kapitäne. Und wir haben leider auch immer wieder Fälle gehabt, wo Co-Piloten, die dann ins Kapitänstraining gingen, wo wir dann festgestellt haben, das ist zwar ein guter Co-Pilot und ein guter Flieger, aber der hat es nicht darauf, eine Crew zu führen und ist diesen Belastungen nicht gewachsen. Und ja, dann muss eben der eine oder andere auch sich damit abfinden, dass er nicht Kapitän wird. Und ist dann als Co-Pilot sicherlich ein guter Co-Pilot, aber kein Kapitän. Und das ist eben für mich, muss ich sagen, ja, muss ich erstmal einen Moment überlegen, was war die größte Herausforderung. Die größte Herausforderung war das Kapitänstraining. Ich habe da nie Angst vor gehabt oder gedacht, ich werde es nicht schaffen, aber das war eine extrem intensive Zeit. Man muss über 6 Monate, 8 Monate die Motivation hochhalten und ja, hart arbeiten. Aber wenn man ein Kapitän ist und den 4. Streifen hat, ja, dann fühlt man sich wie der King. Das ist schon geil.
Cool, ja, danke.
Super. Cool, danke für die Antworten. Andi, haben wir noch irgendwas? Außer
Ja,
den
hier bei uns, nee, tatsächlich, also aus deinem Stream war es das jetzt mit Fragen. Ich hätte noch privat hier gerade 2 Fragen bekommen, wenn ich die noch ganz schnell reinschmeißen dürfte. Die eine Frage wäre, ich würde jetzt gleich mal beide zusammenstellen. Die eine Frage wäre aus deiner Sicht, Fokko, die Vorteile zwischen Vor- und Nachteile zwischen Passagier- und Frachtfliegerei. Und das andere, wenn du jetzt quasi als 18-Jähriger frisch aus der Schule rauskommst, Pilot werden möchtest, was wäre deine erste Anlaufstelle, wo du sagst, bei der Airline möchte ich anfangen?
Ja, Passagierfliegerei, Frachtfliegerei, es hat beides natürlich Vor- und Nachteile. Viele Leute denken, dass wenn man zur Frachtfliegerei geht, dass man sozial vereinsamt. Das ist nicht der Fall. Also bin jetzt weit über 20 Jahre Fracht geflogen mit großer Begeisterung. Ich habe das sehr genossen, praktisch auch ein bisschen mehr Entscheidungsfreiheit zu haben als Kapitän. Die hat man zwangsläufig, weil es nicht so viele am Boden zum Beispiel, nicht so viele Leute gibt, die einem reinreden und sagen, ja, ihr müsst jetzt losfliegen, auch wenn die Passagiere noch nicht alle da sind, oder ihr müsst jetzt auf die und die Leute warten. Als Frachtflieger hat man ein bisschen mehr Freiheiten. Ich habe es wirklich sehr genossen, Cargo zu fliegen. Und wenn man dann unterwegs ist, dann ist es einfach so, dass man jederzeit aus dem Cockpit raus kann. Man steht niemandem im Weg. Man kann sich das Essen kochen, wann man will, und Kaffee kochen, wann man will. Man steht in der Galley niemandem im Weg. Und ja, es gibt im Frachter keine Probleme mit Passagieren. Es gibt bei der Passagierfliegerei, da gibt es immer wieder Probleme mit Passagieren. Alkohol ist ein Faktor. Es gibt, ich habe gestern noch einen Kollegen getroffen, der war auf dem 380 und sagte, er kann sich erinnern, er war in San Francisco, waren sie gerade über dem Lake Tahoe, also gerade auf dem Rückflug, und also gerade noch nie mal eine Stunde in der Luft. Und da gab es einen Herzinfarkt, und dann ist er umgedreht mit dem 380 und damit 400 Tonnen in Los Angeles gelandet. Oder nee, in San Francisco gelandet. Und solche Probleme hat man mit der Frachtfliegerei nicht. Das Einzige, wo ich mal diverted bin, also ausgewichen bin, das war, weil ein Pferd, das wir dabei hatten, das war in der Box umgefallen und kam nicht mehr hoch. Und der Pferdebegleiter, der dabei war, der sagte, also wenn wir jetzt noch 5 Stunden weiterfliegen, wir wollten nach Doha, Katar, und dann wird das Pferd, können wir es erschießen, weil das kann nicht so lange auf dem Arsch sitzen. Und dann sind wir in München gelandet. Das war eigentlich das einzige Mal, wo mal irgendwas Fracht, sage ich mal, in Gefahr war. Ansonsten hat man mit der Fracht eigentlich wenig Probleme unterwegs. Und ja, ich habe das sehr genossen, auch mit einer kleinen Crew unterwegs zu sein. Und es gibt natürlich auch mal so den Fall, dass man sich, wenn man zu zweit ist, nicht so viel zu erzählen hat oder vielleicht jetzt nicht, dass die Chemie nicht so ganz stimmt, aber das habe ich eigentlich so gut wie nie erlebt. Also die Stimmung war immer gut, und ja, ich persönlich würde, glaube ich, wenn ich jetzt jung wäre und entscheiden könnte, soll ich Fracht oder Passagiere fliegen, ich würde wieder zu Fracht gehen. Noch ein Aspekt, zumindest bei Lufthansa Cargo, war es so, dass wir ein unglaublich tolles Streckennetz hatten, was sich auch im Laufe der Zeit immer wieder geändert hat. Wir sind ja mit der MD-11 oft mit Zwischenlandungen geflogen. Zum Beispiel, wenn wir nach Südamerika gingen, dann sind wir in Dakar im Senegal gelandet und dort ausgestiegen, am nächsten Tag oder übernächsten Tag weitergeflogen und dann in Südamerika vielleicht auch noch von Sao Paulo nach Buenos Aires und nach Santiago unterwegs gewesen und dann auf dem Rückweg vielleicht über Recife oder so geflogen und dann wieder nach Dakar. Also man ist öfters mal zwischengelandet. Das ist jetzt mit der 777 nicht mehr der Fall. Die fliegen fast alles nonstop, also sehr lange Nonstop-Flüge. Auf der MD-11 hatten wir im Schnitt Flüge von 6 Stunden. Es waren auch kürzere noch dabei und natürlich auch längere. Aber im Schnitt sind wir 6 Stunden geflogen. Das war ein Vorteil. Bei der Passage fliegt man alles nonstop. Also Südamerika, Fernost, alles wird nonstop. Das heißt, man hat eigentlich immer lange Flüge. 8 Stunden nach New York ist fast schon das kürzeste. Und ja, so gesehen, ich persönlich favorisiere die Frachtfliegerei. Und du fragtest, wenn ich 18 Jahre alt wäre, wo würde ich hingehen? Leute, lass uns ehrlich sein. Jeder will zur Lufthansa. In Deutschland. Ja. Das ist einfach der solideste, der größte Arbeitgeber ist. Und auch bei allem, was es bei Lufthansa für Entwicklungen gibt. Und es gibt natürlich Bestrebungen, billige Schienen aufzubauen. Germanwings, Eurowings Discover, Cityline, was es alles gibt. Ja, klar. Aber in den Lufthansa-Konzern zu kommen, das ist, glaube ich, das Bestreben, was fast jeder hat. Wir hatten mal eine Zeit lang zu wenig Leute, die zur Cargo wollten und haben dann Externe eingestellt. Da haben wir so Informationsveranstaltungen gemacht, habe ich immer selber geleitet, für junge Piloten von anderen Airlines, zum Teil auch von der Bundeswehr, aber eben auch von EasyJet und Air Berlin damals noch. Und sind in großer Zahl zu diesen Informationsveranstaltungen gekommen und jeder hatte gesagt, mein Ziel war immer, zur Lufthansa zu kommen. Ja, ich glaube, das ist nach wie vor auch so.
Okay. Sehr schön.
Ja.
Gut, dann haben wir hier noch den Marinus aus dem Voice Channel.
Oh ja, erstmal hallo.
Hallo.
Meine Frage ist, ich plane auch Pilot zu werden in Zukunft, allerdings nicht bei der Lufthansa, tatsächlich. Ich glaube, ich bin einer der wenigen. Aber was hat dann meine Frage hat damit gar nichts zu tun. Was ist deiner Meinung nach neben der Lufthansa die zweitbeste Ausbildungsstelle für Piloten in Europa?
Oh. Nee. Die Frage kann ich dir nicht beantworten, da bin ich zu wenig drin in der Thematik. Lufthansa hat ja auch die Flugschule in Bremen quasi dicht gemacht und schreibt jetzt dann demnächst wieder Ausbildung in Rostock, in dieser Schule, die es auch schon länger gibt, aber das war ja immer so eine zweite Schiene. Und Phoenix, die Flugschule in Phoenix, Arizona, die ist ja quasi auch verkauft worden. Insofern, nee, also die Frage kann ich dir beantworten. Ich habe öfters mal Kontakt zu Leuten, die in Mannheim an dieser Akademie sind, Mannheim-Worms, aber da bin ich zu weit von weg. Ich glaube, alles, was ich jetzt sagen würde, wäre Fishing in the Dark. Wo hast du denn vor oder bist du schon in der Ausbildung jetzt?
Nee, noch nicht. Ich mache noch mein Fachabi nächstes Jahr. Aber ich plane zur Air Baltic zu gehen.
Okay.
Weil das, soweit ich weiß, auch die einzige Fluglinie in Europa ist, die dich auch noch finanziell unterstützt bei der Ausbildung. Und einfach, weil ich die A220 so extrem liebe.
Okay.
Mich hat gerade eine Nachricht.
Die bieten dir eine Ausbildung an und musst du dann auch zurückzahlen oder wie ist das?
Nee, also das ist so geregelt, dass sie irgendwie 25% zahlen, aber du halt dann für 10 Jahre fix bei der Air Baltic angestellt bist und nicht weg kannst.
Okay. Der Emanuel, der hat mir gerade noch geschrieben, dass dir Marinus sag ich mal, was zu sagen kann. Ich habe ihn gerade noch auf die Bühne geholt.
Ja, genau, ich kann da ein bisschen was zu sagen, weil ich bin ja gerade selbst in der Situation. Ich fliege ja aktuell beim Rainer und ich habe mir gerade eben, als Fokko sagte, dass die Lufthansa eigentlich die Anlaufstelle ist, auch mal gedacht, ja, so ist es. Also anfangs war ich ja auch echt enttäuscht, weil ich nicht selber bei der Lufthansa dann die Ausbildung machen konnte und das dann so privat gemacht habe und dann eben bei den Irren gelandet bin. Und ich sag's mal so, man lernt relativ schnell in der Luftfahrt, dass man doch die Lufthansa-Gruppe zu schätzen weiß. Von daher, ich bin jetzt selbst gerade auch auf dem Weg dahin. Und ja, gerade so mit Air Baltic, ich sag mal zumindest, was wir jetzt bei uns hören, in meiner Firma, ist doch durchaus, dass sie das dann doch sehr ausnutzen, wenn du an die gebunden bist. Von daher, was das angeht, ist die Lufthansa-Gruppe einfach, da bin ich ganz bei Fokko, muss ich sagen.
Okay, das ist gut zu wissen.
Vielleicht noch ein Satz zu Air Baltic. Ich glaube, das musst du dir wirklich gut überlegen, wenn du dann 10 Jahre an Air Baltic gebunden bist. Schau dir an, ob du da eine Ausstiegsklausel hast. Wenn du zum Beispiel nach 3 oder 5 Jahren sagst, oh, jetzt will ich doch woanders hin, weil es mir hier nicht gefällt, dann musst du wahrscheinlich einen größeren Betrag zurückzahlen. Also da muss es eine Ausstiegsklausel geben. Da 10 Jahre gebunden zu sein, das muss nicht unbedingt positiv sein. Also
ja, dass das nicht unbedingt positiv sein muss, das war mir klar. Aber wie gesagt, es ist noch ein Weg, hab noch mindestens 1,5 Jahre vor mir, also von daher.
Ja. Wo bist
Mal
du dann
sehen, wie sich's
stationiert?
entwickelt.
Wo stationieren die?
Also die ausbilden tun sie in Riga, aber sie haben halt dadurch, dass sie diese ganzen Wet-Leasings mit anderen Fluglinien machen, eigentlich immer mal wieder überall eine Base. Also sie hatten ja jetzt auch lange für Eurowings Discover in München eine Basis. Ja, also da hat halt auch dieses Umfang immer mal was anderes.
Das bedeutet aber auch, dass du sehr flexibel sein musst.
Ja, das ist mir klar.
Gut. Und du wirst irgendwann vielleicht auch eine Familie haben wollen. Und dann wohnst du, was weiß ich, wohnst vielleicht in München und wirst dann in Amsterdam stationiert oder was weiß ich wo. Auch das kann hackig sein, weil die haben wahrscheinlich auch jetzt nicht unbedingt so Dienstpläne, wo du viel frei hast, wo du in deiner Freizeit dann easy immer nach München shutteln kannst, sondern vielleicht sind die Pläne auch eng und du hast vielleicht nur 8 Tage im Monat frei. Also ein bisschen genauer reinschauen solltest du da, denke ich schon.
Ja, also vielleicht hat die Lufthansa bis dahin ja auch A220 bestellt, dann sieht es vielleicht wieder ganz anders aus, wer weiß.
Ja. Du und deine A220.
Ich kenne mich doch an sie.
Fragen darf, Fokko, wie siehst du das denn? Wie wichtig ist dir tatsächlich der Typ, den du fliegst? Weil ich persönlich muss sagen, mit meiner 737, naja, schönes Flugzeug, aber wenn der Lifestyle ein anderer ist, wäre ich bereit, jedes Flugzeug zu fliegen. Wie siehst du das?
Ja, für mich war das Flugzeug, also der Flugzeugtyp schon immer wichtig. Also ich habe jetzt nicht so viele verschiedene Flugzeugtypen in meiner Karriere gehabt, also 727, ich war dann nur sehr kurz auf der 737 und dann im 47200 und dann MD-11. Und ich muss jetzt leider sagen, das wird dir nicht gefallen, aber mir persönlich hat die 737 überhaupt nicht gefallen. Ich mochte das Flugzeug nicht, es war mir zu klein und zu eng, das Cockpit war mir zu eng und ich hatte auch das Pech. Ich bin dann nur 9 Monate drauf gewesen, dass ich in den 9 Monaten auch noch mit Leuten flog, die so ätzend waren. Ich selber war nicht gut drauf in der Zeit. Also insofern, 737 hat mir nicht gefallen, aber alle anderen Typen haben mir wirklich gut gefallen. Aber es gibt viele, die das so sehen wie du, viele Kollegen, die ich auch getroffen habe im Laufe der Jahre, die haben gesagt, nee, ist mir eigentlich gar nicht so wichtig, sondern das, was du als Lifestyle bezeichnest, das war doch oder ist für viele eigentlich so das Wichtigere. Und davon hängt sehr viel ab. Ich würde es jetzt auch Marinus, ich würde es jetzt nicht so sehr auf 220 versteifen. Das Leben oder der Dienstplan, der muss passen. Das ist wichtig, ja. Und wenn man jetzt unbedingt Kurzstrecke fliegen will, dann ist es gut, aber es gibt viele Leute, die wollen Langstrecke fliegen und da muss man seinen Weg finden. Da ist der Flugzeugtyp eigentlich nicht so entscheidend. Aber wenn du jetzt auf den 220 gehen willst, ist es gut. Ich hätte mehr Bedenken mit den 10 Jahren, die er bald dich festhalten will. Das ist ein hartes Ding. Wenn es dir dann nämlich nicht so gut gefällt, das Flugzeug schon, aber der Dienstplan nicht und das ganze Drum und Dran und die Stationierung und vielleicht mal von München aus fliegen und mal von Riga aus und mal von Budapest oder was weiß ich oder sonst wo oder kann ja auch irgendwo noch weiter weg sein in Europa, wo er bald die Flugzeuge einsetzt. Also das kann dir sehr schnell auf den Zeiger gehen. Und dann ist es zwar ein tolles Flugzeug, aber das ganze Drum und Dran ist vielleicht nicht so toll. Also 10 Jahre festlegen würde ich mich als junger Mensch nicht. Also eine Airline.
Würde ich ganz genauso sehen, absolut ganz genauso. Das Wichtige daran ist ja auch, der Flieger mag schön sein, aber wenn du den 5. Tag in Folge, die 12. Stunde in Folge auf dem 20. Sektor drin sitzt, ist kein Flugzeug mehr schön.
Ja. Da kenne ich auch schon Geschichten. 13 Stunden Duty-Zeit oder so. Ja, da kommt der Richtige gerade im Channel.
Genau. Ja, also ich stimme eigentlich nur, ich hoffe, dass ich einigermaßen zu verstehen bin. Mein Internet ist nicht das Beste, aber ich stimme ja sowohl meinem Kollegen Emanuel wie auch dem Fokko da definitiv zu. Also gerade 10 Jahre ist echt heftig.
Ja.
Da könntest du genauso gut zur Bundeswehr gehen mit 16 Jahren.
Ja, noch ein Faktor, wenn du jetzt 10 Jahre da quasi gebunden bist. In diesen 10 Jahren wird sich ja sehr viel in der Fliegerei tun. Vielleicht gibt es nämlich viele Angebote von anderen Airlines, die entweder finanziell interessant sind oder vom Stationierungsort oder vom Einsatzgebiet her. Und dann bist du gebunden und kannst dieses Angebot vielleicht nicht annehmen. Du musst noch 5 Jahre da bleiben oder 6. Und wer weiß denn, was nach diesen 10 Jahren ist? Ob dann die Luftfahrt wieder gerade auf so einem Peak ist oder unten im Tal. Und kann sein, dass du nach 10 Jahren auch bei Air Baltic keinen Job mehr hast und kriegst aber auch irgendwo anders keinen Job mehr. Also, nee, mach's nicht.
In diesen 10 Jahren, in diesen 10 Jahren würdest du da wahrscheinlich auch zum Kapitän befördert werden. Schau dich mal auf den deutschen Arbeitsmarkt um, wie viele deutsche Airlines Kapitäne einstellen, Direct Entry. Keine. Dann bist du ein Leben lang gebunden.
Stimmt. Das stimmt.
Oder aber du hast das Glück, dass du eventuell doch noch zu beispielsweise einer LH Group Airline kommst. Dann bist du aber zu dem Zeitpunkt schon 35, 40 Jahre alt und musst dann wieder bei Seniority 0 anfangen fürs Upgrade. Dann sitzt du auch dein Leben lang rechts. Das muss dir auch bewusst sein.
Ja.
Das ist so. Also kann ich zu 100% bestätigen. Wenn erfahrene Leute, egal ob sie von der Bundeswehr oder sonst woher kommen, zur Lufthansa kommen, die fangen mit 0 Seniorität an. Und das stimmt, dann bist du vielleicht Mitte 30 und fängst dann als Co-Pilot an. Und es kann durchaus sein, dass du dann sehr lange noch als Co-Pilot fliegen wirst. Und das Lebensziel, was wir alle haben als Pilot, ist Kapitän zu werden. Das rückt dann in weite Ferne oder ist dann eben in einem Lebensalter, wo das dann auch nicht unbedingt mehr leicht ist. Ja? Also mit 50 oder älter fällt es einem nicht leicht, so eine harte Ausbildung noch dieses durchzustehen. Noch umso mehr das sehr genau zu hinterfragen. Vielleicht hast du auch noch irgendwo anders Chance, A220 Rating zu machen und ist dann den Wunsch erfüllt, das Ding zu fliegen, ohne diese 10 Jahre.
Ja. Nee, ich habe jetzt tatsächlich, ich glaube, ich habe jetzt fast eine DIN A4-Seite mit Informationen vollgeschrieben. Einfach aus dieser einen kurzen Frage, die, glaube ich, ein bisschen ausgeartet ist, aber ich bedanke mich.
Okay.
Ja. Und das hat mir sehr geholfen.
Okay. Gut. Ich weiß ja, ob noch Fragen sind. Ich muss so langsam los, muss ich jetzt ehrlich sagen.
Ja, wir haben noch eine letzte Frage vom André.
Ja.
Und dann sind wir soweit auch erstmal durch. Dann nochmal das Wort an den André zum Abschluss.
Ja, ich muss jetzt mal diese Fachsimpelrunde muss ich ein bisschen sprengen. Ich wollte eigentlich nochmal zurück zum CHC. Also das liegt wahrscheinlich auch daran, weil ich mich im gleichen Lebensabschnitt befinde wie Fokko. Das Berufsleben ist bei mir auch schon, sage ich mal, Geschichte mehr oder weniger. Aber jetzt nochmal eine Geschichte zu diesem CHC. Die letzten 2 Jahre waren ja nun nicht sehr einfach. Ne? Mich würde mal interessieren, während dieser ganzen Pandemiephase, wie habt ihr da in Kenia gearbeitet? Was konntet ihr da machen oder musstet ihr da auch teilweise alles einstellen? Seid ihr da gesundheitlich auch ein bisschen vorangekommen bezüglich Impferei und so weiter und so fort? Das sind vielleicht mal so eine Sachen, da kriegt man hier in den Medien auch nicht so viel von mit, was in Afrika abgeht.
Also wir waren am Anfang der Pandemie, das war ja im März 2020, als es losging. Ich war zufällig gerade in Kenia, kurz bevor dann auch praktisch der Airport Nairobi zumachte. Ich habe das war Zufall, den letzten Flug zurückgemacht und konnte dann bis Oktober nicht mehr nach Kenia. gab keine Flüge und man wäre auch gar nicht reingekommen. Und dann ist, glaube ich, auch im Oktober wurde dann wieder aufgemacht. Da konnte man mit ganz großen Einschränkungen nach Kenia fliegen. Musste diese ganze PCR-Test hier machen vor dem Flug und dann auch vor dem Rückflug PCR-Test. Und es waren große Einschränkungen. Aber wir konnten zumindest wieder hin und seit dem Zeitpunkt bin ich dann auch eben wieder regelmäßig hingeflogen. In dieser Zeit, als praktisch
Jetzt ist er weg. Fokko ist weg.
Ja, warte mal kurz, kommt er gleich wieder. Ansonsten, Andi?
Ja, jetzt ist der Fokko leider weg. Eigentlich hätte ich gehofft, dass den Fokko jetzt die Worte noch erwischen, aber Jannis, vielleicht zeichnest du den Stream ja auf, dass man dem Fokko vielleicht die Fragerunde dann im Hintergrund dann noch schicken kann und auch, dass er das jetzt mitbekommt.
Ja, es gibt genau mal anschaubar sein. Das wird nicht verfallen.
Sehr cool. Sehr cool. An alle, die hier jetzt gerade im Discord sind, wenn ihr mal in die Audience schaut, unter dem Jannis und mir quasi, da seht ihr ganz oben links den Account, den Alfie. Das ist der Alexander Fienauer. Der ist bei uns bei der München Airways unser Flottenmanagement, der in dem Posten, by the way, einen wirklich brutal guten Job macht. Also hier auch mal vor versammelter Mannschaft, auch mal ein riesengroßes Dankeschön an dich dafür. Allerdings möchte ich jetzt auch mal die Situation nutzen, mich beim Alex zu bedanken. Der Alex ist nämlich der Ideengeber für diesen CHC-Spendenflug. Der CHC-Spendenflug hat letztes Jahr zum allerersten Mal stattgefunden. Wenn ich mich jetzt nicht ganz täusche, haben wir es geschafft, bei dem Flug knapp an die 1700 oder sogar fast 2000 Euro an Spenden zu sammeln. Da sind wir auch heute wieder sehr nah dran. Ja, ohne den Alex würden wir, glaube ich, hier heute alle nicht sitzen und für einen guten Zweck den ganzen Tag daheim vorm PC sitzen, um hier einmal das Online-Netzwerk Watzim unsicher zu machen und in gesammelter Mannschaft in Boston einzufallen. Also lieber Alex, hier wirklich vor den ganzen aktuell anwesenden 25 Leuten oder vielleicht 26, 27 ein ganz großes herzliches Dankeschön an dich für diese Idee. Ich glaube, wir freuen uns da wirklich alle darüber, dass du diese Idee hattest. Also vielen, vielen Dank dafür, lieber Alex. Jo.
Gut. Dann haben wir jetzt erstmal die erste Interviewphase abgeschlossen. Als nächstes geht es dann weiter mit uns selbst.
Und gerade ein Anruf vom Fokko. Ich bin gleich wieder da.
Ja, okay. Sehr gut. Genau. So, was sagt unser Flug? Wir sind mittlerweile schon knapp über Grönland. Zumindest meine Wenigkeit, mein kleiner, langsamer A310. Die Schlange ist aber definitiv schon teilweise am Anfang der Ostküste. Ja, und ich hoffe, dass es bei allen soweit noch läuft, dass es möglichst wenig Crashes gab. Das ist ja immer so ein Ding bei der Flugsimulation, wie wir alle wissen. Gell, Andi? Weil, natürlich immer schön, wenn man da ohne Probleme bis ans Ziel kommt. Was wir natürlich heute auch für jeden auch hoffen. Okay.
Alright everyone, so that was the interview with Fokko, the chief of the Cargo Human Care Club, and I just want to point out right here that
the target for today was to collect 1,200 euros, which would cover a third of the year with the food that we are collecting for the students in Kenya. And we've already reached around about 1,600, and we still have a couple hours to fly. So thank you very, very much for everyone. Thank you very, very much for everyone who has actually joined us. Now, personally, I kind of hoped I could get the, I could use my chance during the interviews to actually have my lunch while I was listening out. I kind of failed to complete that in its entirety. So I would say that for the sit-in in my Discord, we'll just about delay that for a short while until we'll just about delay that for a short while until I finish my lunch, and then I'm gonna set up that voice channel in our Discord so that we ourselves can actually have a chat. Now, give me a couple of minutes for that. I would say we start at 1400, so on the hour, and see you on the hour in my Discord then.
Alright, and we are back. So, took just a tiny bit less time than originally anticipated. Now, how about we're just reaching 50 West, so let's quickly talk about doing position reports and what we have to tell the controller in case they do require position reports from us. So for now, we'll switch over to the frequency. And, well, there is too much background noise here. Simulating an HF environment, but, so let's quickly talk about what a position report actually has to contain. So, the basic format is the following. You say where you are, you say at what time you've been there, at what altitude, at what speed. That is what Frank told us earlier on as to the three ways of separation. So, we're separated by the tracks that everyone is flying, we're separated by the altitude and by the speed. So that information is very important to be included there in the position report. So, as we are about to reach 50 West, let's prepare what we are going to say. And the basic version is as follows. You call the controller and tell them that you are about to do a position report. And he will call you back when he is ready to listen to your report. And when that is the case, we'll tell them German Air Force 526, reporting 56 North, 50 West, at time 1359, flight level 340, Mach decimal 80. Estimating Jamjo at time 1434. And we would also tell them the next successive waypoint if that was still in oceanic aspects. So let us go ahead and do just that just now. German Air Force 526 position report.
German Air Force 526, go ahead.
German Air Force 526 reporting 56 North, 050 West at time 1359, flight level 340, Mach decimal 80. Estimating Jamjo at time 1433, taffy next.
Air Force 526 reporting 56 North, 50 West at 1359, flight level 340, estimating Jamjo at 1433, domestic direction.
Correct. Okay, so now that we've told them that the readback is correct, we can return to Unicom, or we can basically, in the real life, we would just turn down the frequency as Frank has already explained. Now, the other thing that we have to do when we are overflying those waypoints is to do our regular fuel checks, and for those we can use the operational flight plan once again. So if we go ahead with that, then here we go, sim to the probe, and in here we have 50 West down here. We should have been there after 4 hours and 35 in the air. We're currently 4 hours into the air, and the reason for that is we have a wind of 241 at 20 knots roundabout, the forecast 236 at 9. So over the entire duration of the flight, basically our wind has been a little bit different and has been more favorable for us. Fuel, we have 21.2 tons on board. We're supposed to have 18.4, so just as we're saving time, we're also saving some fuel. And pretty much all of that adds up to make sense. We're supposed to have used 23.7 tons, and we have used 21 tons if we calculate all of this together. So that is pretty much the regular checks that we are doing throughout the flight, and 737 and G123. Yeah, the reason there is no voice channel yet is because I have not yet made it public, because I quickly wanted to do this one. So let me quickly go into the settings of the channel. And so boy, I am too new to Discord, so here we go. Done. Now it's public. I might still have to do a little bit more stuff in there. Hello. If I have to do any special settings inside the channel, then yeah, you might just about have to tell me, because as said, still pretty new to the overall Discord thing. Hello, anybody here?
Guten Tag, hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Still a bit jet lagged, just arrived on Tuesday from Panama.
Oh, nice. How long have you been there?
I've been there 2 weeks in Panama, and then those 2 weeks I've been to Honduras for additional 3 days.
Oh, nice. So after 2 weeks, yeah, you're probably 100% accustomed to the time zone over there, so I can imagine. That must be interesting.
It was. No, the most probably was I actually arrived on Tuesday and had to work on Wednesday right from the morning at 7 a.m.
Oh, lovely.
It actually killed me.
So what time was that you were accustomed to? Like 2 a.m., 1 a.m.?
I was accustomed to wake up much later. That's the point.
Yeah. Alright, so just to confirm,
I think it's Panama was -6 hours, so you can imagine when I woke up in Panama at 5 o'clock, it was 11 already here.
Yeah, lovely. So just to confirm, everything that's being said on the channel over here is live streamed into YouTube, so just, you know, keep it that way. Whatever we are saying in here is actually live on the channel, so don't say anything private, okay? And I can hardly hear you anymore. I think I must... Did I break any settings now?
1, 2 test. I just couldn't hear anything from you on the headset, but only on the stream.
Ah, okay. Yeah, my apologies. You'll notice that the stream is approximately half a minute to a minute delayed compared to what's actually happening. So, yeah, that's why. Hi. Nikolai, welcome.
Hello. I'm in the city right now. I'm riding to home. There's nobody in. Like it's totally like there's nobody, you know, walking around. No NPCs.
Well, even better when you have a little bit of less people around, is it?
Yes. I was with my friend like 4 hours. And
okay.
you know.
So, by the way, just to be sure, am I pronouncing your name correctly as Nikolai?
Okay. Wait. I think that the wind noise isn't that much. You know.
It's okay.
That
it's
loud.
Okay.
Oh, so many cars. And how is the flight going? Because I wasn't in the all stream, like, you know.
Oh, well, at the moment it's going pretty good. We are currently heading towards the Canadian mainland. We are past 50 west already. So 4 hours into it, another 3 to go, roundabout, probably a little bit less. And so far, except for a couple of lovely wind shifts, a little bit of light turbulence that we're seeing at the moment. Just have a look at the speed indicator there. Apart from that, let's see what's that. It's getting pretty smooth, pretty uneventful to call it that way.
But it is interesting doing these long-haul flights on the simulator. I mean, in real life, when we're sitting in that aircraft, it always feels like...
Just for information, you're talking again only over the stream, but not over Discord.
Oh, oopsie. Let me try something. Okay, interesting. I'm trying to see if something is killing my push to talk. But that doesn't actually... Can you still hear me over Discord right now?
Yes, now Discord is working too.
Okay, I think I might just well have to change my settings so that it activates automatically when I say something, rather than by push to talk. Okay, let's try that. So now it should work without need for push to talk, I hope. Hopefully that's better.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Oh, it's so cold. Man, it's like -1 degree Celsius.
Ah, lovely.
That's not cold yet.
And a lot of snow.
Well, I wish I had that snow.
Well, I do what I wish not. I wanted to go to change my winter tires on the car. However, it snowed already this night, so I cannot go.
Well, you gotta do it yourself.
Yeah, well, I do it normally myself because I'm a cheap bastard. And the whole tools is at my parents. They live like 20 kilometers from me. So I wanted to go today to change it, but unfortunately it snowed already this night, so I cannot go.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Well, lucky for me, I have the whole day to watch your stream.
Well, lucky for me, I guess then. Alright.
So, while we're at it, I actually have my first question. I just posted a video to it, because when I was in Honduras 2 weeks ago, we had a single engine taxi before takeoff on the 737. Is this a common practice? Because I've never seen that before.
Well, in my airline it is not even allowed to do that. However, that might very well be a thing of my airline. I do remember a discussion on one of the live streams where I basically said that it would not be allowed on the 737 at all, but then it turned out that apparently some airlines actually do it. So I knew, for example, British Airways is doing it on the Airbuses in Heathrow, but yeah, seems to be allowed then, even though it is not in my airline.
I was just wondered because we started taxiing and one engine was not running, and they just, well, I started filming and they just turned it on the short taxi. It was a really short taxi time. The airport was maybe as big as Nuremberg, not bigger, so not much taxi time either. There was no traffic, and well, on this 2 minutes from the apron to the runway, they actually fired it up and we took off normally.
So did they wait for any certain period of time after the engine start then before they took off?
Not really. I think we just lined up and took off normally. It was maybe a few seconds of stop time on the runway, but nothing really long.
That's interesting, because you are supposed to warm the engine up a little bit before takeoff. Now, of course, it's hard to comment on whether, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely not saying that these colleagues did anything wrong, so don't get it that way, but I just find it, well, at least according to the operation that we do in my airline, I find it rather interesting that they are actually doing this.
Yeah, as I said, I was pretty shocked by the two, or not shocked, I was, I didn't know something like that was even allowed, but apparently it is, so we arrived safely in Panama back.
Yeah, was it a long flight then?
No, actually it was 2 hours only. However, on my flight back from Panama, or the flight there to Panama, I went from Munich to Chicago with Lufthansa, and then with Copa from Chicago to Panama. It was 5 hours on the 737. And I was unlucky I didn't get the exit row, unfortunately.
Oh, darn it. Yeah, believe me, I'm already saying, oh no, 5 hours on a 737, but if I would be sitting back in the cattle class, man, that would be
annoying, call it that way. I recently flew 3.5 hours to Cyprus on a TUI 737. And that was rather interesting already.
Yeah, I think this was now one of my longest narrow-body flights, 737 from Chicago to Panama.
Yeah. My
I
record...
can,
Sorry?
I can say that my friend, my colleague, was flying the 737-400 with Enter Air to like Doha or some India, doesn't matter. And he was in like 12 hours in the 737 because the pilot needs to refuel it in mid-flight, you know, in mid-road.
Lovely. Oh man. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Yes.
I mean, I'm 1.80 meter, and when I'm sitting in the passenger seats on a 189 seats configuration cabin, the 800, then I'm always like, boy, my knees, it hurts. Yeah.
This was
I know
no
what
fun.
you mean.
Yeah.
I think it was a 180 passengers 737. However, they had a real business class in the front, so in the back it was just as close or as narrow as probably on Ryanair, EasyJet, whatever.
Yeah, I guess
it was no fun.
Yeah, United Airlines, I guess, right?
Nah, it was Copa Airlines.
Ah, Copa, okay. Didn't even know that.
They actually do. They have 3 rows, 4x4, 2x2, so 4 across.
Okay. Do they have like proper business class seats fitted, or is it just economy seats with?
No, they have good seats because on the short way from Panama to Honduras and back, I was actually flying in the business class. They have real seats there, real business seats. But for a 2-hour flight, it's not that much of a difference. On a 5-hour flight, it would have been great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, personally, when I'm flying long haul, I would always take at least an extra legroom seat. I don't know how I would survive like 12 hours sitting in between other people's on the aisle seat or somewhere in the middle if it's a wide body. No. I don't need that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
there I was lucky because I'm have a Lufthansa Senator on the miles and more, so I can choose that one for free. So on the 350 from Munich and on the 74-8 from I came back from Washington, I had always the first row in the economy, so I had more legroom.
Oh, nice. It must be looking interesting for Lufthansa as well when you're a senator and then you say, cattle class, but give me some extra legroom, please, right?
Yeah, actually those seats cost, I think, 125 euro if you book them in advance. However, for a senator, they are free.
Okay. Oh boy, these things get really expensive over time. Like, normally, even airlines like EasyJet or Ryanair only charge you like 5 euros for the seat reservation. But, well, I guess...
Lufthansa charges normal economy passengers, regardless of the class, if you book economy light, for every seat, 25 euro, even if you want to change it on the check-in. So in economy light, you cannot even choose your seat for free at the check-in anymore. Cheap bastards.
Yeah, I recently had the same thing when I flew to holidays. TUI over, Condor back, and in both cases, you want to sit together with your girlfriend? That's 15-20 euros or something, please, per seat. But yeah, on the other hand side, if you think about the cost of operating such an aircraft, I mean, for Eurowings, for example, as far as I know, it's around about 6,000 euros per flight hour that they are counting. So if you do the mathematics and you see where a flight, for example, to Palma would add up, we need to cover 12,000 euros somehow, divide that by maybe 170 seats or so, then you know how much they need to charge to break even. And it's, well, often the ticket prices are actually below that. So.
Yeah, well, to think of, I paid for the flight from Munich via Chicago to Panama and back 600 euro. So I won't complain for that. That was just a lucky strike. I don't know how I got that, but
yeah,
it was
good.
lucky.
That is really good. Like, from time to time on a website like MyDeals, there are offers like 10 euros or something with Lufthansa to South America, where they have these offers like when you book a connection, for example, from Luxembourg or from another airport that is really, well, that hardly has any traffic, and then they just end up really cheap with a connecting flight. So
Yeah, I had that already multiple times on first class to South America. So if you book from Paris at certain times, you can get Paris, Frankfurt, Bogota in Colombia, for example, for 2,500 euro in first class, not business first.
nice. I guess the normal first class price for that would be somewhere in the region of 7, 8, 9,000 or so.
Something like that, maybe even higher.
Yeah.
I've seen prices with 5 digits.
Wow, that is. I mean, honestly, personally, I don't think I will ever understand how somebody can pay, for example, 20,000 feet for that suite in the Emirates A380 to Heathrow or something. I mean, that's just too much.
If you have the money and don't care about it, I would do it too.
Yeah, true that.
What was that? It was a car. What the hell? There was a car with like Belgium flag, and the guy was sitting. You know, his head was out of that. I don't know what it's called. That like ceiling window. You know.
Oh, lovely.
What was that?
All fans do that regularly.
Just give me a second here. I just got to answer a cell call check.
Thank you.
Okay.
German Air Force 526 answering cell call.
German Air Force 526, contact Moncton Center on 132.2.
132.2, German Air Force 526, ciao. Alright, so let's call the Canadians. 22.2.
6, hold short at 29er.
Oh, it's so cold.
Runway 29, taxi
Just
at
wait a
Kilo,
second
Juliet.
while I'm doing the radios.
Backtrack 16 and hold short of 29er, longer 2985.
Montana, good morning, I guess, to German Air Force 526 Heavy, but hold 340 in Manchester. Are they answering, or are they not?
And German Air Force 526, Moncton Center, hello, squawk 3160, ident, please.
Squawk 3160 ident, German Air Force 526. Okay, so let's see, 3160, let's see if that ident box is linked with Watson. Yeah, it is. Perfect.
And mention Delta Bravo, 10 minutes out of the cockpit approved.
I need to go to the shop. It's so cold.
Happens.
And also about holiday, I can say that last month I flew to Greece, to
German Air
Hania,
Force 526, identified,
and I
level
paid for a week
340 off
in
board.
a 4-star hotel with flight like 500 euros.
German Air Force 526, climb level 360.
German Air Force 526, climb now, level 360.
Climb now, level 360, German Air Force 526. Okay, set 360 is
Moncton German Air Force 209, if you currently on flight level 380.
German Air Force 209er, Moncton Center, hello, squawk ident.
Here we go.
Say again, German Air Force 209er.
German Air Force 209er, Moncton
So
Center,
now
hello,
comes the really
squawk
interesting
ident.
part where we have all the
Squawk
people
is
who are
2067.
not familiar
German Air
with
Force
the American
209er.
procedures.
German Air
flying
Force
into
209er,
American
yes, roger, squawk ident,
So
please.
that's going to be like the really interesting part now.
In a 737, you run the center tank strut.
German Air Force 209er, you're identified, level 380
sorry,
off
second.
board.
In the 737, you run the center tank strut.
Well, you are supposed to turn them off just before they run dry, but what we normally do is to
It's at the 4
wait
Romeo
until
Lima,
the low
climb
pressure
now,
lines
level
just
380.
above the pumps start flickering, and
Flight
they
level
start
380,
flickering,
roll off on the
which is
4
normally like
Lima.
a minute or so after the center tank fuel quantity indication reaches 0. Then we
That's
switch
682
off.
requesting step climb up to 37 out.
So that's how we do it. We're not
And
supposed to
transat
actually run them
680,
dry
climb,
because
full
on
370.
an automatic shut-off
37 out,
function.
German 682, thank you.
but at least in my airline's fleet, all of them have the automatic shut-off, and it is, as far as I'm aware, the PMDG is simulating it as well. Nonetheless, you aren't going to see it in the cockpit, but you will only get the, what's it called, you'll only get the normal indication like low pressure on the pump.
Johnson 424, Mach to center, hello, squawk 3134, ident please.
And I have also one question. In real life, you're using more VNAV or LNAV?
Well, I would say both.
Like, center Walker 2985,
yeah, realize,
29 on 16.
You know, the default modes that we are using are LNAV and VNAV.
Walker 2985, do you require backtrack?
Affirmative, Walker.
Now,
Walker 2985, backtrack to land from weight, runway, 29er.
Backtrack to land from weight. We are always going with LNAV. And with a vertical mode in the climb, VNAV is mandatory.
Jamrock 1 Tango Charlie
so
10 level 350.
We have, only if we are within the 3 to 1 rule, then we may use vertical speed, otherwise it's always going to be VNAV. In cruise, VNAV pretty much is, well, not mandatory by the book, but I wouldn't know why not to use it. So, that is the cruise, and in descent then VNAV is a very useful tool, but in descent, you just use whichever mode is appropriate. So just think along a little bit, if you know what I mean.
It's not the 147, welcome back.
Okay.
Question to that too, especially for the 737 regarding the descent. Is it more common to use the vertical speed or the flight level change, especially in descent?
Depends
424
on
and flight level 340 board.
So in my opinion, and everybody's a bit different there. In my opinion, if you have to cover only a little vertical distance, or if you're just getting a descent really early, then I would use vertical speed mode. So let's say, for example, we're above the profile already, but we only get a clearance to like 2,000 feet lower, then I would just go vertical speed 2,000. If we're in 30,000 feet and we're getting cleared down to 10,000, then I would probably use level change. Of course, assuming VNAV would be of no use.
Oh god.
Nikolai, your background noises are getting quite a bit
louder. Welcome back.
Is possible that you
Okay,
can
I will
unless
shut down. Okay, I'll shut down.
Yeah, no worries. Just mute yourself. Exactly. Just mute yourself unless you want to say something. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. And Metal Eye, that's Mr. Loud. Can't hear you anymore on the chat. Alright, let's quickly change that. I'll put Watson back to the settings that we've been using before. So I guess the settings before were kind of fine. Well, seems like it. Nobody's saying something. Alright. So we have like 80 miles to go to Jersey. We can do our next fuel check. In the meantime, still a bit of turbulence here. Like, look at the speed indicator, that's still going up and down. Like, if it would do this and realize that we would probably have at least the very high end of light turbulence. If not seeing the movement of the aircraft, that could probably already be categorized as moderate turbulence. You just don't really see it in the flight simulator, which is unfortunate. What does it look like if you go to the outside? Yeah, you see like nothing. That's a bit unfortunate.
It was pretty realistic. When I was on the jump over the Atlantic on Tuesday, we had a lot of turbulence actually on the Atlantic.
Yeah, you often have it due to all the jet streams, and basically jet streams mean changing the winds, which means turbulence. The only thing that I would really like to see improved in the simulator on that turbulence is that you would actually get sort of a feel for it. Like right now, okay, now it's basically stabilized again, so our speed is pretty much constant, but still varying a bit, and you would feel that. You would feel that. Okay. And in here we just don't have any indication about it.
not sure how it's in MFS, but in preparing the
2985,
earlier from Microsoft, they actually had like a shaking cockpit with that, so you always at least saw it and heard it.
Clear for takeoff.
Not sure if they implemented this or not, or is just switched off or something.
Yeah, out of the blue, I don't really recall seeing any of that. So, right now, as far as I can remember, that stuff actually didn't happen yet in MSFS. So
then probably they just didn't implement it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I should probably just reinstall FS Realistic, which I currently don't have installed.
Delta 129 Mountain Center, hello, Squawk 3164, identity.
But the reason I uninstalled FS Realistic was that during a beta test we found that this low-level turbulence could flip the update upside down. And that's when I removed it, and then
Delta
the developer of FS
Squawk
Realistic
3164,
sent me a
identity.
copy of the 2.1, which in the end I would have loved to make a video about, but everything just got delayed a bit because then he said like, we have a bug here, please
Center
don't
Walker
use it for now.
2985, passing through.
And then I didn't use it for a week, and ever
Walker
since
2985, you're identified.
to use it again.
Turn left, direct exit on course, climb level 380.
Left text on course up to...
By the way, did you hear about that? Yeah, like walking feature in FS
380.
Yep.
Up to 380.
It's something I would like to try.
Yes, like that. I don't remember the word. Like if you're walking around the plane before the startup, you know.
Plaza 424, climb level 360, expedite.
Yes, you can decide as well.
Okay.
You can like feel like these NPCs that are walking in the boarding thing.
Yeah, because that would probably be a very nice alternative to the way that I'm using to move my camera around.
Plaza 424, climb level 360 now, expedite.
Speaking of walking, simple plan. Everyone was clear up with banana came in the key and actually go shoot.
Monk, for your information, Lufthansa 422 was calling.
Yeah, I heard that from the... I heard that for the first time when you mentioned
Lufthansa 424,
I didn't know
climb
that
level
it was actually possible.
360 now.
I mean, I do know that they do want to implement something there, but I'm surprised to see that it actually works already. It makes me wonder if it's actually intended, so if it's a feature, or if it just happened by accident, so if it's a bug. But that's certainly very good to hear. So how do you like
Lufthansa 424, Mountain Center, are you with me?
Yeah. I mean, in my honest opinion, the cabin could still
Lufthansa
use a
424,
bit of
climb level
improvement.
360
But then
now,
again,
expedite.
seeing the possible performance impact, I just saw how big the performance impact was on the 310 where I installed the expansion pack from Marketplace that included the cabin, and that was really a huge performance drop. But nonetheless, with the beta update, the 310 now runs really nicely on my system. And I have to say that the cabin is still unchanged, and it does look absolutely excellent.
Mention 1 Charlie Sierra, Mountain Center, hello, you're identified, level
The only thing missing, of
340.
course, is the
Sorry, if you're
passengers.
calling up earlier
But,
from Gander Oceanic,
I
please
guess
call
we
again.
just can't have it all, can we?
Say again, please, 1 Charlie Sierra.
Personally,
1 Charlie Sierra, you're identified. Break. All aircraft who are calling up from Gander Oceanic,
They're like so creepy.
and I missed you, sorry, call again.
Sometimes.
By the way, I just have to turn
Lufthansa 422 Heavy was calling at flight level 360 now.
Interesting.
Lufthansa 422.
Which setting is it? I think I'm just playing with the wrong setting.
Mountain Center, hello, Squawk 3140.
Yeah, here we go. Update with the wrong setting. Alright, sorry. I think now I got it solved. Here you go. By the way, we are slowly
Lufthansa 420
approaching
Heavy, you're identified,
Canada.
level 370, welcome
You can
aboard.
see the first traces of land up there.
422, you're identified, level 360, welcome aboard. Lufthansa 420, climb level 380.
It's a nice place. Although I've only been to Toronto once.
I've never actually been there. In fact, I haven't even been to the United States yet. But right now I'm applying for the Visa.
422 Alpha,
since I will be changing airlines shortly, and my new airline will fly to the US, so I'm really looking forward to those.
Yeah, US visa I had that issue too. I had to apply for one because my Easter got invalidated in 2019 by Donald Trump because he said anybody who was in North Korea may not enter anymore.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
One thing is, 2 months before that, I was in the US with the Easter, and 2 months later they just said, no, not anymore. I was really lucky that it was not 2 months earlier, because I had a around-the-world flight eastwards to the US, from Germany to India to Singapore, and then from Singapore on SQ-22 to New York, 18 hours.
That sounds really nice.
That was interesting. And you can manage to survive 18 hours on an airplane if you book the business class there, because the seats were really nice. The best thing was they have actually HDMI ports to the in-flight entertainment, so you can connect your own devices. I was sitting there with my Nintendo Switch, I had one, brought it with me and was playing games on the flight.
Nice. So could you actually bring the screen of the Switch up on the IMP screen?
Yes, it was working. It was actually working.
Very nice. Now, this being the internet, I already see somebody doing
Bravo today, Airline flight level 380.
But well, I have a feeling.
Yeah. Let's not, especially not when you're flying on Singapore Airlines. They're still a Muslim country, and I think still their rules apply.
Yeah,
this will get you in a lot of trouble.
Pretty sure it will. I mean, if you want an additional stop somewhere on your trip, who knows, maybe the captain is kind enough to give you one.
I'd rather get to my destination.
Yeah, possibly.
Mentioned Nana Bravo Charlie. Nana Bravo Juliet.
It was a really interesting experience for flying for so long, because I think, was it Qantas? They want to have a non-stop flight from London to Sydney, which will be around 20 hours or something.
Yeah.
And they will have economy class on that one too, because Singapore Airlines has only business and premium economy. Qantas, I think they want all 4 classes.
Oh boy, poor people sitting back there. I mean, what can you do back then? Take a pill that makes you sleep for 20 hours?
I don't know. I think the longest in economy for me was 13 hours, and it was more than enough.
Oh yeah, I can certainly understand.
I think it was A340 from Frankfurt to Kuala Lumpur. And I did that 6 times in 1 year.
Oh,
3 times go down and 3 times back.
Could you at least sit at a window seat then, or did you have one of those aisle seats where you just see nothing?
Nah, I mostly, if possible, booked the window seats. Actually, no, on my last flight back, I took an upgrade to business class. That was my very first time business class. So it was only 5 times.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, an absolutely lovely view outside here. Entering the Canadian mainland slowly.
That's the 484 Moncton Center, hello. You're identified level 3.
And we're about to overfly Janjo, so let's just about go ahead and do another fuel track. So, where is it?
Transat 680, contact Gander Oceanic now, 131.9.
It is, okay. So, Janjo, estimated to be there 5 hours 11, we're there at 4 hours 30. Wow, that is 40 minutes faster. What is going on? That we are that much faster than what SimBrief calculated. At least right now, the winds certainly do look reasonable. The forecast is 235 at 13, the actual is 230 at 17, so that is right, all right. What are you supposed to do? Land at a ground speed of 446, we're doing an actual ground speed of 446. Interesting. That is interesting, put it that way. I mean, earlier in the flight we had a lot stronger tailwind than we were supposed to have, but I thought that would kind of have been over in that honest. Well, we're scheduled to do Mach 0.8, Well, for the fuel then, at least we saved something, so Janjo is planned at 15.9, we have 18.9, and fuel use currently 23 23.3. So this 26.3. Yeah, so we saved 3 tons of fuel. Well, not gonna complain about that. Other stuff that we can also do periodically inside, of course, is to review the
and these
system pages on the
Moncton
econ.
Center. Hello, you're cleared to New York John F. Kennedy International by the Halifax for departure. Flight plan route. Depart runway 23, squawk 3120.
Still looking good as well. AC, electrical, still everything normal. The nice thing on the Airbus is you just have to skip through them, and unless there is anything ever, then normally there is nothing wrong. So, bleeds are looking good. Air conditioning, good. Pressurization, good. Fuel, good. By the way, it is very nice to see. Earlier on in the stream, I talked a little bit about the center of gravity of the aircraft and
you're cleared to New York John F. Kennedy International by the Halifax
here we can
for
really
departure.
see how it
Flight
helps.
plan
So
route. Depart runway
we have
23,
those almost 4
squawk
tons on the back of the
3120.
plane now. Well, the center tank is really going empty, and only then, eventually, the plane would start using up fuel from the trim tanks. So right now the system has switched itself that we are not using any fuel from the center tank. So that is just about where it is. And what we're going to see now is that it's using fuel of the inner tanks. Thereafter it's and of the outer tanks, of course. So it's using fuel from the wing tanks first, and only thereafter it'll start to continue using fuel from the center and from the trim tanks.
Welcome back.
And that actually makes quite a bit of sense if you look at the plane from the
Express
top.
219er, winds are
So
240.
right now we are using fuel that's from here in the wings, while we're preserving this fuel that is here at the back of the plane. So contrary to, for example, the 737, which would always use all the front tank fuel first and then the wing tank fuel, in the A310 that is a little bit more complicated, so that we can actually send up gravity at the most optimal position while we're flying along. So that is quite cool to think about, because that's the stuff that in the 737 we just never ever think about. Right, back to the flight deck. Then APU shut down, and flight control page. Everything's still where it's supposed to be. Now, what does that actually mean? A couple of you asked me that earlier on. And it means that, for example, if one of the spoilers would be showing up now, or if, for example, one of the elevators was a little bit lower, then that might indicate a flight control malfunction or something. There's just something going on the airplane there.
Station 310 Moncton Center, hello, you're identified, level 380, welcome aboard.
Everything good, and doing well. Everything good as well. Alright, so that's our periodic system check complete. But the next waypoint that we have is going to be Tuppy at 526 points, so it's going to take us over an hour actually to get over to Tuppy. So that's why it was pretty important that we just did all the full system checks and fuel checks and everything before we actually went over to that over 1 hour segment right now.
Sunza 424, stay speed.
Because read the trim tank was first introduced actually in the A310 and then later retrofitted to the A300 and used in the 330 and 340, but not anymore in the 350.
Yeah, I honestly don't know, but it would sound reasonable that they eventually introduced it. By the way, quick comment from somebody of the chat in YouTube. From Stefan, Emanuel, could you adjust sound settings at volume at 100%, but I'm no more able to understand it with button and airplane noise. So I'm just retuning it a little bit, turn the airplane and VATSIM down a bit, and I should still be up. So, Stefan, is the audio any better now? Well, the question of course goes to anyone in the live stream. Just be aware for those here in the voice chat that the live stream is like half a minute or so delayed, so you might not hear the changes quite yet. Alright, so how many miles do we still have to run? 868. We're almost there. Almost. Now, in real life I always have the feeling that when you have such a long route that
Lufthansa 424,
the
able
first
higher.
1,000 miles always go very quick, and the last take really long. Let's see if that's gonna be any similar over here. But so far, we are 4.5 hours into the flight, and I really have a feeling like time is flying at the moment. So it really feels like we just took off a couple of minutes ago. At least to me it does. Then again, we had a good
Cargo
program
383,
there as
climb
well,
level 340 now.
I really appreciate the chat we had with Fang and everything that he told us. And then of course, it was mostly in German, even though I could get Fokko to line the most important things out for us in English as well, which I really appreciated. So, we did have some very good program, yes.
3102 identity.
Alright, so...
3102 identity.
Stefan, still difficult to
Airplane you would like to fly once in your life?
02 Airline flight level 370, welcome aboard. Halifax altimeter 3011, information Alpha's current, 190 descent down to 10,000.
Is there any such plane?
Information Alpha's
Probably the
current,
A350, I would say. I mean, that certainly is a very interesting plane in terms of all its technology and everything that it has installed. So the A350 might be a very interesting one. The 380 of course would be as well, and the 747 totally out of question. Of course the 747 would be an interesting one as well. Even though, at the moment, I really have to say that when you sit in the 737 for 12 hours time, it is, well, you know, it does get pretty tiny, that airplane. And to my knowledge, the 747 cockpit is just about as tiny as the 737 cockpit. So it might just about be a nice thing if I had an airplane that was a bit bigger, so anything Airbus long haul goes.
The 747 is actually pretty roomy, at least if you're sitting in the jump seat.
Yeah, okay.
I did have once the opportunity. I unfortunately not allowed to tell where and when.
So I guess it was past 2001 then. I'm not
it
gonna
was
ask.
after 2001, yes, but no more details, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask. We've all been there. We've all been there.
I wonder how is that autopilot takeoff in A350 working? How is it doing it work?
Good question. I mean, the really interesting question in terms of the autopilot takeoff is the decision making in case of a rejected takeoff case. So,
oh yes.
I mean, you know, making the plane take off by itself is not a very hard task. Programming that rotation, you know, that would take an airplane developer less than a week. The really interesting question is the rejected takeoff case. So, they don't have any button where you can say like, oh, I want to reject now. So I guess, but I really have to guess there that they just have to take over manually and reject. But then I'm asking myself, so what do you even have that automatic takeoff for? Just recently, maybe 2 weeks ago or something, I flew to London. And over in London they had maybe 200 meters visibility at best. And yeah, that was, well, interesting, but on the other hand side, you know, it wasn't like really all that difficult. So I wonder with the automatic takeoff, what kind of cases they are talking about that they want to make possible. Like literally zero visibility? But then again, the question is, if you go for zero visibility, like how often is that actually going to happen? Does that really make it worth developing a completely new system?
I don't know. Maybe if the pilot is too lazy.
I think it's the first step to fully automated airplanes, so they have to do it in very small baby steps. But the more systems you can automate without the pilot, the more it will come in the future. I don't believe there will be anything in the next 50 years with fully automated flight without any pilots, but this is a first step again.
Yeah, it definitely is a first step. You know, I had a chat with the chief pilot of the Boeing 737 program earlier this year, and we talked about just that topic. And what we basically came up to was that with at least Boeing does not plan to use any aircraft without any pilots. But what Boeing does plan is the opportunity to fly ultra long haul with just 2 pilots rather than 3. Because they basically say, well, in cruise, do we really need 2 pilots to sit there active all the time? Well, nowadays airplanes, that is the case, but in future concepts that at least Boeing is working on, they will probably remove that 3rd pilot from the long haul crew. And
interesting. Singapore, for example, on that 18-hour flight I was mentioning before, there were, I think, 4 or 5 of them. I think it was even 5 pilots.
Well, that's really a lot. 5 is really a lot. By the way, somebody's just saying in the comments on YouTube if it would be possible for anybody who is not currently talking here on Discord to mute themselves. So I'm just forwarding that. So, Dabaka World, it's hard to concentrate on the talking with so much background noise. Could you just confirm what kind of background noise we're talking about there? Is it just the background from the Discord chat over here, or is it also from Flight Simulator? Because of course I can still change the volumes with Flight Simulator and with Vanzin. So it's quite difficult for me to monitor the exact voice levels while things go along, especially with everybody here in Discord talking at a slightly different volume, and at traffic control everybody's talking with different volumes as well, and so on. And Dabaka World, only from Discord. The flight sim stuff is now a lot better. Well, that's perfect to hear. So I'm gonna keep those flight sim stuff settings. Actually, I might just about take a screenshot so that I can remember them for future versions, because I did play around with those earlier on when we had Frank here, and I wanted him to be about as loud as I am. But yeah. Okay, there is a question there from YouTube as well that I just want to comment on, and that is from Benedict. From what flight school did you graduate? So I've been at the TFC Käufer in Essen-Mülheim, and they're a really good school. They're doing training for a lot of airlines, so Condor, Aerologic, Air Berlin, they're all running courses there. And overall they're a really good school, even though there are of course some other good schools in that area as well. By the way, now that we're just about talking about it, over in the German part of the live stream, there was somebody saying that he wanted to do his pilot training and was looking for some advice, especially some advice outside of the Lufthansa group, because obviously with Fokko being a Lufthansa or a former Lufthansa MD-11 pilot, he had quite a good view on what's going on in the Lufthansa company and of course the Lufthansa substitutes. Now let's use that opportunity to just about quickly talk about what kind of flight schools you would actually want to go to and what kind of topics you would rather want to avoid. And in my opinion, in terms of flight schools that you actually do want to go to, they shouldn't be all that, how do you say that best? Those schools shouldn't like be those going to public and saying we're the best. Because typically whoever says he is the best is typically not. So that's a point there. Now, in my opinion, what's just equally important is looking at the price tag of the different flight schools. So especially in the UK, but also in the Netherlands, there are flight schools that charge you 150,000 euros for the same training that you can get even at some good German schools for half that. So that is something that you absolutely have to be aware of. Other topics might include, you might find that totally nice flight school somewhere in Eastern Europe that offers the entire training for maybe 40,000 euros or so, or 45, 50,000. And that might seem like a good offer at first, but the question then of course is, what are your living costs going to be? What is your cost going to be to move there? And finally, is your English good enough that you can do the entire training in English language, or would you rather pay a couple thousand euros more and therefore go to a school that does the training in your own local language? Now, it is important, in my opinion, that you do get the training in a language that you speak well, which might very well be your local language. However, it is also important that you learn at least the specific terms, like the actual aviation vocabulary in English. So there has been one student in my class in the type rating who did his training in France, and they did absolutely everything in French. He had never even used a single English radio phrase before he started in my airline. And for him it was very, very difficult. He did show a lot of effort though, so eventually he managed to get right up to standard, and he's a very good first officer nowadays. However, you know, things would have been a lot easier if he had chosen a flight school that, while maybe speaking his native language in most of the lessons, you know, still use the correct vocabulary for aviation in English. Because after all, you need to know that. Regardless of which airline you go to, you need to have that proper English knowledge of the correct terms. And you need to have it so readily available that you don't even have to think about some of the stuff that you want to say. So that becomes important, especially when you're getting into abnormal situations where you have to communicate with other people who might not speak English that well. So earlier on in the presentation, Fokko said that, for example, in Mexico, the controllers speak very, very bad English. And that is absolutely something that we do have to think about. So if these guys don't speak English so good, then at least we should speak English well, so that we have chances of communicating. Right, in the meantime, Sim 737 pilot, good day to Houston. Nice to see you here. I guess it's probably early in the morning for you right now, isn't it? And Benedict, cool, yeah, I've been to TFC on an open day and applied for the Condor and Aerologic course. Very good, my friend. In my opinion, doing the training directly with an airline is about the best thing that you can actually do, because it means that even when you're investing so much money, you will have that guaranteed job afterwards. And then Benedict.
Is it so though? I actually applied for at Eurowings over the European Flight Academy. Fortunately, I was sorted out at the group qualification, so I managed the first part, the how it's called, the Grundkurs, I think it was in Germany.
Yeah, basic qualification.
Yeah, the basic qualification. However, at the second part, the psychological test, whatever, they didn't want me anymore. And actually they told me that even if you get the training done there is no guarantee that you will get a job at Eurowings afterwards.
Yeah, that guarantee thing is there in a lot of airlines doing training. So for example, when I checked flight schools, then it turned out that a lot of the airlines had these, we want to hire you, but then they just didn't give you that guarantee. So if they didn't have any desire for you by the time you finish training, they might as well just set you out on the street. But nonetheless, at least you normally when you sign the training and you do one of these trainings with an airline, you would get at least the light training guaranteed. So for example, if you did the training with Eurowings and you got the multi-pilot license, the MPL, in most cases the contract will say that you get light training on it as well, so that your MPL gets unfrozen. So in that case, when you enter the free market, you have, you know, a couple hundred flight hours on an A320, which is worth a lot more than when you graduate from a private flight school and literally have only 200 hours on a propeller-driven aircraft. Now that basically comes forward to Benedict's question in the chat down there as well. What do you think are the chances to get an airline job after doing a private training course? So overall, there is a little bit of risk involved, that is without a question. But even Fokko said it earlier on in the interview, like, you have to take a little bit of a risk there when you want to become an airline pilot. So you will have to, especially in the modern days time, you absolutely have to be willing to go abroad. If you would say, I only want to go to the Lufthansa Group and nowhere else, then I would say don't do it. Because chances of actually getting a job there straight away are rather slim. But if you are willing to accept jobs all over Europe, if you are willing to maybe, you know, work for not a Lufthansa salary straight away, so primarily I mean if you're willing to sign an offer by Wizz Air or an offer by Ryanair and so on initially, just for the first couple thousand hours, and that's about it. But if you're willing to do that, then I would say chances to find a job are pretty good. Now we always have to take into account when we're saying this, that the aviation is constant up and down. So right now things are looking rather good to actually get that first aviation job. But that can rapidly shift. So a friend of mine did his training just prior to COVID and he finished in April 2020 and he doesn't have a job by now. But with Corona, just no airline hired anymore. And things like this can and do happen repeatedly. So in the 1970s, there's been the oil crisis that led to airlines not hiring anymore. In 2001, the terrorist attacks had the same effect. In 2020, the coronavirus had. So these things can happen. But it might just as well happen that you get into a very, very good position and a very, very good situation after you finish your training, where a lot of airlines are hiring. And if that happens, then you might get your dream job straight away from day one on. But in my opinion, when you are committed and dedicated to the job, when you are looking to get a good job, you have to make some sacrifices in the beginning. And that, by the way, is a topic that a lot of people are talking about, where they say, nah, especially the whole amount of new pilots coming into the job is ruining the thing for everyone, because it means airlines can apply dumping conditions and people will still go there. And it is true to a certain extent. However, as a young person, I'm 27 years old. I've been in that same situation like 5 years ago, or make it 7-8 years ago. And I decided that I don't care what those people are saying. I want to do that job. I want to do that training. I did do it. I ended up being successful. I ended up being, well, somewhat lucky. I finished my ATPL just a week after Air Berlin went bust. So it was rather hard to find something in Germany. That's how I ended up with my current airline. But, you know, the overall idea there is that don't expect that you're going to get one of those old school Lufthansa contracts where you make a couple $100,000 straight away. That's not gonna happen. But if you're happy with what, for example, Wizz Air pays or Ryanair pays, so for example, Wizz Air will give you something around 35 to 40,000 euros as an FO. Ryanair, depending on where you're based, if you're anywhere around Germany, you're gonna end up with roughly 50,000. So it's not like the money that many of us would imagine that you would earn when you become a pilot, but it is very much good money. So, in my opinion, yeah, it is worth it, so do go for it. But be aware that you have to make those sacrifices. So don't say, well, I live near Düsseldorf Airport, I am only willing to accept the job in Düsseldorf. That's not gonna happen. But it takes a little while, especially when you get to fly for those low-costers. You do that for a couple of years, and once you have your first 1,000 hours, you can immediately apply for other jobs, and there are a whole lot of different doors open for you when you have that first 1,000 hours. And then you can more or less get close to home or wherever you actually want to go there. And then there is a comment from Devin. Hi, I would like to draw your attention to a post in the German forum. There is about a situation from this morning. Have a look, would be great. Okay, let's see if we can find that post. Can you tell me just about where exactly it is, or can you maybe post a link somewhere? That might surely make it easier to find our way around.
Okay, 02, cruise ILS, 93 approach to clear transition.
Trying to find the commenting question.
About the 129er able higher? German cargo, sorry, German Air Force 209 or 60.
Trying to find that right now. Stand by.
Can you say Mach?
Mach 6.78.
About the 129er, maintain Mach 78 or less.
So in Europe, the requirement for first officer is only 1,000 hours.
How's the 129er Mach?
Actually, in Europe, the requirement is 200 hours. So the moment you're out of flight school, you can join the airline straight away.
You join in the right seat?
Yep.
That's a 4 Romeo Lima, 5 minutes.
Wow.
In Europe, it is pretty normal for people to start an aircraft like a 737 or an A320.
Was
Okay, 602.
Flight Force, you're pretty quiet there. I have some problems understanding you.
Okay, 602 winds are 2407 for the land runway 23. Walker 872.
Devin, there you go. I still haven't seen that link. Where is it? Where can I find it? Has anybody seen that link that Devin is talking about in the comments on YouTube?
I think you just posted it now in the general chat.
Ah, perfect.
That's the 129er.
So... Ah, I see, okay.
Transat 44 able boys.
Give me a second. I just gotta read something in German and I am going to translate it for you in a moment.
Transat 44 again. Now Walker 872. Winds are 290 0 at 12, just 17. Call me everyone district clear for takeoff. Runway 290. Delta 129 Mach center.
Okay, so basically, those comments down there were regarding my comments that I did earlier this morning when we departed Düsseldorf, where I said, and to quote it straight away from their topics, quote, they promised us full ATC for the flight, always Düsseldorf, hate those guys. Quote number 2, it is once again the regional group Düsseldorf who is incapable, I don't think I said incapable, but something like that. But that doesn't really come as a surprise to me, and quote number 3, you can see I don't really like these guys. So those are the 3 quotes that somebody said down there, and let me quickly translate for you what else they are saying down there. It is written in German language, but let's try to translate that into English. So I'm translating on the go while I read, so yeah, the translation might not be perfect. So, these comments have been done in a stream with over 100 visitors for the CHC charity flight, while our Düsseldorf approach has had to go on a short notice, and that meant that Cologne did not have any high-level air traffic control. We do find these comments to be not very thankful and not to show any respect. In contrary to events which are planned by the controllers, the CHC charity flight is an event planned from pilot side for which air traffic control has been requested, and we do find that very good, and we do want to support that. It is unfortunate that they could not offer any direct. It is unfortunate that they could not offer any air traffic control, but that shall not be the topic for the posting question. And they did say that on purpose they do not call out any names over there because some other streamers in the past have been noticed to be not very social in these terms. However, since they are a community and the hobby is based on teamwork, they would wish for people to work better together. And they closed by saying that comments like the ones that I would have done would endanger the community and would... How do you translate that? And comments like this would endanger the community and would support building groups and being against one another, which should not be any, which would not be of any help to the overall hobby. So with the post they've done, they want to emphasize that streamer and public persons in this context should be there as a role model and support the community rather than making posts like these. Especially not in live stream, but they would hope for this kind of stuff to be done in direct postings with people rather than saying something like that on a live stream.
Okay,
so, okay, that is what they say. Now, I'm probably gonna make some enemies, but in my opinion, my very first guy that I said, they promised us full ATC for the flight, always Düsseldorf, hate those guys. Well, I stand by that statement. And the reason I stand with it is because it is not a single time, it is not 2 times, 3 times, no, it's always. Düsseldorf just never gets it right. Well, never gets it right, maybe it's a little bit over the top, but in my opinion, the ATC quality in Düsseldorf is rather low. The procedures they apply are pretty far from what is done in real life, and their coverage in events is exceptionally low compared with other regional groups in Germany. Now, knowing what's in Germany, I am very sure I am going to get some kind of statistics that would say that what I've said is total nonsense as a response to the statement that I've just made. But that is just my opinion, that's my experience for the past 10 years regional group Düsseldorf. It is the reason why I have actually left the regional group Düsseldorf. I've been an air traffic controller over there in the past, and I ran away after they significantly mistreated some people, in my opinion. So that's why I left the regional group Düsseldorf, and it is overall still my opinion that they haven't improved in these topics. We can see it when shortly before I left the regional group, I actually wrote them a complete SOP set for Cologne Bonn Airport, which would be pretty correct according to the real life SOPs. Now, it didn't take very long to for them to just throw overboard like almost everything that I suggested, saying it would not be doable on VATSIM. And then not very long thereafter, when I started in another regional group, I applied the same SOPs and they worked flawlessly. So, in my opinion, I'm not a big friend of the regional group Düsseldorf and of the spirit that goes on in there. Other regional groups are doing things a lot better, and while that may seem very hard, and while I'm sure that I'm just about saying what they, with this post, wanted not to be said, I do still believe that it is just not right what's going on there, and especially the last part, like, don't do anything in public, always send direct PMs to the people. Guys, we've done that for 10 years, and every time it's like, oh no, I can't. The same mistakes are repeated all over again, and after all, it leads to literally nothing. Now, I don't try to change anything with my live streams anymore because I have given up on that, and the honest reality is that I've just given up on that particular regional group. In my opinion, they aren't getting it right, and I know that after I'm saying this, I can probably not fly to Düsseldorf, Cologne, or any place in that regional group again for the next year or so. But honestly, if that's what it is, then it does feel sorry. I do feel sorry for it, but people have been coming and going, and things just didn't improve over there. So I'm sorry for the very harsh words. You guys are right that those harsh words aren't very supporting for the hobby. But after all, it is my opinion, and that's the same opinion that I'm voicing over certain add-ons, GSX, X-Enviro, and it is the same opinion that I'm voicing on certain organizations. So I'm sorry, I know that's not what you guys wanted to hear, but it is what I think about it. The same goes for the other two quotes. So, quote, it is once again the regional group Düsseldorf who is incapable. I'm not sure if the word incapable is what I said, but something the like is probably what I said. And to continue the quote, but that doesn't really come as a surprise to me. Yeah, as I've just explained, doesn't come as a surprise to me. And I think I've explained the first half of that statement earlier on as well. And finally, you can see I don't really like these guys. Yeah, as I just explained, that is what it is. I kinda hoped that things would have improved a bit. That's why I flew there a little bit more in the recent days. So yesterday I've done a flight into Cologne. Today I did a flight out of Cologne. And I think in my live streams I featured Cologne a couple times as well as Düsseldorf, by the way. And in many of those cases, there have been so many decisions made, like the overall level of training of the controllers seems to be, well, it just comes to my mind that controllers do a lot of decisions there that I just can't follow up on. And I do have a friend who's an actual air traffic controller in Cologne, and well, I did a couple flights to Watz in Cologne with him, and he was kind of surprised to see some of the things going on there as well. And by the way, I know that probably a couple of the regional group Düsseldorf gentlemen are currently listening out. It is not the guy whom you are thinking of right now. So I know you know one guy from Cologne who also knows me, but he's not the one whom I've just been talking about.
Jet 157
yeah, that is what I have to say on the topic. So I'm sorry, it is pretty harsh. I'm sorry that I said it on the live stream just again with 70 people currently watching. So I certainly didn't want to do that in the first place, but since you asked me to comment on it, yeah, let's just put it that way. There is critique. I'm open to critique. I've read out everything you wrote over there on your opinion on my own. So I'll just let the thing stand, and I'll just let the users decide what they think applies the most. Certainly, there is a conflict there, and if any user builds himself an opinion, then I am totally happy with that, be it a good or a bad opinion on my personal attitude in this case. But yeah.
Mention for the Foxtrot 5-3 is
By the way, Tobacco words, quotes, I mean probably just thank the people who were online for that event. These were harsh words, and if I would get up early just to control, these words would hurt me very much, quote end. You have a certain point there, so I just want to put that one into the correct context. The comments that I said were on the topic that there was no en route coverage out of Düsseldorf. So that's the context in which I have made those comments. These comments were in no way meant towards the people who controlled Cologne earlier today when we departed, but indeed they were made in reference to that, there was no en route ATC available up there. So that is just something that I keep noticing, that whenever you have big events, that Düsseldorf is very often offline. And I'm not talking about the airport Düsseldorf, I'm talking about the en route airspace over there. So most certainly I am thankful for the controllers who have actually been up. And the comments that I made were in reference to there not being any en route airspace. Because at least the way that I understood the event announcement from the IVAA, it was supposed to have full ATC coverage for the entire flight. So that's the context in which these comments have been made.
Sunday, Papa Romeo, same for you, Boston Center's offline, ground service terminated, frequency change approved.
Alright, so I hope that clarifies my point of view on this particular situation. And if you have any further questions, be it via private message or if you want me to reply in public on the live stream, then please do let me know. So I'm open to any critique on my personal opinions here as well. And as I'm just talking about saying things or not saying things in public, you said down in the comment that we on purpose don't say any names over here, blah blah blah. But we should only do these things in, or we should only use, or we should only comment on these things in private. So then again, you open the topic in public. It is visible to anyone in public. So that's why I replied live on the stream as well. Alright, so for me, if you have any further comments or questions on that topic, I'm very open to answer to them, be it on the stream or be it via private message, as you wish. But that is what I would have to say as a response to the topic that's been opened there. Right, just waiting a little bit right now to see what the reactions are going to be on the chat, so that I can reply to anything that might about come up there. So, Mike, something we used to chant as a 5-year-old in primary school: sticky stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. If someone says something you don't like, just ignore it. Simple. That was a quote, by the way, so that word. Yeah, I mean, I am a little bit surprised, honestly, to see, like, those 3 little references made up into such a big topic, but they have every right to do so, and they have every right to contact me personally as well, by the way, instead of opening a topic like this, where they say, like, we don't want to mention any particular words. Well, and further below they say, settle it directly with the people in question, but at least right now I have not gotten any direct message there. Let me see if I got an email, maybe I got an email on the account that belongs to my channel. Let me see that as well. No. As of right now, I did not receive any such direct message. Okay, yeah, so that is that topic. Then let's go ahead and if there is anything further to be said on this topic, just let me know, okay?
Gravity 240.
But if there is not, then I would just about move on and back to the actual topic of the live stream, which is the flight itself. So, where are we right now? We spent half an hour talking about this topic now. Well, half an hour talking about all kind of topics now. Not especially only this one. So, Charlie.
If I may ask one question, it's not directly to the topic, but you said you've been part of that group for more than 10 years, so you've been a flight simmer even before you became an airline pilot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I joined VATSIM in 2011, I think. Might have been 2012, not 100% sure. But I think 2011. So yeah, I have actually been flight simming long before I became an airline pilot.
Ah, that's good. That's how I started, however I didn't make it in the cockpit.
Yeah, for me it was clear that I wanted to become the airline pilot all the time, but initially I did some flight simming, then I went to fly gliders, and only after that I actually went on to then do the commercial pilot training.
Yeah, I tried that too. No, the point is with me, unfortunately, when I finished school, it was right at the financial crisis of 2009, so nobody would even think about doing pilot training mostly, and so I started a different training.
Yeah,
I tried it again 10 years later, but that was like 4 months before Corona, and well, they didn't take me anyway.
Yeah, that's quite expected then, unfortunately. That's what I meant earlier on when I talked about the ups and lows that we have in aviation. You know, you can finish. Oh, let's start the other way around. You can start your training right when things are very good, but then you finish 2 years later, and you know you're totally done with. Because the situation has changed totally, like with COVID. So it's very hard to predict what the market is going to be like. And that's why I said as well earlier on that if you do start to become a pilot, then don't try to think too much about how the world is going to look like in 2 years' time, because it's just almost impossible to actually foresee it. Financial crisis is a very good example there as well. I mean, if you started training in 2006, 2007, who would have thought what it would be like in 2008 or 9?
Now, Gander chance is offline, surveillance service is terminated, change to display.
If you don't mind asking, how did you finance your pilot training? Did you have parts of the money before, or did you do it via loan or something?
Actually, I did it mostly because I earned the money in Aerosoft before. So after school, when I applied for training directly with the airlines, they offered, or Aerosoft offered me a job as community manager, because I've previously been beta testing there for free or against a couple of free add-ons, and then Aerosoft offered me that job as a community manager, and while that was initially only intended to cover me over a couple of months, it did end up paying really well. I could save most of the money, and that's how I could work a couple of years' time then at Aerosoft and actually earn myself the vast majority of the money required for the training. So that's how I did it. Of course, it also helped that in the meantime I did the PBL in the club, so I could do all the hour building and everything, flying together with friends and sharing the cost, which really brought the overall training cost down quite a bit. Okay, there is one more comment on the topic with the regional group. I'm just going to read that out and give a quick comment, and I think that we're done with it since there was nothing else coming on that topic. That is from Mike again. Quote, "The only further thing I would say is, as you are a real pilot, I would rather hear your true opinion on anything aviation related, not to just toe the line and give your opinion behind closed doors," quote end. I have a little bit of a split opinion there on that topic, because It is understandable that there are people who are unhappy with that. It is equally understandable that those people say like, well, rather give that critique behind the closed doors. So in the end, critique on a regional group of admin or something, or especially critique on a personal air traffic controller, is something that should also be given personally and not somewhere in public. So that is absolutely true, and I can understand that they are rather unhappy with that. In the actual situation that they criticize with the 3 sentences that I've said, like, oh, it's always Düsseldorf and hate them. Well, you know, in that particular circumstance, it was not like, or at least it wasn't intended like, I'm trying to say like, oh, that guy who should have been there on the center controller is a bloke or something. That's not what I intended to say, and I believe that's not what I said as well. If somebody understands it like this, I do apologize. That's not how it was meant. It's more like, in general, the regional group and the opinion that I've said on it earlier on. And that particular point, you know, if it was critique on a certain air traffic controller, so for example, if you ever see me on a live stream saying like, oh, flying through this guy's airspace again, he's an utter idiot. If I would ever say that directly on a live stream, then do call it out, because that is certainly not intended. And in that case, an apology would absolutely be in the right place. But criticizing the organization as a whole, in my opinion, is a different thing. And that, in my opinion, if they write a public threat in a public forums that everyone can find over Google, then I can reply in public as well. Yeah, and of course, overall, I don't aim to, and I hope I didn't attack anybody personally, because that is certainly not what I am intended to do. So if it came across like that, that's not how it meant. In fact, I am thankful for every single controller who's actually been online. The general critique, I used that to explain why some of the sentences have been done the way I did them. And that is nothing against any particular controller themselves at all. Alright, and of course I will continue to criticize, especially add-ons that are money grabs. Not going to say any particular add-on name right here, but I think you guys know that I don't have a problem saying when I don't like something. That can be a good and a bad thing at the same time. It just depends on how you use it in certain situations.
Either like that than having people being screwed over by some greedy developers. We had actually the same topic like maybe 12 or 13 years ago. Because I was working for the page flugsimulation.com. We were writing reviews about those products. That was way before YouTube and those video reviews came up.
Yeah.
So we actually did write them. And in that time, some developers, after a nasty review where we told, don't buy it, this is not a good product, came to us, hey, I'm trying to make money. And we had to defend ourselves, but in the end it was always like that. Well, you try to make money and we try to protect the customers of your product, which is, by all objective means, just not good. So, in my opinion, it is absolutely allowed to call out bad products.
Yep, in terms of products, I have to absolutely agree on that term. In terms of people who do the hobby, I do have to give those people that, you know, might be a little bit different thing there. In terms of commercial products, I'm absolutely with you there. So, thinking about, well, certain situations, there are people who, well, release things that are not really ready for the market, that are causing all kind of different issues, and where it should have been obvious that that thing should not have been released. So those developers who have worked with me, they know that I'm somebody who, well, rather often than not, I say that don't release this thing, it's not ready yet. Then, in most cases, they've been released nonetheless. I'm not talking about PMDG here, by the way. I'm not talking about PMDG, just to be sure. They released it nonetheless, and it was received really well by the customers. So I am overly critical on products. That's out of question. And I do openly have to admit that there are times where it is rather difficult even on good add-ons, to not outright say that they are cheap. But you know, when I did my very first flight on the Phoenix, for example, I've been pretty close to doing that. But they have had a very good improvement ever since then. And by now, the Phoenix is an aircraft that I really like. So these changes do take place as well. Now, there are other add-ons where we are now 3-4 months into the life cycle of the product, and it's still causing issues all around. So that is, of course, a totally different thing there. And in those cases, honestly, I cannot understand how you cannot call these things a money grab. Let's, for example, talk about Captain Sim. Now, what they produced, charging like $30 or something for essentially a visual model of a 777 that is filled with 747 default systems. Like, honestly, I have been somewhat of a fan of Captain Sim 757 and 767 in P3D. They were aircraft that I actually had a couple hundred hours flown. And while they weren't perfect, they were like alright-ish. But what they turned into on a Microsoft Flight Simulator, that was really, like, I can't ask how or why, because I know the answers. It's just quick money, and there are so many people in Microsoft Flight Simulator who just, you know, who just don't ask for that kind of quality that we have with the PMDG or with the Phoenix or whatever. So I can absolutely understand how there are people who are buying that stuff. But then again, in my opinion, for the developers, it's such a cheap thing to do what they do. But, yeah. Apparently they get through with it, somehow.
The funny thing is, Captain Sim was actually once a first-party developer for Microsoft on the FSX.
Really? Were they?
Yeah, I think the acceleration add-on, the F-18 from that one, is actually directly from Captain Sim.
Oh boy! But at that time, they produced kinda good add-ons. I mean, thinking back to FSX, when I had their 757 back in FSX, that was quite a good add-on.
Indeed, I love that too. I'm still waiting for a great 757 because, in my opinion, it's the most beautiful airplane in the sky. And, well, I had it even in FS 2004, where I was flying it a lot. It was by no means perfect, so half of the overhead was just eye candy. You can click it and it didn't make anything. But you can fly from A to B without any problems. Like today, this freeway A320neo from Fly-by-Wire. Which is actually way above Captain Sim from that time, but still, it's how it was like a year ago. Maybe it was the same level. It still was fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now Captain Sim is just, well, just a name that stuck.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the Fly-by-Wire, that is a really, really good aircraft, especially for it being freeware. I mean, if we had freeware, or let's phrase that differently, if we had add-ons like the Fly-by-Wire Airbus, like 10 years ago, you could have sold that thing for easily 50 or 60 bucks. Easily. And, well, I do remember buying one add-on from Wilco Field there back then, that was like a couple of visual models of different regional airliners, and I think I paid like 30 euros or something for that, and it had included like 6 visual models of airliners, you know, with some very, very basic systems only. And that at least was something. But nowadays, when Captain Sim goes out to call out that 777 or the, what did they do recently, C-130 or something? I didn't even follow it that closely because I just thought, well, it's not worth it. Then, yeah.
And unfortunately, Captain Sim is not the only one. There was just, I think, a week or two ago, this MD-11, I forgot from which developer. I never heard of it before, but they priced it like 50 or 60 bucks, and it is also, again, only eye candy, but the systems are, sorry for that, shit.
Yeah, I remember that MD-11. I tried it back in P3D when it was released because the product page sounded so incredibly promising. Like, it made it sound like a study-level aircraft, and like it was a really good thing. And I thought, like, well, it's priced at 60 or 70 euros or something like that. The product page makes it sound really good, so certainly that has to be a good plane. And luckily I remembered that I had a copy of it in P3D, and luckily that meant I didn't buy it for MSFS. Now, I didn't try it in MSFS, but from what I saw on a couple of the YouTube videos, well, you know, I better keep my hands off it. Now compare that, for example, to the A310. I honestly have to say the 310 at this moment is pretty much my favorite aircraft. Now, favorite aircraft, of course, stands in the light of the that I've done several hundred hours on the PMDG 737, and that I've flown the Phoenix Airbus quite a bit as well. So don't get me wrong there, those two are still, well, higher quality than the 310. But the 310 is a style of an aircraft that I personally haven't flown yet in a flight simulator. It's one of those hybrids between the old and the new generation. You can see it's kind of still an old generation aircraft, but you see all the predecessors of the current Airbus logics in it. Like, you have the ECAM, you have those ECAM procedures, you kind of have like pulling and pushing the FCU knobs, and you can see how the A320 evolved out of this. And the 310 is such a good aircraft, honestly, especially for being default. But in my opinion, you could have sold that one for $60 straight away, and I would still have said it's a very good aircraft. Now, it doesn't simulate abnormals at the moment, and the systems, if you really start playing around, like we did in one of the earlier live streams, they aren't perfect. They aren't, but they're pretty good. A couple of FMC stuff I would like to see improved, like earlier in the flight when Frank and me tried to play around a bit with the cost index to get that maximum flight level up a bit. That was all not simulated. There is some step climb stuff in there as well that I would like to see simulated that isn't. But totally apart from that, it is such a good aircraft, really. And anybody who wants to get into study level simulation, who doesn't want to buy an add-on, not even an entry-level priced 7300, 7600 or so, I would honestly recommend you learn that A310, and when you've actually learned how to fly that, it won't be a very big leap forward to learn how to fly, for example, a Phoenix or a PMDG. Learning the abnormals is going to be different, but let's be honest, how many flight simulators actually use abnormals? Like 1%, maybe 2%? But the vast majority just never touches any failures.
Yeah, that's one of the discussions I, well, in the last 10-15 years I had so often. What systems do you actually need? Because it was mostly the, I think, Aerosoft A320, which was in the beginning kind of okay-ish, but it got really good over time. But people were always complaining, like the, this, I forgot what the companies that had, that was also with the Concorde, Flight Sim Labs. Yeah, exactly. They had a real study level A320, and at that time I was already flying the Aerosoft A320, and I thought, should I buy it or should I not? And for normal flights from A to B, the A320 from Aerosoft was more than fine. And there was always the discussion, do I need all the additional stuff? Do I need the abnormals? How often do I use them? I don't use them on VATSIM or IVAA, it was still where I was flying at the time. And so it was not a bad add-on, like it was said often in the internet. It had its flaws, no way about that, but no way around that. But flights A to B on VATSIM or IVAO, it was possible. They had, I think, even CPDLC like way long time ago. So what do you actually need and what do you actually want in your add-ons? So I'd rather have a fully functional FMC than any abnormal situations.
Yeah, definitely. that's the big question that developers have to ask themselves as well. Like, I am a bit biased there because I have been advising Aerosoft on the A320 project, so let's put that out straight away. So the Aerosoft 320 is part of the things that earned me my ATPL. However, the question is, like, exactly as you said, what do you need? And the way we did it back then is we had a lot of Airbus pilots who have actually been asked, like, okay, so what do you think needs to be added? What do you think is good? What do you think is bad? And that's the way it turned out. And that's the way how these things developed. And then in the end, we had to ask ourselves the question, so is it worth it adding something additional? Like, I don't remember any exact figures anymore, but let's say to add some basic failures, you would have to invest several 100,000 euros into development time to get those into the airplane. Now, those things do look very nice on a feature list, and I know I'm very much sounding like Matthias Koch at the moment, but you know, these things look very nice on a feature list, but is any user actually going to use them? Now, if I'm asking myself, how often do I use the failures on the PUBG? How often do I use the failures on the Phoenix? The honest answer is, except for when I'm creating videos on them, I basically never touch them. And looking on YouTube videos, the average flight simmer can still practice so much just by flying the normal operations that do they really need abnormals? Have they mastered the aircraft to a point where there is nothing to learn anymore, where they could then stretch into failures? Probably not. And that is not a bad thing, so don't get me wrong on that. The vast majority of flight simmers, you know, they spend maybe 2 or 3 hours a week on a flight simulator, and I would expect nobody who spends that much time with it to actually know how to actually fly an airplane. You know, the level of skill and the level of knowledge for the average flight simmer is really impressive compared to where I have been like 15 years ago. So the question just is, would those people actually use those failures? And honestly, I don't really think so. I mean, I can see it on my own channel actually. When I did the tutorial series for the 737, after I covered the normals, I went into some of the more non-normal stuff. And these things just didn't get any views. So the video on the memory items, I believe the second memory item video, is one of the worst on my entire channel. That just goes to show how important that stuff really is for flight simulators.
3011, underneath that. Back down after the picture.
Vangelis, is my favorite 777 driver with you? Don't think so. Unless you're a 777 driver in here. But no, we are just having a live chat session on Discord, and anybody of you is invited to join. So you can find the invitation link down in the comments in the video below. So anybody who wants to participate in the conversation, please chime in.
You've been working for Aerosoft. You probably have been to the Flusy conference a few times, right?
Yeah, 2014 most notably.
14, it was in Paderborn, or was it the one in Munich? Okay, no, I haven't been to that one. It was before. Just was thinking maybe we've met somewhere before. But no, I think the last time I've been to was in 2009 or 10 when it was in Munich.
I've unfortunately never been to the one at Munich, but I've been in Paderborn twice, I think.
My first time in Paderborn I was in 2006. I was 16 years old, and well, was a big trip for me.
Yeah, I think for me the first time I've been in a flight simulator event was when I was 14 probably, where I've been to an event of the virtual airline that I've been flying for at that time. And we've been
for me it was the same age. I think I was even 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's a good age to start with flight simulation. You can never start learning that stuff too early, because it is an overall topic that you just about have to get into. So at the same time when I did that stuff, at that same time I roughly oh, sorry, yeah, just 1 second here. I see Mikolai in the comments. Can you hear me on voice chat? Actually, Mikolai, where is it? I'm sorry, Mikolai, now I can hear you again. You had so much background noise a few moments ago that I muted you, and I wasn't aware that I totally muted you without the option that you could just unmute yourself again. My apologies for that, sorry my friend.
Okay, I just back to home, so...
Alright.
You know.
Yeah, no worries.
Back to the MD-11, the funniest thing about it is that they stole physics not from like 747, 787, but from that Cessna citation in the flight simulator that is just dancing like a dolphin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you can just easily flip that MD-11 around and just fly it.
Well, you know, I don't even want to start talking about developers stealing, because that would open a whole can, and that is something that lawyers should take care of, and that I know is going on in the background, that lawyers are taking care of, but I don't think that's a topic that we should discuss in public here.
Let's talk about some positive stuff. I think some other TFDI are making a real good MD-11. Well, I have never checked any of their add-ons, but I think at least their 717 should have been somewhere near study level as far as I know.
Yeah, I did fly that 717 for quite a bit in 2016, I think, when it first came out, and it was a really nice aircraft. So if their MD-11 is anywhere similar to that 717, then I'm very sure it's going to be an excellent airplane.
Love that. I love the PMDG's MD-11 in FS 2004. I still had it, but unfortunately they never ported it to prepared.
Yeah, that was really a
German Air Force 526, contact Boston
moment.
Center
134.7, German Air Force 526, yeah. Wow, I actually caught that call. Did anybody catch in the background if I missed any calls previously? Because I'm kind of surprised to hear that. Boston Center, good afternoon, German Air Force 526 Heavy level 360 in Mount Taffy.
German Air Force 526 Boston Center, good day, clear direct ocean, 20 ocean 5 arrival.
Third ocean 5 arrival, German Air Force 526. Shall we maintain the speed, or is there any delay expected?
No delay at this current.
Roger. Alright, so direct to ocean.
Hello, American Heavy, Delta Bravo.
And we have nav.
American 50 Delta Bravo, Boston Center, good day, 44705.
Angela, it's nice to see you up here.
Hey, hi.
How are you doing?
Yeah, should I do the introduction? Hello, I'm not a real airline pilot, I'm a real airline engineer.
Well,
I'm a PMDG developer.
Yeah, go for it if you like to.
Yeah. Okay, so I should tell people that they are very close friends. We have been a total nightmare. One of the greatest competitors in the quality of latest PMDG program. I wouldn't go anywhere
Oh,
without them.
thank you so much for everything you just said. I appreciate being one of the worst. I appreciate it.
So yeah, you were talking about failure, and maybe I can share some insight.
Sure. Sure. So people just say it. Sorry to interrupt you. Just to say it, we have Vangelis up here on the live stream, who is one of the systems developers in PNBG. So if you hear him talking, he knows what he's talking about. He really does.
Yeah, 20 years of it. So first of all, you do realize that failures are going to be used by less than 1% of the people, and the people that are going to use it are going to use the failure system for less than 5 times. So basically, you're talking about a small probability eventually. But the big thing about writing failures in an airplane, first of all, a study level airplane cannot be a study level airplane, in my opinion, without failure. Because what is there to study? I mean, studying means that I read the theory and then I practice. You know, something goes like. So the big thing is to write failures, like the software engineering for implementing a failure system. Writing actual failures, it takes time, but it's not that difficult if you started mapping your systems for the normal situation with all dependencies. For example, the left IRS on a 737 receives DC power from the left DC bus, if I remember correctly, and the left flight instruments transfer bus. I may be talking up here, but let's say these two. So now, if your bus fails, the IRS will fail organically. You don't have to do anything. You can try to find the electrical power you want. So it's going to fail. And then you go into the FMC and you say, for example, that I receive a position from the left IRS. So now your FMC is going, and your autopilot is going to fail, because the autopilot, for example, in the 77, he receives data for pitch from the on-side IRS and data for all from the other side IRS. So left autopilot receives pitch data from the left and roll data from the right. So now you fill the left one, and your autopilot fails completely. So the trick here is to be able to map dependencies from one system and the other, even for normal. If you do this, then. But of course, I realize that in a lot of add-ons, this is a cost-saving measure. Just write a button, you click, does something, but doesn't really connect to a deep level like electrical connections, hydraulic connections, and all that sort of thing. So then writing failures becomes a nightmare. If you do it organically. Anyhow, I have to say, as a guy who started simming almost 40 years ago, the first version, I am twice Emmy's age. And really started simming and online and all that on FS 98. Add-ons have come a long way. I mean, it's amazing that you see so much technology, not just PNG, but 3, maybe 4 other developers that have produced stuff that pilots, for example, starting airplanes in the night couldn't even dream.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thinking that I used the PNG 737 to learn some of the theory for my type rating, I do remember, even I, at 27 years, do remember that there has been a time where people paid several thousand euros just for an FMS trainer, and now for just $60 or $70, we can get something that simulates the entire airplane. And of course,
and at the time it was yeah, because I know what trainer you're talking about. I used to have them, and it was full of bugs. I mean, that thing was full of bugs. It did the job, but it was full of bugs.
Yeah, exactly.
And now you have come to a point where you spend, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 bucks, and you buy an airline rep, And I have to say that for people that think, oh, yeah, I'm paying, you know, $30 for a general aviation airplane, basically 8% voltage oboe function. And I'm paying 70%, for example, for a PNDG or a Phoenix or a Leonardo, because these three are the top. Yeah, but think how many flights you're going to do with the PNDG, the Phoenix, and the Leonardo. I mean, what's the cost per flight?
Yeah.
You know, and it works out that it's less than $1 or one euro per flight, because you're going to do 70, 100 until you learn the airplane.
Yeah.
Whereas with the other one, you're going to do, I bought add-ons, I did 3 flights, oh yeah, it's nice. Fine. And then bye-bye. You know, 4 flights, 5 flights. And then I paid $30 or 40.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you consider the price, also consider the return on investment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many times you're going to
Yeah, return of investment is a very good topic there, because if I think about the return of investment into my flight simulation and what that saved me on money in actual aviation, that certainly made me quite a bit of money. I mean, invest a couple euros into a halfway decent joystick, invest into a good airplane like the PNDG 737, and you can do so much stuff with it that if it saves you a single lesson in the flight simulator because you just had a little bit of prior knowledge on German Air Force 526, not decimal 80. The fastest is 80.
German Air Force 526 for staging, Boston, maintain Mach 0.83 or greater.
Maintain Mach 0.83 or greater, German Air Force 526. Alright, so, picking up where we just left this one off, if you can save yourself a single lesson, or a single repeat of a lesson in the full flight simulators, that is going to save you like 800 to 1,000 euros just for that single lesson. And, well, I don't...
Because remember, pilots used to learn overheads by buying, by spending $100 and buying a
paper mock-up, yeah.
A paper mock-up.
Yeah, exactly. That alone, you know, 100 euros for a paper mock-up, which in the end doesn't do anything, versus $70 for a good flight simulator add-on aircraft. The difference is...
the prices have gone down. I mean, prices started at 70. I think the first MG was something like 60 or 70 bucks. Then it went to 100. And then you had add-ons selling anywhere between 90 to 140 euros, and at the time that was a lot of dollars. It was over $160, and now they've gone down to half the price, 70.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the market is so big, and now you can afford, you know, you can afford to make a profit with slightly low price.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, did you hear about that LATAM A320neo case that happened today?
No.
You know what? I will tell you. The plane, the A320, was landing, and one of the fire truck just go across the runway, and the plane hit that fire truck to get into fire.
Oh damn
I
it!
watched a video about that. I will wait a second. I will send it here on server.
Yeah, we can't watch the video live on the live stream anyway, but
no, but you know, after that.
Yeah, is there any information if people have been hurt in that one?
Both people in that fire truck died, but passengers, I don't know really if there are hurt.
Oh no. My condolences to everyone involved. Well, and speedy recovery to those.
Already yesterday, I saw the case yesterday at night. Apparently the passengers went out all fine, but it's an A320neo that crashed into the fire truck, which was, I think, not sure if it was a drill or another case they went into, but they just ran onto the runway while the plane was departing. It was not landing, it was departing, and during the departure, they crashed with the engine into the fire truck.
Oh no, that is. Well, that's
German Airport 09er, local center calling you for the third time. Maintain on.
well, hope that they are going to find out what caused that to be able to prevent it from happening again. Alright, Vangelis, you're probably gonna kill me.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, you're confirming already before I do so. But you know, with so many people watching, and kinda being a YouTuber, I'm sure people would kill me if I didn't, so...
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the upcoming 737-900, if any?
Well, it's gonna have a good flight model.
I'm absolutely sure it will.
And then I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna send you the, you know, the tables that you already have, and you're gonna come back to me, and then I'm gonna tweak it some more, and then I'm gonna send it back to you, and you know, that little game we play.
And eventually, at some point down the line, you're gonna rip my head off?
Yeah, no.
No, of course. In public, you can't say that.
Well, the 900, we want to publish the 900 ASAP.
Yeah, I can certainly imagine.
But it has to satisfy quality.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can believe me, I will do my utmost to ensure that it will have that.
Yeah, and maybe by the time it releases, maybe we're gonna throw a couple of fixes for other things as well.
Yep.
One of the reasons it was delayed was because of service update 11 and the SDK which we had to use, which was a little problematic, and it couldn't build properly stuff for our clients. And then I started redoing the auto throttle when we first start talking seriously about what it does in cruise and that sort of thing, September, end of September, October. And I thought it would take me 7 or 10 days to finish this, and it has taken me 2 months.
Yeah. But it's always like this in software development, isn't it? You think like, oh, I'm just going to squeeze that one single little gimmick in, and then that delays the whole product for like 2 months.
Yeah, but because I think the big difference, since you were talking add-ons, the big difference between one add-on and the other, the big four, is dynamic system. You know, auto throttles, autopilots, FMCs, fuel systems, pressurization systems, IRS. For example, this airplane has an IRS, right? But does it have a drift mode?
Yeah, that's the big question.
Yeah, because the drift model is going to take much more time than multi-position switches where you click on it and you go click now, click up, click align. No.
Yeah.
So the difference is dynamic systems, and the problem with dynamic systems is that no matter how much you test it, there's always going to be a possibility. Particularly in a very, let's say, how can I say? Let's say in a happy environment like MSFS, there's going to be some case where your code is defeated, your logic is defeated, your algorithm is defeated, and you have to protect the airplane. So you many iterations. You need a good support system, which we have to receive complaints, and then you go over it again and again and again and again and again and again. And this takes time. So we were sidetracked by this because, you know, the auto throttle obviously is something very important for sim. It's not like you change, you know, one texture here and one bitmap there. It's very important. So that took a lot of time, actually, and a lot of effort.
May I ask a question for the development? What I'm really curious about?
Sure.
Did you ever have a situation where you built up a system in the flight simulator, be it FSX prepared MSFS, and you noticed it's doing something really weird, and you thought you had a big bug, and only afterwards you noticed, no, that's actually how the real plane behaves, and it has the same kind of bug?
Actually, yes. And the reason for this is that at least I'm mainly doing FMCs and autopilots, flight modeling and engines and IRUs and that sort of thing. I'm doing dynamics. And yeah, the way I tell you what, the way I approach it is not like I'm building a game for games. So I'm going to use technology for gaming. I'm using real physics, real mathematics, real everything. So equations are equations. You know, nature's equations are nature's equations. So if you use the correct equations, something which happens in real life will also happen in your simulated model, in your mathematically equivalent model. So yeah, sometimes it happens, you know. I've seen this, for example, with target Mach numbers and economic costing, which they become, you know.
Something that just comes to my mind there is that the PMG 737 is sometimes overturning in cruise. So if you're going at high speeds, the airplane might fly the turn inaccurate and then has to steer back onto that actual route. And the real 737 is doing the very same thing. And I think at some point you asked me like, so could you get me some data on how the actual 737 is flying that, and is it doing it alright or what's happening there? And then I sent you some data, and we figured like, oh, the real thing is doing that same stuff.
Yeah, and I can explain. I mean, for example, this is a typical thing. So basically, LNAV is a really stupid system. We just feed it with an arc or a straight line, and you tell LNAV, now follow that thing. Okay, now follow that thing and be exactly on the line. So now, for example, when you have an arc, when you have a turn, this is designed based on the entry speed and the tailwind component. So now, because the radius of an arc depends on the square of the speed. So now what happens is, during the turn, something changes. Sometimes tailwind becomes headwind, sometimes headwind becomes tailwind if it is a big wind. Or it becomes a crosswind. And now the airplane has to turn, although LNAV only works with track, has to turn more degrees in magnetic heading to catch up with the next target. So now the airplane will overshoot them. Or the opposite. Basically, you go from a tailwind situation to a headwind situation. So now the airplane, although, for example, in cruise you have a 15-degree bank angle target. So now the airplane will underturn. You know, you will see that the autopilot is turning the airplane at 10 degrees instead of 15. Yeah. No, as I said, we use real mathematics. I mean, the concept in any system is not we're building an airplane for gamers to play in their computer. The purpose of the exercise is we're building a desktop simulation that could run anywhere and be used by professionals. That's the goal. That's what we do. You know, sometimes some people say, oh yeah, I can do PMG, ported this from PMG, or ported this from FSX, or yeah. PMG does not have a P3P model, an MSFS model, FSX technology or whatever. PMG has PMG technology, which is the same, whether you run on MSFS on a PC or some other application on a Mac. or I don't know, a CPU cluster on Linux or whatever. You know, it's not a P3T model or an SFS model. It's a PMDG.
Yeah, one of the things, of course, is if something works, then it works, you know? Why do you need to redevelop something that works?
Yeah. I mean, if you talk FMC, basically if you start from scratch.
The German Air Force 526, please confirm Mach 0.80.
Correct.
Okay. I'm slowly closing into the destination, that's why I might have to do a couple of radio calls more over the next time. But I'm just thinking, it would be a little bit unfortunate if I had to interrupt you all the time. So what do you think about we just keep talking about this at a point maybe in the next coming days or something, and then we upload it as a separate video rather than doing all of that stuff live right here, right now.
Yeah, sure. It's Saturday evening here in Greece right now, so I took the opportunity and got in. I'm not working for once, but
that means
yeah,
a lot, guys.
Yeah, usually I don't have weekends. Yeah, but yeah, sure.
All right.
I have one more question for the PMDG developer. What programming language do you develop the PMDG? Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, it's the everything sophisticated, complicated, whatever in this universe these days runs C++. Your electricity grid is using C++. Airplane systems use C++. Windows was written on C++. Mac OS was written on C++. And there's one very good reason for that. First, the language has a lot of tools, and secondly, it runs fast. C++ will run 10 times faster than JavaScript or any language like this. That's why you get good frames. It's one of the reasons that you get good frames with a Starship, like the 77. Yeah. If we program this in Java, you will be getting 10 frames. 15.
Yeah, because I studied programming, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn the most popular language right now in the universe, that you can write anything with it, any application, learn C++.
Yeah. When we start like our adventure at university in computer science, we learn C++. Because if you like get a hang of it, you can start learning any other language.
And you can start learning any other language.
Yeah.
It's very nice, it's very organized. I mean, people are saying, oh, why do you use WASM and you don't do this and that? Yeah, because, you know, the PMDG 737 is, I don't know, 500,000 lines of code, 1 million lines of code. It's a big thing, and you need the tool that will allow you to organize that.
Tell that to my former team. We were developing application software for power plant automation, and unfortunately they've written the whole user interface software in Java. It was horrible.
I speak Java, but it's not the thing to do very detailed, for example, very complex.
Yeah, in this case it was only the user interface to the automation software, but boy, it was slow, and we were running multi-billion dollar power plants on that thing.
Yeah. This is it.
Guys.
Okay, he has to land.
I'm happy for you guys to continue the conversation here, but I'll just chime out of the channel here in Discord so that I can start with the approach.
I have to go. I have to go as well. I have an obligation. I just stopped to say hello.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being here.
Be very careful. I've done that flight and that star you're doing. Very careful.
I'll try my best. All right, cool. So, thank you very much for being here. I'm looking forward to continue that conversation in hopefully the next couple of days. For now, I'll just head out of the voice channel here because I really have to.
I'm heading out as well.
All right. So,
thank you both of you.
Looking forward to see you all again very soon.
Okay, happy landing.
Thanks. Cheers!
Bye.
Alright, so that's the voice chat currently closed. So thank you very much everyone for the very nice conversation we've had indeed. Now, let's get our airplane prepared for the approach into Boston. We're currently about 100 nautical miles out from the top of descent. And looking at the HOTAS over in Boston, they are currently reporting information Tango. Wind is 240 at 9 in 10 miles. Few clouds at flight level 250, 5 degrees, altimeter 3018. And ILS 2 to left is in use. Departure runway is 2 to right, read back all hold shot instructions, and assign altitudes. Numerous cranes in Boston area in the vicinity of Logan Airport. Advise you have information Tango. Alright, so we have prepared the Ocean 5 arrival into Boston today. And just before I'm going to bring that one up at 3 for you, I'll quickly plug my headset in, because it certainly feels like I need to charge.
Golf Kilo West Bridge Charlie, you can expect further climb in about 3 minutes to traffic up.
Expecting climb 3 minutes, thanks, Golf West Charlie.
Delta 129.
Alright, cool.
Via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 22 left. Maintain your best forward speed until advised. The Boston altimeter 301.
Then let's have a look into what we are actually about to do. So, Ocean 5 arrival. And that thing looks complicated, but we'll take it apart in a few moments. And we'll find out what we actually need and what not.
At Delta 129, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival.
So, ILS approach runway 22 left. Let's see where that is gonna land us on. So 22 left is up here. We'll probably have to indicate somewhere around Papa Echo Bravo, I'd say. So that is quite alright. Then, let's see for the arrival itself. We cleared the ocean already. I kind of like it that we fly to the way from the ocean. Careful look in the FMC then. So ocean between 9,000 and level 140. So at ocean we have both of them in at a speed of 250 knots. Now, from there on we'll continue via Podgy. Where is Podgy on the chart? Down here, okay. So, ocean with Podgy and then to AB. And AB 210 knots at 6,000, and that is in. Okay. From there we'll join the ILS approach 2 to left. Chart 11 there's 3, formal 0.3, course is 215, minimum is 216. We can plug that in here as well.
Gemini Airport 526, you're going to be number 1, clear direct ocean, maintain your best forward speed.
Gemini Airport 526, number 1, direct ocean, maintain best forward speed.
Delta 129 for spacing, turn right, heading 270.
Okay, so let's put that crossing up a bit higher if they want us to go fast. At least the airplane's going to calculate it as well. Alright, the approach itself starts at... Let's see... Oh, I still have 1.27 in. Well, let's correct that. 2 to left. And we'll take Million as well. And Ocean 5. Used to go to AJ, let's just about go to heading select for a quick moment here. So heading cell, insert, and direct to ocean. Insert. Alright. I'm back in the So let's check that once again. Now, for the Ocean 5 arrival. Runway 2 to left, we're going from Ocean to Grigo, below 9,000. Then to Rugged, and also thereafter Ada and Leasy. And Ada 220 at 6,000 and Leasy 210 at 6,000. From there we join the ILS 2 to left, and now that stuff looks better in the FMC as well. So frequencies are correct, minimums is correct, and for the actual FMC profile, we have Noli above 4,000, Wayne above 3,000, Focus at 1,700. From there it's a 3-degree descent down to the minimums. In case I missed approach, climb 3,000 feet outbound on Boston radial 219 to Winnie and hold. Here we have 218 to Winnie. Climb 3,000 feet, and that's all it. Okay. For the landing itself, we have minimums 216. That is in. Flaps 30 landing, and with that wind, we don't really need any corrections, so we take 139 knots in here. Land on 2 to left, then we're going to vacate the runway to the right side, most likely via Papa, I guess. We have 3,000 meters runway here, so that's easily 2,000 meters. Minus the display threshold, so give me some 1,800 meters. Auto brake low should cover us for that. If not, the airplane's going to stay on the ground for a while, so even with auto brake low, we'll vacate the runway at Papa, then I guess we'll taxi via Echo and Bravo, and don't really know where they're going to park us. We have a cargo ramp down here where we could go, or maybe somewhere up here, maybe even the general aviation. I guess they are not too used to see a German Air Force airplane at Boston Airport, especially since the US have Air Force bases everywhere. So, not 100% sure where they're going to park us, but we'll just take it slow. If we don't know where to go, we'll grab out the charts, stop the airplane, so that looks pretty alright to me. Alright, I think that's pretty much it for the approach briefing. Does anybody of you have any questions on the actual briefing? And Dabako World, so did my own very short flight from Stuttgart to Zurich and now I'm back. Well, welcome back. What do you think? How many, what do you think? How many of those flights from Zurich to Stuttgart, or the other way around, could you do while we did this flight across the Atlantic here? What's the height? What's the next other way that we can go at?
Shamrock 1 to Mike, November, ready contact, 6 miles west of Presque Isle, maintain level
182, okay.
Indian Follow 3, Shamrock 1 Mike, November.
I'm just not even going to try. Don't think it's worth it. So, 40 miles to the top of descent. Time to make a quick gate to the passengers. Telling them that we're about to start our descent. So, off the ATC. Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight Deck, this is your captain speaking. We will start our descent towards Boston in about 5 minutes time, and the weather in Boston is currently very good. The sky is pretty much clear with a temperature of 5 degrees centigrade. Would like to thank you very much for flying with us, and hope that you've enjoyed your flight, and we are looking forward to welcoming you again in the future. Until then, thank you very much for your attention, thank you for flying with us, and we wish you all a good day. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren aus dem Cockpit, Ihr Kommandant, wir werden in Kürze den Sinkflug in Richtung Boston beginnen. Jetzt noch etwa 5 Minuten, bis wir einen Sinkflug beginnen. Bis wir in Boston kommen. Das Wetter dort, eine Temperatur von 5 Grad bei weitgehend klarer Himmel. Vielen Dank, dass Sie heute mit uns geflogen sind und wir wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt, gegebenenfalls eine kurze Weiterreise. Okay, back on the frequency. Oh, that's pretty much the approach preparations completed. Tabaka World, like 7 flights with turnaround times of 30 minutes. Yep, I guess so. Well, let's see, we're 6 hours 10 in the air now. I guesstimate about 25 minutes until we're on the ground, so make that 6.5 hours. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly your 7th flight. And Nikolai, are we going to keep the voice channels on Discord? Well, I'm going to keep it for now. As long as people don't start complaining, because people might be trolling. But as long as that doesn't happen, I definitely plan to keep it for now.
Delta 129, clear direct Ocean to join the Ocean 5 arrival. Direct Ocean. German Airport 526, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival from a future left. Maintain your best forward speed until advised, altimeter 018.
Air Force 526% via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 22 left, maintain best forward speed and altimeter 3018. I'm gonna save that in here because we'll just about wait till the top of the descent till we actually start going down. As soon as we leave cruise level, we can then set the altimeter setting. Ocean is between 9,000 and 14,000, so and at 250 knots. So that's what we have to keep in mind when we are planning that arrival. Can do a little mental calculation on that as well. So we have an ocean around about 40 miles out from the airport, and between 9,000 and 14,000, so 40 miles out, let's say we're going to be at flight level 120 or something over there. So 120 means 24,000 feet to go down. Time 3 gives us a 72 nautical miles at 80%. But we have 100 knots of headwind, so make that instead of 72, 62 miles. Then I think we roughly have what our top of descent arrow is indicating up there as well.
Lufthansa 422 Alpha, connect Boston Center, 123.75, good day. So 123.75? Correct. 123.75 for Lufthansa 4 Alpha, it's 123.75, 23.75.
Alright, by the way guys, I just see we made 2,257 euros out of this charity stream so far. The original target was 1,200 and we just missed 150 euros in order to double that. So if I may one more time ask, if you are watching this and you haven't donated yet, then your help on this cause would be really much appreciated. And as we've heard in the interview with Fokko earlier on, the situation over in Kenya where they are helping is becoming pretty dire, so any support would be much, much appreciated.
German Air Force 526, 1 into double descent.
German Air Force 526 and 5 miles.
Thank you.
Did I just lie to him? No, that was about right. I told him 5, yeah, now it's 7, so that's quite good. That's quite accurate. I think he's a little bit afraid that since we are number 1 in the queue that we would mess everything over if we needed extra track miles later on. But that's not going to happen. Not at the speed he told us. The thing can drop like a rock when you're flying so fast.
Delta 129, descent via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 22 left, Boston altimeter 3018.
Alright, and down we go. So 9,000 is what we cleared for. So let's see how quick that airplane is going to descend.
Descend via 5 arrival on the 2 left, altimeter 3018, never gonna go to it.
Lufthansa 424, connect Boston Center, 1.
Right, on the first look, the banana at 9,000 is just behind Ocean, so that does look quite spot on to me. I wonder what VNAV is going to show us.
Lufthansa 484 for staging Boston.
And set altimeter 3018. Set passing 345, descending 9,000. Looks like that.
147, connect Boston approach, 133.0, okay.
133.0, 127 today.
Leipzig Air 6389, connect Boston approach, 133.0, good day.
133.0, Leipzig Air 6389, thank you very much.
You too, bye.
Might as well pre-select that frequency.
Lufthansa 420, contact Boston Center, 123.75.
And here we go, look at that. The 9000 is already in front of the ocean now. Of course, it's going to go back a little bit by the time that we convert from constant Mach number into constant indicated airspeed, so just about let the plane go down like this now. Battleye, welcome to the US. Thank you, my friends. But we are not there quite yet. So bank angle back to normal. Let's get the passengers seated. At the speeds we're flying, it's very easy to pull some high G loads accidentally, so look at that, 5,000 feet a minute. That's about a good indicator we should convert to indicated speed. So 320 knots is all that we're going to give it today.
Lufthansa 484, you can expect to reduce the star at AJ, so direct to AJ for the Ocean 5, but we keep on that heading for now.
Really nice weather over here as well. Really happy to see that. I was a little worried that we might end up like in a rain shower or in a condition where we just don't see a lot. And whenever I'm going to the US in a flight simulator, I always want to see the actual countryside, because I just find that one of the amazing things of flying long-haul flight simulator is that you actually get to see all the different countrysides and everything.
Negative is Alpha, Juliet, Alpha, Yankee, and then the Ocean 5 arrival with the translation on the side.
So, we're currently not following the VNAV profile, and there is actually a reason for that, so let me explain that to you real quick. We cleared down at 9,000 feet, but at ocean we have a speed restriction of 250 knots. And the ocean itself is between 9,000 and 14,000 according to the chart. So by placing the altitude banana ahead of ocean, like maybe 10 miles or so, we are we then leave ourselves a little bit of room to reduce that airspeed to the 250 knots. So that's the reason why I'm currently just letting it go down in level change, even though it does predict that we will be reaching the 200 and that we will be reaching the 9,000 feet prior to ocean.
Okay, descent radio, Ocean 5, altimeter 3018.
Lufthansa 5668, descent via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 2 left, Boston altimeter 3018. Runway just left, via the Ocean 5 arrival, 566. Lufthansa 179, descent via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 2 left, Boston altimeter 3018.
Alright. Gonna go vertical speed 2500 or so, because otherwise we are really getting very low here.
Mention 9 Bravo Juliet, reduce speed to 50 knots, and after ocean fly the published speed.
Critical speed 50 knots.
Correct, and after ocean fly the published on the chart.
And after all, the public speed on the chart, there is 9 Bravo Juliet.
Mission 414, we're back on the flight deck. Mission 454, thank you. Sorry, CRS Tango, CRS 310, what's the phone? Starship 310. Okay, thanks. Starship 310, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival from 860 left, Boston altimeter 301.
Ruben, imagine a sim crash right now. Well, if my simulator crashes now, I'm gonna donate another $20. I already donated 130 euros earlier on the flight to fill it up to a target of 1,200. But if the simulator crashes now, then I'm gonna donate another 20. think provided there will not be any further delay, we should be pretty good just to go straight in from here. Might be a little bit low, but not that much. 2,500 feet a minute.
German Airport 526 from Ocean, line of public. Thank you very much for your help.
German Airport 526, public speed from Ocean, welcome.
Delta 129, bring your speed now, dispute 50, and from Ocean, line of public.
Right, so looking at the charts, after Ocean, the next speed restriction is at ADA, so when we're turning down, we're 220 knots. So ain't gonna be much of an issue.
Delta 129, bring your speed 50 knots, and after Ocean, line of public.
So on Takeoff, I can't yet see anyone in front of us. But that's of course only 12 mile radius, so to Ocean there's no one. After that, we can't say. Lavaka World, oh, every time I flew the 310 I had some crashes right before the end of the flight. That is unfortunate. I've been lucky so far, I didn't have them yet. Indeed, I don't think I've had a single simulator crash with it yet. I mean, I've had the issue that we did have that camera freeze in Cologne, which could be solved by clicking something in the EFB. So maybe I just clicked something wrong in there. I don't know. I'll have to bring it up to the Edibles Discord later on. But I'm gonna do that after the flight.
Airport 526, connect course and approach 133.0. Have a good day.
133.0, German Air Force 526, good day.
German Airport 209, reduce speed.
Okay, so published speedish Ocean, that means 250 knots now. And level change. Boston approach, hello, German Air Force 526, level 106. Sorry, 10,600 descending on the Ocean 5 arrival information tanker. If the tanker altimeter 3018, expect RLS to the left, German Air Force 526. Right, 10 checks.
Out of 520,
So, still find that interesting that according to the Airbus flight operations manual of the A310, the turn of lights are sufficient below 10,000. You don't need the landing lights necessarily, but we'll just about take it from there. They say we can do it. Then certainly we can. And that is pretty much it. Around. So, vertical speed. Minus 1,000. Next altitude target is going to be 7,000 at the rugged waypoint over there. Oh, it's not a chicken week. Let's get 500.
Package 1000, cleared ILS, system route, maintain 170 great half a month.
And up with my right hand here. At 520, turn left heading 250, turn left.
Heading 250, turn left, on the 39.
Metal Eye, waiting for the PPG 747 before you cross over the Atlantic. But why? I mean, the 777 is surely going to be great, the 310 is as well. So, I wouldn't see a reason not to fly it over the Atlantic. Of course, the 747 is a very special beast, that's out of question. But you know,
Expect island. Left. At 527 miles from Boca, maintain 3,000 establishment on 5 set up.
100 knots to advise, making 3 down to college for out, 6 knots approaching next time.
Down to 147, Concord Tower.
I kinda like this view. Starting to see landfall after such a long flight. Well, such a long 6.5 hours now. It could have been significantly longer for sure. I'm surprised it's actually been a rather quick flight. 6.5 hours by the time we're probably on the ground. That could have been quite a bit longer. I actually expected at least an hour more. Actually, Simbrief expected at least an hour more.
Check out the
Approaching the 25 miles from the airport, so we should start receiving the ILS any moment. At least according to flight simulator logic. In real life we will probably get some sort of indication already. Might not be 100% reliable, but at least it gets some sort of indication.
Bravo, turn right 132.
Oh, stop.
At 120, Hanukkah, Tower 150.
I'm not confirming 9520.
Tower 1287.
Yep, Tower 128.3, 9522.
Papa Golf Tango 150, that's Boston, approach hello, it is
Right, there we are. 40 miles up, we start receiving the ILS. Let's do a quick cross check. Frequency is 103, causes 25, minimum is 220, and G16 selected down here. Then it's time for the approach checklist. Signed, set, briefing confirmed, econ status, checked, altimeters, 3018, maintaining 7000, minimums, 220 set both, ignition, off, landing elevation, 0, set, approach checks complete.
German Air Force 5.67, maintain 4000.
German Air Force 5.67, maintain 4000. German Air Force 5.6, confirm that's unrestricted.
German Air Force 5.6, 57 heading unrestricted, descend and maintain 4000.
Present heading unrestricted, descend and maintain 4000, German Air Force 5.26. Okay, good.
Big Boston approach, this is German Air Force 219 on 50 on
Then let's put direction early in.
Near waypoint, ocean.
And we're almost on that vertical profile there.
That's 6389, maintain 170 knots for local.
Oh, let's fly low.
Bravo 3 miles from West 3000 to south of Cologne, close to Courthouse, left coast, maintain 100 knots for Cologne.
this is German Airforce 379 for this road.
German Airport 329 Golf below Tango turn on the 180 turn the out.
Expecting 32 left, German Airforce 329.
Approach today with 1 Sierra.
One South Sierra Boston first elevated information Tango turn on the 180 turn the out.
All accounts. Blocks down.
Number 147 turn right into the 30.
I think this is good.
German Airport 526 here 2 miles from the Norway maintain 4000 to establish all approaches that altitude. First maintain 190.
Airport 526, cleared out as runway 2 to left, maintain 40 on the bot. Okay.
Approach Starfleet 1701, crossing 14.7.
190 knots.
Delta 129, turn, correction planning 310, descend maintain 4000. Delta 129, turn, correction heading 310, maintain 4000. Delta 129, Boston approach. Delta 129, Boston approach.
Blind armed.
Engine 9, Delta Bravo, connected tower, 1 place in
Backup stop. Backup capture.
Delta 129, turn left heading 270, descending maintain 4000.
Okay, just approach altitude of 3,000 feet descent.
Starfleet 1701, 13.3.
Starfleet 1701, Boston approach all information Tango 3018 on the altimeter, set the altitude 2 plus approach Delta descent. Delta 147, turn right heading 130.
Runway 130.
German Airport 526, maintain 170, turn off the local connected tower 130.
170 to focus 128.8 German Airport 526 1. Okay, France 15.
Number 157, are you okay? It's 167.
Bottom tower, German Airport 526 heavy.
Airport 526, heavy bombs in tower below the wind 409er, runway 22 left for the land, number 2 box 767, 1.5 miles final. Additional traffic in the Eurocopter at 800 degree, 5 miles west of.
Runway 2 to left, Finland, German Airport 526. And the rest is covered.
538, runway 2 break with 6.
Still we are, clear lands. With all that good stuff on. Sometimes I feel it's really harder to fly an aircraft in Flight Simulator than it is in real life. In real life they're just more controllable if you know it.
Police 9, I request to cross the final 2 to left, direct to Beverly Regional from my current position.
We have our approach, speech at U138. Flaps 20.
Proceed direct Beverly, and I will maintain in 800 feet.
Flaps 30.
Maintain VFR at below 1000. Police 9.
Alright, landing check closes. Landing gear down, auto brakes, low, any skids, checked, slats flaps, 30-40. And spoilers. Arms. Landing check is complete.
police liner, what's the approach 130?
So guys, before we actually land, just a quick reminder here, we are doing the charity flight and we are still looking to collect about 100 euros, so if any of you has not donated yet, if I nail that landing, then I hope to see the remaining donations for the good cause.
Tower low on the 147 island.
On the 147 heavy Boston, tower, you number 2, following a heavy 310 with another 0-9er runway.
Okay, radio altimeter not working. Adding a bit to the challenge. And we're down. So, speed pickup, thrust as normal. Right, we'll take the high speed up there, which doesn't really seem to be that high speed-ish. Yeah, it is. That's fine. Okay, 6 hours and 34. Welcome to Boston. I would say for an aircraft that doesn't have a working radio altimeter call-out, that is a nailed landing, at least in terms of collecting money for the good cause. So guys, once again, the reminder. German Air Force 526 on Echo, cross to the right, 0.9 bye. Alright, so Echo is what we're on. And 121.9.
647 cross runway 15 left, monitor tower. Delta 41 heavy roger, get you moving momentarily.
Boston ground, Virgin 12 Echo Heavy.
Virgin 12 Echo Heavy, good.
Boston ground, Virgin 12 Echo Heavy, requesting clearance to London Heathrow.
Virgin 12 Echo Heavy, quite far question.
Hello, German Air Force 526.
German Air Force 526 heavy, Boston ground to parking.
German Air Force 526, so I hope you could give us a little better insight there, otherwise we are going to go to the GA parking.
German Air Force 526 heavy, that works for me, taxi to GA parking via Bravo.
GA via Bravo, German Air Force 526. Alright. So, Bravo's off to the right. Hope it's, I hope I'm not going to regret that we're getting into the queue beyond the other aircraft up here. Right, I don't think I forgot anything, but let's run the after landing checklist to verify that. So we have slat flaps, retracted, transponder, XPDR, weather radar off, spoilers disarmed, and APU started. After landing checklist complete. Okay, let's try not to smash that max up there. And the GA parking is pretty much straight out all the way to the end.
With 9er Delta Bravo, hold short, taxiway November.
John, I think you have to set the DA on the left.
9er Delta Bravo, bounce ground.
Yeah, that is true to get the minimums call, but I was rather referring to the radio altimeter callouts like 50, 40, 30, 20, because they don't play at the moment with the beta of the A310.
Delta 41 heavy, runway 22 right taxi via Lima, Bravo, November. Cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
I like this aircraft. I really like it.
Delta 41 heavy with cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
That's nice livery up there. Is that Disney?
Again, 3142. Make your next left turn on
Yeah, that's
Fox
Disney.
cross, right on Alpha.
Get a better perspective of that from here?
Left on right, Alpha, right.
Again, 2687 cross runway 15 left on the
I'm
count.
not mistaken. Well, let's go back to...
Boston ground, American 361, heavy request back.
American 118 Bravo, requesting IFAR clearance to Charlotte International.
Again,
Why is he going at 5 knots?
Bravo, clearance on request. Stand by.
Hold on a moment.
361 heavy.
Did I say that's...
Did
I say that
It's possible for us to go around Alpha 1 up to Bravo and then go that direction, or?
WestJet, that's fine. For a short moment I was like, hold on, Sun Express? Well, if he wasn't Turkish, that would explain why he's taxiing 5 knots. But...
Bravo,
he's
left
WestJet,
November
okay.
for American 361.
American 361 heavy cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
And cross 15 right, hold short 15 left for Detroit, American 261 right.
Come on, my friend, you can do it.
Ground, you can start Delta 360 and thank you for IFR points. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Mention Airways 9er Delta Bravo, just hold position right there. Got a couple heavies we need to get on.
Has he stopped there? Yeah.
Delta 481, no, I need you on Lima, but yeah, you can make the next left on Zulu. You're following him.
Steve, nice to see you here.
Like a 361 heavy, give way to your company. He's opposite direction on Alpha. He's on front of you at November.
Sorry, we give way to company, American 261.
Probably waiting for that guy. He's turning them here as well, that's not good. In other words, we have quite a traffic jam here. Welcome to the United States, my friends. That's what people say. Does apparently happen here from time to time.
Where everybody else is going.
So, Park accept. Let's see how long this is going to take. Because we got to take all the way straight ahead for Bravo, opposite to these two guys. Then RGA parking is right at the end over there.
Delta 2480 heavy, runway 22 right, taxi by Alpha, then left on Echo.
The 787 is the sexy airplane, isn't it? This is looking really good.
The 147 heavy, do not turn right there, you missed the taxiway. I need you to make 3 left turns back on the Bravo.
So the Delta is probably going to turn to the right here now.
Thank you.
Or to his left.
Second, 3142, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower.
Cross 15 left, monitor tower, American 3142.
And then we can hopefully continue on
361
straight.
cross runway 15 left, monitor tower.
Cross 15 left, on tower, American 260, yep.
I'm kind of tempted to try if this thing can do single engine
Airways,
taxi.
9er Delta Bravo, thanks for the patience. Continue taxi via Bravo, Lima to ramp. Airways, 9er Delta Bravo, continue taxi via Bravo, Lima to the ramp. Delta 481 heavy, cross runway 15 left, monitor tower.
Cross 15 left, monitor tower.
Strong ground and answer, go ahead.
Alright, he's going.
We're at 2992, runway 22 right, taxi via Bravo, hold short taxi.
Ground, you can throw Delta 360 into the queue for IFR clearance.
Delta 360 clearance on button for that.
Boston ground, Delta 1396 with Tango requesting pushback, Bravo 29.
Alright, and on we go.
Delta 129 Boston ground, US.
Metal Eye, that in front of you is Rob testing the max. I wish, my friend, I
Hold your
wish.
position, I need you back over to tower, contact tower 12820. Back to tower 12820.
10 Romeo Juliet, hello,
Right, someone's
Boston
taxiing
ground
back down the road where we want to go.
Skyhawk information tank going forward.
Let's see what's that going on
Bravo,
there.
180 Romeo Juliet, cleared out of Bravo airspace beyond departure. Fly runway heading, maintain VFR at 3000. March frequency 133.0, slot 1364.
So where's that guy going? I have a feeling we'll be opposite with one another in a moment.
Within the Bravo airspace, fly runway heading following the departure at 3,000 feet. Departure frequency 123.10 on squawk code 1364 for River 10.
Probably keep a bit more distance. Yeah, he's coming right at us, is he?
Boston ground,
yeah, he is.
1396, requesting pushback with Tango.
That's not good.
Bravo 29.
So 1396 Boston ground, push back onto the ramp is at your discretion and back ready to stop.
See anything down there?
Push back my discretion.
Probably not like this.
Delta 2121 requesting IFR clearance to Toronto Pearson.
Delta 2121, should have already received a PDC if you needed it.
German Air Force 526, so we got traffic opposite on the same taxiway there. So you supposed to be there?
Yeah, he's holding short for you guys.
Yeah, but we're going straight to the general, aren't we?
Okay, you can make the left on Lima, right on Alpha.
Lima right off into the ramp, German Air Force 526. So that is probably the long way around then.
Remember 10 Romeo better taxi.
For 108 Romeo Juliet, if you'll get you behind the wall.
Sure, it would have been easier if we could just win straight.
Left and hold short of Bravo, please.
Let's see, he's holding there. What's he waiting for now?
Airways 9 Delta Bravo. I think the terminal's just about full, but you can make the right there on the Alpha, and you can find a parking spot somewhere in the north area there.
And November 10 we have the mentioned traffic and standby there. You said confirm you wanted to hold short of Bravo.
Yeah, from if you'll just taxi up behind him, be ready to go. Hold short of Bravo.
Hotel November 10 thanks.
Okay, now we'll just turn off to the right-hand side here. It's the general aviation terminal, but that is probably our best bet. I mean, we could always just follow the München Airways onto the north apron.
2480 heavy cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 right.
How big do the parking spots look over there? Not really. No, they don't look like we want to go there. We'll go to the north.
Bravo. I believe I sent you a PDC, did you not get it?
I have a feeling they don't really care about it here on the ground, so
okay, I'll try.
All they ask is anyway where you're parking, that's it.
Delta 1396 ready to taxi with Tango.
We'll just about go over here and choose a spot up to the north.
Commissioner 9er Bravo Juliet Heavy Boston ground. Take the ramp via Bravo November. I'm going to need you to park at the Charlie terminal route space.
61 Bravo November.
Thank you. Walker 2992 runway 22 right, taxi via Bravo November. Cross runway 15 right, hold short runway 15 left.
Alright, so
180 Romeo Juliet, follow Walker.
Let's go straight out into the stand over there.
Delta
2480 heavy, cross runway 15 left.
That sounds like a good stand for us to park, doesn't it?
Taxi via with Tango, T2 right.
8 cross, 15. Who is requesting taxi?
Delta 1396.
Delta 1396.
What's that? Terminal E modernization. Free flight tamper patch coming soon. That is lovely. I haven't seen something like that yet in the scenery.
Alright, taxi via Alpha November, cross 15 right, hold short 15 left for taxi.
Alright.
Thank you.
That looks about good to me. Park mic set, we have the APU running.
And 108 sponsor ground clear northwest. Expect a PDC.
Boston ground, precision 3551 Echo terminal with, I believe it's Tango, IFR clearance to Albany.
Alright,
35 at 51 Boston ground, no flight plan alpha.
Let's do the shutdown checklist.
Delta 2121 requesting IFR clearance to Toronto Pearson.
Right, so time for a little bit of silence first, and time to do the parking checklist next. So we have APU bleeds on, engines off, differential pressure 0, light signs are off and now set, fuel pumps off but 1, and wind and probe heat off, parking rack and shock set, parking checklist complete. Let's fire that EFB up again, see if we can hang up the computer once more. And then we've got chucks, we've got the ground power. So, parking brake off, onto the GPU, and shut that off, please. So let's see, GSX, Squaddle scripting engine hasn't started. Well, who knows what it's good for. So, thank you everyone for flying with us today. Is anybody out there who's actually been with us for the entire live stream? Is anybody out there? In the meantime, by the way, we are currently still missing like 68 euros for the charity organization. So is there any chance, 68 euros, can we collect that somehow? It is going into the good cause. Fokko did a really good job explaining that earlier on during the flight. Now, I'll just repeat it once more for the majority of us who's probably not been there at that time. I've been there. So we are looking to collect money to help people in need over in Kenya. And Fokko has been Lufthansa Cargo MD-11 pilot, and he founded the CHC and is trying to buy food for students over in Kenya who basically can't afford any money at the moment because of some severe lack of rain in their area. So we're trying to bring that up to 2,400 euros right now. If there is anybody of you who could donate, even if it's just a couple euros, then we are really looking forward to that. I've done my part. I've also donated today already, so here is mine. I've donated 131 euros today, so if anybody of you is still there, who hasn't done it so far, it would really be much appreciated. The donation link is right in the video description below, but I can just about put it into the text chat here below the live stream as well, if that's helpful to anyone. So here you go, that's where you can donate, and even if it's just a couple euros, you know, any euro helps. Fokko has done a little Steve, I don't think dollars is any problem. I think you can do it in pretty much any currency. And Fokko calculated earlier on that one banana costs approximately 10 cents in euros. So even if it's just a euro, I know I'm asking a lot because I'm asking you for like the 10th time on this live stream. And Metal, no worries, if you don't have anything, I can't ask anything of you guys. So don't worry about that. It's just, if you have enjoyed the stream, we did do the charity over here, so anything is much appreciated. And Steve, thank you so much for the 10 euro donation. That is really much appreciated. It really is. Alright, so here we are in Boston. It's been a lovely flight, I have to say. Now, let's do the big analysis. I know that everyone is gonna go for it, so I think we just about have to look at my landing rate, do we? I see, I have nowhere of running. We need to look at the landing rate. So, let's see what it turned out of. Metal Eye 2399, thank you so much. I'm gonna forward that straight away. And Ron, thank you very much. It was a pleasure streaming this one for you. It was a pleasure doing my very first long haul as well. So, let's see the landing report. It's gonna be here in a moment. And we landed slight bit off the center line, just behind the aiming point at 217 feet a minute. So 217, to put that into context, that would have been a landing where passengers are like, oh, we're down, but it wouldn't be particularly hard, it wouldn't be particularly soft, certainly not the latter. So I would say quite an okay-ish way down. Alright, so, and we've made it. We've made it. 2,400. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you very, 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 very much. So, you guys did a great job today. I'm really happy that we did this flight. I'm looking forward to participate in the next one, hopefully very, very soon. Until then, I did open a new voice chat channel in my Discord, and I'm probably going to hang around there for a little while right now if anybody of you guys wants to join. But that is going to be it for today's live stream. Thank you so much for joining. And finally, we are 8 hours 59 and 30 into the stream. I gotta kill those last 30 seconds somehow so that we can actually make it a 9-hour live stream. Sorry, that's my pride at play here. So, well, we're over here in Boston. Hopefully for the next cross the pond we can fly transatlantic once again. But I'm not 100% sure about that yet, because the next one is going to be an eastbound flight once again. And I have no idea what my rosters are going to look like. But nonetheless, I hope that you have enjoyed this live stream. We've made the 9 hours. Thank you very much, everyone. And finally, I'm really looking forward to see you all again on the next one. Thank you very much for joining, and have a good afternoon.